Kia karakia tātou, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Well, morena everyone. It is very exciting and just fantastic to see this room full of people and full of positive faces, and it's a pretty emotional day for many of you and many of us, so kia ora to everyone who is here. I will just acknowledge, and I'll make it clear we're going to do official tikanga when we get through the absences and ensure that we have those who are coming in online so they can participate. So apologies for a bit of the process to get through. I will just acknowledge Te Kauro Āmake, obviously many of you here and your ancestors as well coming with you today. Ngāti Manuhiri, Ngāti Pāwa, Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, there may be other members from other iwi here. I acknowledge your presence and thank you for coming. We've got students from Kelston Girls and there'll be many members of the public as well, representing groups and individuals. And I see also the Right Honourable Penny Hulse here from the West as well, and there's many other elected members and previous elected members here too. Right, we have absence from Councillor Williamson. He's on Auckland Transport Board meeting. We have early departure from Councillor Stewart and Councillor Fully and Councillor Sayers. We have lateness from Deputy Mayor Desley Simpson. She's speaking at an event in Mount Albert and we'll get here as quickly as possible. And I think even though Councillor Fletcher is here, she will be going online, but also maybe early departure for family commitments.
I'll potentially be an early departure, just depending on how efficiently you run the meeting.
We will take as long as we need, but it's up to all of us how efficient we are. Kia ora, Councillor Baker. And so I'll have a mover, Deputy Chair, and seconder, Councillor Sayers. All those in favour? Aye. We have attendance by electronic link. We have Councillor Newman, Councillor Ferry, Councillor Fletcher as well when she leaves. So Councillor Newman is for sickness, I think, and Councillor Ferry is obviously still recovering from being unfortunately hit by a vehicle. So she would love to be here in person, but she cannot, but she's online. So I'll have a mover, Councillor Walker, seconder, Deputy Chair Angela Dalton. All those in favour? Cool. So those electronic attendance will be now emailed to those members. Cool. Declarations of interest.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah. Councillor Turner. Yes.
Just want it recorded, please. I don't see it as a conflict, but I am a private landowner in the heritage area, private business owner. I have a licence to graze council property. I am a landowner in in one of the peaks of Mackie, which is under European title at this time, and in total my existence is within the heritage area, so I want that recorded, please.
Is there something such as European title, or is it European?
I'm just explaining myself as best I can. I want people to understand that I live inside the heritage area in my entirety. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Turner. I don't believe that's a conflict, but thank you for declaring an interest. Also, Haukura member Ashby, who is normally at this table, has also declared an interest as he is a member of Te Kauro Āmake and has decided to not be at the table today. We have member Wilcox stepping in for him. Wilcox, did you have some?
Yeah, I was going to say that Ed's not here today. I don't see the sense of that. We've all got an interest in this. I mean, I'm a Ngāti Whātua too. Do I have to declare an interest? I mean, yeah, where do we end with this?
No. It was simply formality, as Councillor, as Member Ashby had made it clear to us the reason why he wasn't around the table. Just wanted to make it clear.
Mr. Chair, I was advised to make those comments.
Kia ora. No, we're all good. Right, those are the declarations. We don't need to move them. Confirmation of the minutes. I'll move. Seconded. Deputy Chair Angela Dalton. Or Councillor Lee.
I wish to speak to this item, Mr. Chair. I don't think I've ever spoken to or challenged the minutes in my rather long career before. However, the minutes of the meeting of the 24th of July contain a major inaccuracy, and that relates to the notice of motion moved by Councillor Leone and myself, calling for a prohibited activity for helipads in residential areas. And you'll recall there was a petition of some 4,200 names presented at that meeting. However, as you will recall, the notice of motion, which was socialised as required, longer than required, was substituted by another motion, a notice of motion replaced by a motion without notice. Okay, the problem we have relating to the minutes is that Councillor Leone and myself are recorded as voting or moving and seconding this amendment by replacement, and which we did not. And the other problem is no such thing exists under our standing orders as a amendment by replacement. What exists in the standing orders is a notice, a substituted motion. That's standing order 1.5.5. In order for the motion to be substituted, the consent of the mover and seconder of the notice of motion must be granted. It was not. So we're talking about a significant violation of standing orders over a matter of high importance to the people of Auckland, particularly my ward. And so I object to the minutes as they have been, the draft minutes at least, as they have been published. Council doesn't distribute minutes at meetings, so we can only go by what is put on the website. So I want to record my objection to that, because this matter will not be going away, Mr. Chair. It will not be going away. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee. Thank you for that, and I will ensure your names are recorded. You'd like your name recorded as well? Okay, cool. Thank you. So we have had advice that the minutes are true and correct, but we can note your opposition to the confirming of the minutes.
Is that advice in writing, Mr. Chair?
From the Chief Executive.
I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Fletcher as well? Did you? Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Yeah, I believe Phil Wilson has written back to Councillor Lee. Right, thank you very much. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed, other than the 4? Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I can't say yes when to them being true and correct when we've just been explained to us that they're not.
The CEO has written back to Councillor Lee saying the minutes are true and correct. So
I'm against, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Turner would also like his vote noted against the minutes.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarity,
No, I don't
can you
believe we need
name the
any.
people that moved and seconded the motion when patently that did not happen in respect of Councillor Leone and Councillor Lee? I was at the meeting.
I'm not going to go through a debate on the minutes, but that is how amendments work, and that is anyway.
Just through you, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm not going to. I'm moving
do
on.
the minutes concur with
We've already
the
voted
video
on this.
recording of the meeting?
Yes, Councillor Walker, but we've also voted on the minutes, so we're going to move to the next item.
Mr. Chairman,
Councillor
I don't wish to prolong this, but I just wonder whether it would be helpful for some of us to meet with Phil Wilson so we can have clarity around this. because I think leaving it in terms of the uncertainty is not helpful for the issue. And I'm willing to be part of a meeting to talk it through, having been present at the meeting, if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and that is up to any member to ask for a meeting. I have had a million other things to be addressing for this meeting, and this has not been, I have not met Phil Wilson on this issue. We are moving on from it because we are not debating. We've voted on it, so it's complete. There are 5 councillors who would like their objection noted. That's noted, and anyone can organise a meeting with the CEO at any time. Kia ora. Thank you. Right, we have no petitions. We have public input. First up is Michael Trott on the Resource Management Act changes. Kia ora, just come to the table here. Thank you, Michael. And so if you want to pull one of those microphones close to you, and then the button on the right, you just turn that on and off when you'd like to speak. So, cool. And you have 5 minutes. You'll get a bell, and there may be some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm just a mere member of the public, or one of the trees of the Forest of Auckland. With me is my colleague John Carapiet, and I'm here to talk about the loss of democracy we're all facing, and concern for the erosion of community voices, and the changes of the RMA, which are obviously being imposed. And also the aspect of the 4 well-beings that are to be removed as part of the deplanning program to acquiesce to the central government. Where does this leave the public? You might think or wonder or ask. You know, the 4 pillars define prosperity and the life of a city. And we've got a lot of life behind me here. It's good to see people here. And whatever ours or your differences are on how to get there, how to balance the services and the rates are important. And well-beings must not become out of scope. What a wonderful term that isn't. And you will soon not be able to consider matters yourselves if you're out-scoping yourselves, so to speak, of importance, as we may be seeing today. We already have seen community voices silenced, and we have asked, in fact, we've been told not to mention the council's own unity plan before I came today. So that tells us reams. Over to John.
I'm not sure why the
If you just, sorry, John, if you just want to press the button on the right on the microphone in front of you, sorry. Yeah.
I'm not sure why we can't move the slides forward. Thank you. So I'm here to support Mr. Trott because we've already seen, before the new RMA changes are announced, the well-beings are being removed. That's the proposal from the government. Well, we've already seen legislation, other legislation going through Parliament that affects Auckland Council's unitary plan. And the reason why we're here today is as an act of recognition that the future changes may silence the community voice on matters of importance, as it already has. And the comment that I want to make is that if councils don't have access, or it is not in their scope to consider the 4 well-beings, then who will? How does community and society work when councils who represent the community are told this is out of scope, that is out of scope, you're sticking to your knitting, basic provisions of services? So the request of this council is to fight the removal of things like the 4 well-beings, that broader scope that is part of democracy, because we're about to lose more of the public voice and more of the democratic voice. And I'm here as an example of that, and that's really where we end, because this is the one thing that you, as the councillors, are not allowed to discuss. This is in our this is in our unitary plan, and these chapters are not to be considered by you. You've been told not to consider them, we have been told not to talk about them, and they will not be discussed at this meeting, as I'm sure the chair will stop any discussion. But those relate to the precautionary principle and management of the environment under the RMA that are already being removed as powers from council's remit. Now, the fact that you can't discuss that your powers and representing the public are being removed already before Parliament, the fact that that is not kept secret from you, but you're kept silent on it to debate it, is an outrage. And that's why, even though I'm not sounding very outrageous or outraged, we are outraged because the community has been silenced on these issues, even though they are in our unitary plan. And you've been told it's not a matter for this committee. How can that be? And the future may make that much worse with things like the well-beings made out of scope for the community and the council. So thank you.
Would it be useful to remind the council what the 4 well-beings are?
Well, it's about the social, economic and environmental and cultural well-beings, which are very broad, of course. But the things we're not allowed to discuss at this meeting actually relate to the precautionary principle, managing risks to ratepayers of exposure to new organisms in the environment that you will no longer have a remit over because of the new bill going through before Parliament, the bill that I can't mention, the gene technology bill, I mentioned it, sorry. But that removes the RMA protections in our unitary plan. And that's why it's such an outrage that you, as councillors, cannot discuss this. You cannot hear about it because you've been directed not to. And my concern, and Mr. Trott's concern, is with the new changes to the RMA, there'll be maybe more things on your agenda that you cannot listen to, that you cannot consider, that are important to community. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you both, and thank you to the members of the community who've come with you on this one. And there will be some debate on 4 well-beings later, and I know that many of us, including myself, are very supportive of protecting the 4 well-beings. There may be differing views around the table, but this council has a long-standing view of protecting those because it's what our people expect of us, in my opinion.
Kia ora, thank you very much for that. And will there be any ability for the councillors to consider the unitary plan?
That bill has already progressed, but we can, I mean,
Well,
members
no,
around this
it's
table
before
can
Parliament
discuss.
at the moment, and it's coming out of the select committee,
Yep.
and other councils
Yeah,
wrote to
so-
the government to say, protect our rights under the RMA. Auckland Council declined to do that, but there's still opportunity to fight for the rights of the precautionary principle that protect the environment. There is one other thing that the council needs to be aware of. The
you,
Hauraki
John.
Gulf Forum have requested an expert
Thank you,
technical
John.
report
Thank you.
on this matter.
So we're
What
not
is
gonna-
the exposure
We've got
to
some
the
questions,
environment?
John, to come around the table, so you might want to save more of your points through questions, but we're just not going to have a debate across the table. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. Got a question for you, Michael and John. In the lead up to the unitary plan and after the unitary plan, our council was part of a joint council working party on genetically modified organisms. I know because I was the council's representative to that body. And all of the councils from Auckland North collaborated to arrive at a common position around their respective district plans, unitary plans. What position are the other councils taking that were members of the joint committee as compared to Auckland Council, and are mindful that we're basically saying nothing?
Correct, because you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to
But what
consider
about
this,
the others? What are they
All
doing?
of them have been aware of this, and even if they missed the deadline for the submissions on that bill, I know at least one mayor who wrote personally to the committee saying, you are removing our powers to apply the precautionary principle to protect our rohe and protect the environment and our producers who have non-GMO policies. All of those things were in the plans in Northland, in Whangarei, they're also in Hastings, and they wrote submissions to this bill saying, please do not remove our powers, please do not end GE-free zones in Hastings that are the backbone of our exports. So they all wrote, but our council did not write. And I know that I've written personally to the mayor, asking him to write, to have some voice from this council to say, please do not automatically change our unitary plan. Well, that's what's going on. So it is before the select committee. They report next week. Who knows if they listened to those councils. But the battle must go on because this is a national issue, but also a local issue. just to the nub of it, those councils are very concerned both about their exports, about the community voice that wanted those GE-free zones established being removed. But more than anything, it's about the economy, because the national bill removes the precautionary principle at the national level. And what the RMA amendments in that bill do is remove the precautionary principle at the local level. Now, the removal of the precautionary principle is a major matter of global concern, because the science and technology is advancing so fast that there needs to be some backstop to where the regulator says, oh, look, this is dodgy, we don't know what we're doing. In the local plans, and that's what the councils did in that working group, they identified gaps in the current legislation under the HASNO that exposed ratepayers and the environment to risk, and they managed those with the plans. Now, those plan managements are being removed without anything being said by this council and without any right to discuss them. And that's surely not right, because it is a unitary plan issue.
Thanks, John. I just want to put my comment on record that this is a serious issue and we're found wanting.
Thank you. Kia ora, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your comments. They were really good, really enlightening. It seems to me to be an attempt by central government to define what core services actually are. And I think that if we go around this table and this room and outside of the room, we'll all have a different definition. So do you think it would be more appropriate for communities to decide themselves through the local democratic process on what their interests and what's important to them is?
Well, I think that's the situation today, is it not? But what we're saying is that the changes proposed under the RMA to remove those well-beings as part of the council's remits will actually make things more and more out of scope. And the example that we have today is that this was made out of scope for this committee. You cannot talk about the unitary plan. Now, that's extraordinary. And what we're worried about is that in the future, there'll be other matters that do come up from the community. I don't know how many submissions were made on the annual plan asking council to put some funds aside to join and work with these other councils on the Inter-Council Working Group on GMOs. But they were completely ignored. It'd be very interesting to know how many submissions, how many letters, how many emails were made, both on the annual plan to put in, I think it was like 30,000, to work with this collaboratively with other councils on this common issue. But the concern is, absolutely, as you say, Councillor, it should come up from the public. And this did come up from the public. It came up from the public through the Inter-Council Working Groups and the unitary plan provisions. And these are being removed without a word from this council and without any opportunity to discuss it. You may agree that they should be removed, but you haven't discussed it. They're being removed automatically by the Gene Technology Bill. And it should be discussed. It should be discussed by you, our representatives.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor Fully, and then I've got Councillor Turner, and I'll cut off questions from there. So, Councillor Fully.
Kia ora. Part of my question's been answered. I was just going to ask very directly, what do you say to those who say that the 4 well-beings should be removed because they're not core council business?
Do you mind if I answer that? It goes back to what we think is prosperity, and all the different views politically are that, you know, this is the way to prosperity, that is the way to prosperity. But ultimately, those are human values. Those 4 well-beings are so human that if you remove them, what have we got? A machine of efficiency? And, you know, our hearts, our minds, our community are human beings. And we can see this machine-like attitude towards functionality replacing community voice. And that's what we saw here. And that's what we're seeing or fearing, that the removal of the well-beings, they're not going to disappear. The big question is if council can't do it, if it's made out of scope for you guys, our representatives, how will it happen? How will these things be protected? And we've already seen that because there is a benefit. So the other thing about the precautionary principle being removed from the unitary plan is that also there is no economic analysis of the risks to Auckland or the nation of the Gene Technology Bill. So the economic, I mean, I can't see anybody around this table who would say, well, shouldn't council have an oversight of the economic well-being of our area? But if that's removed, well, what is your oversight? What is your role? So thank you for your question.
I would just like to add that I have a background of decades in mental health, and this is what it is about. The richness of mental health for the young, the old, everyone. People talk about this used to be called a livable city. Well, you take these things away and you're taking away the mana.
Good, thank you. Councillor Philippine, last question.
Morena Korua, gentlemen. I know your PowerPoint presentation around removing the 4 well-beings is around the RMA. I'll be interested to see what your thoughts are around the removal of the 4 well-beings under the Local Government Act that is currently in position from the local government minister. So I'll be interested, because I'm on the record to say that those well-beings are key to local government. So I'll be interested to find out what your thoughts are around the removal from the Local Government Act. Kilda.
Well, essentially, that's why we're here today, but I'll hand over to John briefly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a multifactored approach. I mean, if you think about lots of other legislation before government now, it will impact the ability of council to do things. There will be changes, whether it's the RMA, whether it's the Local Government Act, whether it's the treaty bill reconsidered, whether it's the regulatory standards bill. All of these other bills will impact the powers of this council to do. Ultimately, what we're asking you to do is to defend the voice of the community, whether you agree with that community member or not. The voice of the community to represent and have the well-beings delivered through council action is about to be taken away. So thank you, Councillor. It's a broad attack on democracy, and that's why we're here. And the example we've got is the attack is already in place. We are not allowed to discuss this. So how is that democracy? We are not allowed to discuss the unitary plan precautions that are being removed and exposing ratepayers to new costs.
Ngā mihi kia kōrua. Thank you both.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Thank you both for attending, and I'll move, and Councillor Fletcher will second. And all those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you for listening.
And now we'll move to our local board input. We have Greg Presland and a number of Waitakere Rangers local board members here. And fellow local board members as well. Greg, if you would be able to introduce everyone before you kick off, and then you've got the normal 5 minutes, but obviously we know the importance of today, so I'll obviously let you finish your presentations.
Kia ora mai tātou, ko te karawa maki tēnā koutou, ko te whanawa o te konihira o Tamaki Makaurau o tēnā koutou. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting today to confirm we've got a very good representation of ours and neighbouring local boards. Michelle Clayton, Deputy Chair, is here. Sandra Coney, Mark Allen, Liz Manley, Ross Clow, who's a faux local board member, and Ingrid Papau, who's Henderson Massey local board member, is also present but not sitting with us right now. So we wish to talk to the committee about the agenda item concerning the deed with Te Karawa Maki. The local board recently reviewed our stance on the proposed deed, and our decision was that by a significant majority we decided to support both the deed and also the creation of a joint committee to then engage in the management. The proposal's been consulted on, and the results were presented at our meeting and are on your agenda. Overall, 51% of submitters supported the deed and the committee. 39% were opposed and 10% had a more complicated view. Our local board area, 54% supported, 32% opposed, and support was even higher in the neighbouring local board areas. 75% of submitters from FO supported, 78% of submitters from Henderson Massey supported. So the deed has support, and in fact it could be considered considerable support. Commenting about the deed itself, the first comment I'd make is that it's been clearly very carefully crafted. It includes a recital of the history of Te Karawa Maki's relationship with the Waitakere Rangers, and I'd suggest it's impossible to read this without realising the enormity of the loss that this iwi has suffered. Much of the Rangers was acquired by the Crown without Te Karawa's involvement or consent, and over the decades Te Karawa's land ownership's been lost and its way of life has been compromised by various decisions made by authorities at different times. And despite this history, Te Karawamaki has maintained a living connection to the Waitaki Ranges. The deed's clearly mandated by Section 29 of the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area Act. There's been some debate about whether or not this is mandatory. I would suggest the repeated use of the word will suggests some element of compulsion, obviously as long as the parties agree to the terms. The Act is clear about the purposes and powers of the deed. It can only relate to public land managed by council or DOC. It cannot relate to water. It doesn't affect the lawful rights or interests of any person, or grant or create any interest or any estate or interest in any land referred to in the deed. And its purpose is to identify opportunities for contribution by tangata whenua to the management of the land concerned by the Crown or by Council. And I would suggest that the deed faithfully follows the provisions of the Act, clearly records the statutory limitations. It outlines opportunities for contribution, including a joint development of a strategic plan for the area and joint development of work programs. Additionally, it proposes the parties engage in joint monitoring of the strategic plan outcomes, and that's to support the 5-yearly monitoring report, which is required under the Act. The deed urges parties to commit to work together in a spirit of mutual trust and respect for Te Treaty, and it records the exceptions that at least legally are not or should not be contentious. This deed is clearly important to Te Karawamaki and aligns with the provisions and intentions of the Heritage Area Act. There's some opposition to it, but I do not understand that, and I find that when the intent is explained to people, that there's an increased acceptance and support for the deed. Just quickly commenting on the proposed joint committee, and I appreciate that's not a decision for you today. Joint committee is staff's recommendation, and that's to give Te Karawamaki proper involvement in decisions that may affect the parkland. Different options have been considered. In-house solutions deemed optimal, and I would support that. The Joint Committee offers significant benefits. It will elevate the importance of the heritage area. Public input and accountability will be improved through open meetings, published agendas, and potentially outreach sessions. And the committee can act as a champion for the heritage area, and it can highlight issues that it faces and what is needed to protect and enhance the local environment. As noted in the report presented to us, quote, currently there is no single comprehensive and long-term plan that is specific to the entire heritage area. The deed and the proposed committee provide a solution to this problem. Te Karawamaki, with their deep history and their strong sense of kaitiakitanga over the area, are, I believe, worthy parties to the deed and members of the committee. Ko te wā nui a tiriwa, te nahiri o Te Karawamaki. Let Te Konihira o Tamaki Makaurau respect this and grant Te Karawamaki the ability to be engaged in this process. Kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you and your board and your neighbouring boards for the unwavering support and advice, and also coming to this committee a number of times throughout this process to talk about the way forward. So I think it's been a very positive approach. I think, does Member Rosklow would like to say something?
I'm just going to be very brief. I'm just here representing the Faux Local Board. The Faux Local Board actually has part of the heritage parkers in our area, but actually the main thing I want to say is I want to acknowledge 4 politicians that are in this room, plus I want to acknowledge Te Waina, who was going way back, but there are 4 politicians in this room that were there right at the start. 2 of them were at the ARC, which is Councillor Lee, and local board member Sandra Coney, and at Waitaki Council was myself, and we have somewhere Penny Hulse at the back there as well. So, but I just pass on that the Faux Local Board is totally behind this, and we actually want to be part of the 3 local board representatives that are on this as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Now go to questions. Councillor Henderson.
I didn't put my hand up actually, Chair, but I will jump in.
Surely you've got a question.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I kind of do. I hadn't formulated it properly. But, you know, I noticed I was going to acknowledge yourself as well, Sandra Coney, for your hard work on this for, you know, so many years, and just that we really appreciate it as West Aucklanders. And I just wondered if you wanted to sort of speak about some of the history of the Heritage Area Act and sort of how it came about, just briefly, Chair, if that's okay. Would that be all right?
Actually, Graham Campbell's here too, who I want to acknowledge, who was one of the officers of Waitakere City Council who helped with the late Hugh Jarvis from ARC, actually drafted the bill. It went through enormous consultation. It was quite controversial, but in the end, people supporting the bill attended in many hundreds a meeting in the Henderson High School hall and cleared the way, really, I think, for the councils involved, which were Auckland Regional Council, Waitakere City Council and Rodney District Council, I think it was at the time, to support the bill. And it was a great step forward in acknowledging the iwi Te Kawerau Amaki and their relationship with the West Coast and the Waitakere Ranges and the western part of Auckland. I think, you know, various claims have been made recently about why this deed has taken so long to come to the forefront. And I actually think it was the local government amalgamation that got in the way, because the bill went through in 2008 and then amalgamation was being talked about and finally came through in 2010. And I just think the deed got lost in the process. But from our local board point of view, it's been very hard for us to put the Act up in lights. I won't get into my critique of Auckland Council, but it's been, the flame has been kept alive by the local board, who continually, when we've got policies and plans from the council that have come to us, have said, what about the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area, and the need for it to be treated differently according to the legislation. For it has national significance, it has regional significance, and it has local significance, and you can't get any more than that. And it's a much stronger act than the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act. But we haven't I won't go on, Shane, I'm going to wind up. So we've really, really welcome this chance for it to put in front of and to be adopted by the whole council, and the whole council will have to observe it and take it into account in its decision making in future.
Just a follow-up, Chair, if that's okay. You've done a fantastic job of keeping that flame alive over multiple terms. So for all West Aucklanders, not just for your residents. This might be a question for Chair Presland. Do you feel that an advisory committee will allow members of the public to have more involvement in decision-making in the ranges?
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. Considerably more. Currently, many of these decisions are made at an administrative level, and there's no public oversight of what's happening. But with regular meetings, chances for the community to come and make presentations, published agendas, outreach sessions, there will be considerably more ability for there to be public engagement about what's happening in the ranges. And that's something which all locals would be very supportive of.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your indulgence.
Kia ora, Councillor. And I know there are a number of people in the council chambers downstairs, so it's a bit disconcerting because I think we're hearing the lag of this meeting in that meeting. So we might just get the volume turned down slightly in the room downstairs. But back to the questions. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I note a little bit of change in some of the language that you used, which I felt good for the subject matter. I just wanted to ask, the Heritage Area Act and the Deed of Acknowledgement, we're all discussing that, but the purpose of the deed, the only purpose of the deed, to deliver or identify extra areas of collaboration, contribution is the correct word, sorry. that is confined by this Act to the to Crown and Council owned land. Is it still confined to that by the fact that we're not delivering the strategic plan and the committee structure under the Heritage Area Act, but are delivering it under the Local Government Act? Does that gap take away the constraint within the Heritage Area Act?
I've been thinking about a variation of that question. So the Act is clear, it doesn't create any legal rights over land and it doesn't affect private property rights. You're suggesting that the committee should have those blinkers on and think only about the parkland and nothing else. The difficulty is with the environment that something that happens immediately outside the boundary of a piece of land can affect that land. As an example, we've got the bufferweed project where we help landowners adjacent to the parkland deal with their weed problems. And that would be, to my view, if the committee's established, a legitimate thing for them to think about, because there is a benefit for the parkland itself and there's no taking away of landowners' rights at the same time. So if this committee's established, I think we should let them, with as wide a mandate as possible, try to deal with the environmental needs and concerns for the area.
Well, thank you. What we think and what we write is two different things. You know, what we write is what constrains us in a decade's time or so, or whatever. Would I be correct, you're lawyer, so would I be correct in the fact that the Heritage Area Act covers all citizens of New Zealand? And the piece that you've just kind of referred to that, where the heritage area is to be considered as a whole, as in an entirety, actually applies to the wider Act, where what we're discussing here today only applies to 29 to 31, which is about a deed of acknowledgement for the historic and cultural and spiritual relationship, and from that drops a purpose, and that's confined to just the Crown and Council owned land. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do, but I don't see that the committee has got to put up, if it's established, that it has to put up blinkers and only look at parkland and nothing else.
Last question, if I may. So in the strategic plan, which covers all these council plans, many of them of which we debated when I was on the local board with you, you say that this new committee will give them more public socialisation, you know, more involvement. Has they not been getting involvement to the correct level already?
With a regularly meeting committee and a publicly available agendas, the ability for the local people to be engaged in what's happening in the ranges will be greatly increased. So those processes and those reports, they're formulated through complex hearings downtown normally, and lots of reading and lots of material.
We'll try not to have a debate with you in the middle of all this, but just one last question. You know, in there is the design guidelines for the Waitaki Ranges foothills, building in the bush. It talks about, you know, basically building permits. We've also got the big blue Waitaki, which is, if I'm correct, the harbour and right out into the Tasman Sea. Collecting those under this, bring it right outside of scope of what the Act allows, which is Crown and Council land. Would you agree?
There's a difference between creation of or affecting legal rights and consideration of an ecosystem and its overall requirements. If you want an integrated approach, then you've got to look at everything, but then you need to look at the deeds and work out what the legal constraints are in terms of what you can actually do.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou all of our local board members and your kōrero this morning, and ngā mihi to all of our mana whenua te Kawerau Maki and this long journey that you've had to bring you here today. To our other mana whenua, Ngāti Manuhiri, Ngāti Paua and any of the others that are there in the back. I just wanted to first of all acknowledge the significant journey it's taken to get to this place today. And I just wanted to come back to the positive numbers that you spoke about, Greg, in your presentation of the support during the consultation, because it sounds from the report that you've obviously provided that a majority of those that did give feedback have been supportive. Can you just give us those numbers again?
Sure. For the Waitaki Ranges area, 54% supported, 32 opposed, Fo 75% supported, and Henderson Massey 78% supported. And the local response was much more supportive of the concept of the deed than for outlying areas or outside of Auckland. But that's because the directly affected locals have got a greater interest and a greater understanding, I believe, of what the proposal involves.
And we had quite a significant amount of people feedback, didn't we? Because I know the numbers were quite high.
Yes, they were low for quite a while, and then there was some publicity about things the deed isn't, and then numbers spiked. But obviously, supporters as well as opponents engaged much more readily after that.
Kapai, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Sandra Coney reminded me as she spoke of the long journey that we've had on this, and I think it's timely that people like Graham Campbell are recognised. To Warriner here, I am so very grateful for with the Amalgamated Council, the wise counsel that he afforded us. I guess at the heart of my question is really, we're dealing with something that, as Sandra reminds us, is not just, it's not local, it's not regional, it's of national significance. We're dealing with 27,000 hectares of forest, of communities, and what I'm interested to know is, now that we've actually reached this moment in time from, for you as chair, and the determination that there is to ensure the ecological and cultural integrity of this nationally significant space, it would be really helpful if you could just outline briefly, while you have the opportunity to speak, what's your vision that might flow out of this? You can only speak on behalf of the local board, and to Warreners there and others, I'm sure, could articulate this beautifully, but what is your vision? What do you hope by our support today might be the outcome of this very long journey?
Very good question. The Act started off because the then Commissioner for the Environment, Morgan Williams, said because of planning processes, the ranges will suffer death by 1,000 cuts, and that was primarily through intensification and urbanisation and subdivision. So the first purpose of the Act was to try and halt that, and it's done a good job in that regard. But the Act also had all these objectives and goals for the area, many of them environmental, some of them social, and it wanted to not only hold off urbanisation of the area, but it wanted to improve the basic health of the area. And that's why there's been work in all sorts of different parts. I agree the area is significant. Supplies Auckland with a great deal of drinking water. It's been described as the lungs of the city. Artistic inspiration out west is on steroids, and there are all these passionate little communities nestled within the forest. So there's lots and lots of things that the Act is trying to look after. It's environmental, it's social, it's cultural. We think that we're on top of the urbanisation part, the death by 1,000 cuts, but now it's time for us to move on and to improve its health and deal with the other issues that arise and that are arising.
So coming back to the sense of national significance, 27,000 hectares, what is that if we were thinking about regional parks around New Zealand that get huge prominence? What does it relate to size-wise? I guess I want us to recognise today just the significance of this. And I can't off the top of my head think of, because often for those who are outside of Auckland, they perhaps don't realise the significance of the Hauraki Gulf, or they don't realise the significance of the size of the Waitakere Ranges. What are we comparing it to, if there is a comparison?
Certainly it's big, but I believe it's unique because it's smack bang next to a highly urban area. And it's got its own fragilities and its own problems. And that because of the effect of humans, it needs extra special care and attention, and that's what this Act is all about.
Morgan Williams was indeed a very wise Commissioner for the Environment. Sandra, you were going to add to that.
And just picking up on that, the monitoring reports which the Act required to be done every 5 years, the first one very much stressed that the Act had been very successful through the unitary plan in preventing subdivision and development in the heritage area. So we have this unique natural area so close to the city of Auckland. In terms of size, the actual regional park is 17,000 hectares. The Hunua Ranges Regional Park is the same size, but the difference is the Hunua Ranges Regional Park has considerable exotic forestry. So it is by far in the Auckland region the largest and piece of indigenous forest, and adjoining it, of course, you also have people living on land, as I do, 25 acres, that is got one house on it. So you've got significant private natural areas as well adjoining the park, which is why we've got some of the programs that we've got to look after the ranges. One of my things that I like mentioning is there is a synergy here in what the local government has done historically for this area. And in the 1930s, they were looking at the centenary of the foundation of Auckland City, 1840, and they were looking for a project to make their premier project to recognise that. And there were all sorts of things on the drawing board. A harbour bridge was one of them, a big recreation centre, a children's hospital, and the people of Auckland chose the creation of a great park in the Waitakere Ranges as their project to recognise the foundation of Auckland, and that was the Auckland Centennial Memorial Park. So the steps we're going through now, to me, are a continuation of that project that the people of Auckland have supported to recognise that area as so unique. In any city in the world, you can't drive 40 minutes and get into an area like the Waitakere Ranges and the beautiful beaches.
I would like to just give a very brief answer to Councillor Fletcher's thing, what is the vision? For most people who've been in this room have been through Titirangi. If you go back and look at old photos, they're actually dairy farms. There were no trees. All the trees were cut down. Basically, all the way through the ranges, the kauri was denuded and taken back. So my vision, and the vision of many of us, is actually just to see kauri grow, big, and get to 800, 1,000 years old. I think that's the vision for many of us.
Well, we better keep going with our predator-free programs.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana. Morena koutou katoa. Sandra, always good to see you as one of the OGs, the original gangsters in 2010. So it's always good to see you. And just want to mihi to you for your mahi around the governing body table in our local board. Ross, to you as well. I mihi to you, my friend. Look, there's only one question, and I think it's important that the people around this table hear your response to this partai, this question, that is, are you supportive of the Waitakere Rangers Heritage Area Deed of Acknowledgement with Te Kaurau Amaki?
Everyone here is fully in support of it.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Lee.
Yes, a question to Sandra Coney. Another first for me. Sandra, you were the chair of Regional Parks, the ARC Regional Parks Committee from 2004 to 2010 with notable achievements. So my question is based on that experience. A couple of points in the report regarding the deed. It talks about land managed by Auckland Council, actually owned by Auckland Council, and Crown land managed by the Department of Conservation. Am I right in understanding that it's Crown land not just managed by the Department of Conservation? Am I right or wrong about that?
I'm not quite sure what the question is there is other Crown land, but it's not covered by the deed.
School land, education.
Yeah, the things like school land, etc., that's not included in this process. No. So it's more or less only parkland.
Second question, as a former chair of regional parks, as I was once myself, in terms of the makeup of this forum committee, which is part of the deed, the balance of local board members as opposed to regional councillors, Auckland councillors, because they are regional councillors, do you think that the balance is right, given a large proportion of the land, most of it I would say, 17,000 hectares at least, is owned by Auckland Council, and that much of that, well, the 17,000 is actually regional park, and of course there's other local parks as well, but they are relatively small in area compared to the quite massive regional park. Do you think the balance is equitable?
I wouldn't like to answer a question about equitable, because I think that would be in the eye of the beholder to some extent. But in terms of the local boards have proved their passion for this area and have kept it alive when there hasn't been a lot of commitment coming from the regional level. So I think they've earned it, Councillor Lee, to have that many. And I think that fundamentally the way this council works, which I have to say is quite different from the regional council, is there is very much a focus on the councillors being involved in the awards and having their sort of principal interest in the awards, and there is room there for both the councillors from the West to be on there. So I think that the setup as it has been thought through, and the local board has had many discussions with the staff about this, is fair and will be effective. I think it's really critical. I think it will elevate the importance of the heritage area, and because it will be reporting back to and I imagine it would be, I think that we have to take into account there's a lot that has to be worked out here about the relationships with other parts of council and other committees, etc. And it will be important that that's done well, and it will probably evolve to some extent over time. But I think that the mix of the people from the regional level and the local level is right. Supported that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, Mayor Brown.
Thanks for that presentation. I'm asking this as the chairperson of the organisation, which will have to finally approve it. I'm also asking it as a person who's been visiting the surf beaches out there for longer than some people in the room have been alive, and I've witnessed the slow encroachment of that wonderful natural thing by urbanisation, which has not actually improved it, in my view. Are you aware that there is a huge cohort of people who support the preservation of that area who don't actually live in the area? And I represent, possibly, I can say for a number of years, I did represent Surfing New Zealand and was a life member of it. And that sector like it in its natural way and have been a group that have been important in keeping it in its natural way. And events of the last cyclone kind of questioned the wisdom of quite a lot of the development out there. Carry houses fell down that should never have been there. So I have to say that I'm definitely going to support this when it comes to the governing body, for a starter. But I'm wanting to know that, do you think that there's enough input from people who aren't actually in the area who are supporters of it? Because it is, for everyone local, has a bit of a mixed conflict there. I mean, you're there because you've got your bit of land and you want to protect it. But a lot of the houses, in particular at Carrigate, should never have been here. And so, how do we handle that?
Good question. Firstly, about support, I've been involved since 2001, the whole process and the creation of the Act. 2008, we had public opinion polling on the concept of the Act and had 80% support amongst Aucklanders as a whole. So it's always, I believe, been very popular. Locally, there were two camps, but since 2008, the camp that thought it was going to be the end of their private property rights have realised that it's actually not that case at all. And most of them are quite comfortable with the concept of the heritage area. In terms of the area's carrying capacity, agreed entirely. I live in Titirangi. I still walk around streets and there are still slips there that's going to cost us millions of dollars to fix. The carrying capacity of the area has probably been maxed out. So I believe that there's a real virtue in the heritage area, but there's also a great practical reason to have it. And that's because of the fragility of the environment and the need for us to preserve it and just hold on, basically.
Okay, thanks. I think that's a reasonably good answer. It is kind of maxed out in a way, or past it. And it does have I've run a number of national contests out there, so it does have a national focus. It's kind of, if you go in Brazil and you ask the people there to name 4 places in New Zealand they've heard of. They've heard of Auckland because there's an airport. They've heard of Raglan, Piha and Ahipara. I've never heard of any other parts in New Zealand. So this is national in its support. And so I will have no trouble in voting to support this. So thank you for that. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Kia ora, thank you. Right, so before I get the local board to move, I've just explained before everything moves forward, we will ask the local board to step away and we will thank them. Then I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break because I figure post this conversation we'll have important tikanga, we'll have some conversation, we'll have officers' advice, we will have Ed come speak on behalf of Te Kawerau Āmake. There will be many questions, no doubt, and then debate. So I think it's probably beneficial that we have a 5-minute comfort stop, and then I'll have, when we're all quiet and sitting back down, Ropata will lead off when we come back to the table. So I'm sure Councillor Henderson would like to move and Councillor Turner would like to second. Thank you so much to the local board members. It's an exciting day. Thank you very much for being here and your constant support. And we will be so keen to hear everything we assume happens positively today, how everything progresses in the next months and years to come. So kia ora. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Aye. And there are no extraordinary items. And we will just move for a 5-minute break. Kia ora. Kia ora everyone. Kia ora everyone. I'll just please get you to take your seats. Thank you. Down, please. We're going to kick off the meeting.
Very good. That's not ours.
You're gonna...
Cool. Thank you, everyone. Kia ora. So just so you know, Michelle, we're going to have the two mics in front of you on so the kōrero can be heard behind you. So just be aware that those mics are on. And now I think Ropata, you, kia ora.
He oi anō, Māori tau ki te whare e tūnei, o tira kia tātou e tau nei, kia tūturu o whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Tīna. Au me hui e. Tai. Ka pukapu taku kupu ki a koe, te koro matua e kara e wai tēnā koe. Noho ane ki te ahure wā, tapu o te ture, mihi ana ki a koe. Kia koutou rā ngā mema Pōari, Rahera, Rachel, Richard, tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ki te iwi, mātakitaki mai nā tua o te tirohanga kānohi, tēnei ka mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ora, koe. Ko te taha ki te ture ki whakataha. E kara e wārena. Ora. Me ki te whare e tūnei, e hara nāu te he. Ara i te mea ko tū koe, o tētahi take pēnei te āhua. E kara e wārena, aha kua tū tēnei ki hea ka hore i te tika. Nā rere mihi ana ki a koe me te iwi kua tae mai. Ka mau ki te pare kawa, hei whakapuaki i taku mihi. Tēnei nā ka tūnei ki te pukapu a tāmaki te tahi whenua tuko mai te wāapi haima. Ka tia whai rā taku haere ka tau ki hikurangi ki ngā tapu ai o ngā mātua tūpuna. Ka kite i te tai o raka taura. Ka tere, ka tai ki te pokopoko o rotu. Ka tai hoki au ki Taranaki a te wāhi ta pāne i amaki. Hāre tonu atu ka tai, ki te arai o tā huhu. Tai hoki, ki te kāgo enei noho nei, ka kapuaki a Moksma. Ka rukuhia ngā wai. Kia kake ai tātou, ki te tehi o hauturu. Mui a te ao. Kia mā taki hoki i ngā poeto o toi te huatahi. Nāna ko ho mairangi, ko kapi katoa, ngā iwi o tāmaki ma kaurau putanoa. Whakawhiti atu ki maunga uika, ko taihua te tangata. Kia kite atu au i te poka, i a poka noa, mā reira ka kitea maunga rei tū mai rā, e tipa, koutou te whānau ko tae mai mihi ake na kia koutou. Ka titiro a maunga rei, ka titiro ki a rarotonga. Ko whau te tangata. Te waiwai ko tuku ka mau maharatia. Ipukura a maki, ka mihi. Kia mihi a hoki, te maunga whakahirehira i a maunga kie ko tupiriri te tangata. Nā tērā ka tui a hoki a koutou, ko tae mai me ana hoa toka toru. Maunga kie ka titiro ki a maunga whau, ko te tangata ko hua kai waka, ko wai o hua, tēnei ka mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Ka ki te iarimutahi, ka heke mai te waihoro tū ka tai ki tēnei whare. Ka kapuaki i te hurahura ko ngaro, me ki ngā tāonga o te mate, mau mai nā, ki o koutou ringa, me etahi atu, tēnei ka mihi, tēnei ka tangi. E hara i te mea ko wareware. Ka kitea, ka mihia, ka tangi tēnā koutou. Hoki wairua mai, noho wairua mai. Taonga o te mate kia koe taonga iwi. Nāu ko maki, nāu ko ngā uri ko tatu mai nei tēnei rangi. Āpiti hono, tātai hono, koutou, kei tua o te tatu o te wāhi ngaro, koutou kia koutou. Āpiti hono, tātai hono, tātou te hongo ora, ko tae mai nei tēnei rangi, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kei aku rangatira. Ngā whāia, ngā mātua ko tatu mai nei tēnei rangi. Ko tā koutou te maiti whanaunga, kaihana anō hoki tēnei ko tū nei ki te tuku mihi ki a koutou. Aku unuhia te pōtai kauri hera, nā mautonu ana, ki ngā rau o te huia. Rau toroa, ka whātoro atu ki a koutou ko tae mai. Nā rire, tēnei te mihi. He tautoko ki tēnei nāku ki a tātou ko tae mai nei ki tēnei rangi whakahirehira. He tautoko ki tēnei nāku ki ngā mea whakai ana. Kia whakarite te tahi ture, pire te pēnei te āhua. Hei ora ai te mana, ko ngaro, ko moi i ngā tau, kia kitea, kia rāngona, kia kōrerohia. Kawera wā maki, iwi, tāngata, whenua, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. E kore pēr au e ruku tia te hohonitanga o era ingoa, era kōrero. Mōhio katoa tātou. Nāna ko manuhiri. E kaula moks tēnā kaurua. E reki muri ko marae āriki. Ko hau tēnā. Tatu aki kia tāwhi ki te rangi, e te iwi, ka nui ngā mihi kia koutou. Tēnā koutou. Tatu ake kia ngā whetu. Puta katoa te tini o kaipara, tui nui a tātou ko tae mai nei tēnei rangi, nei te mihi. Nā reira, me mihi hoki ngā ringa ngā waiwai, mahi ana ngā mahi a muri nei, kia tika ai a mua, koe o ki tēnei ko te a muatanga, ko te ana matatanga, ko, ka kitea ka rangona, i te rā nei, nā rere e karama. Ka nui tēnei mihi aku kia koutou, ko te mea nui, kia whakatauri a koutou, i roto e te tahi reo, mōhi o tia, māramati ana e tātou. Nā reira, tēnā koutou e kara e tame koutou, te iwi, tēnā koutou. I runga i te ngākau iti, tēnā koutou, ngā memo o te pōri, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai anō tātou katoa. He aha te hau, he aha te hau, e wawara mai, he siu he rakina, nā ia mai te pūpu taraki hiti, uta e tikina tu e au, te kōtiu ko ia te pō, te pouhakairo katu, i wai te mata, i o uairangi e. Kia tūturu ōwhiti whakamaua, kia tīna.
Tīna.
Au me hui e.
Tāki.
Kia ora rā tātou katoa. Ka eke kāhui.
Atu i te tāo tāo wera ka titero atu, ka ki mata ki o. I o whanaunga a te kawera o kei reira a ka titero ki tērā, ka titero puta noa i te motu nei. Ko ngā whanaunga katoa e ngā iwi kua tau mai nei ki roto i tēnei whare, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Ka ki te kanohi ka hoki mahara. Ka hoki mahara ki a rātou kua whawhai, kua tautohe mō tēnei kaupapa. O reira e mihi ana ki a koe, e Robin. I tō pāpā a horia e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Ka huri te hakaro ki a Eru Thompson, i tūtahi tāua, i roto i te whare o Waitākere kaunihera. No re mihi ana ki a koe e Eru. Ka huri te hakaro ki a Denise Yates, no Waitākere, no te pōri o Waitākere, e mihi ana, e tautoko ana i tēnei kaupapa. Ka huri ki a Philip Taito Fields. Nā tana mahi, tōna poti, ki te tāo o te kawanatanga, a ka pāhi te pire kia hakatū i tēnei ture mo Waitākere. No reire e mihi ana kia koutou e kawarau. E mihi ana kia koutou e kawarau, e haere tonu i roto i tēnei kaupapa. E tautoko ana au i te mihi nei a tōku whanaunga a Paula, a Ropata Paula. I roto i tēnā he tino mihi kia koutou e kawarau. Kei a koutou te rā, kei a koutou te mana, kei a koutou te kōrero. Nō reira e oku whanaunga, e hoki mahara ki te wā i kōrero tōku māma, e kōtiro tonu ana ia, nā whaitiri i tiaki ia. Nō reira e mihi ana kia koutou i roto i tēnā taupapa. E hara tēnei te hakaroa te kōrero, kei a koutou tēnā, e mihi ana ki a koe. E tika tēnā e huruhuru kiwi ai. No reire e mihi ana ki a koutou mō te roa o tēnei kaupapa. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora mai koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa e te whānau. Tēnā koutou, kia ora. Get up and sing me a song, councillors. Te aroha, te hakapono, me te rangi mai e tātou e. Nā e tuana rātou i roto i tēnā kaupapa. Nō reire, e mihi ana ki a rātou moi mai rā, i roto i ngā ringa tōtoro tātua. Haere tonu tātou, i roto i ta haipapa i tuka ihotia. E rātou, hei haipapa mō tātou katoa. Kia ora mai tātou whānau.
me ngā mema o te kaunihera. Ngā mema o te kaunihera e noho nei ki mua i a mātou te iwi o te kawerau āmaki tēnei rangi. No reira ko te mea tuatahi ka wehi ki ai hua, ko i rā hoki te tīmatanga me te whakamutunga mea katoa, kurore ki tani ngota. Kia huri atu rā, kia rātau, ki o mātou mātua tūpuna kua ngaro i te tiroanga kanoi, rātau kua wehi ki te pō, e moi mai rā, i roto i ngaringini o te atua. Hoki mai ki te kanuhiora ki tō mātou kuini te ariki nui e noho mai reirunga te torana tapu o nā tūpuna mātua. Heke iho ki te whare kāhuariki, ta tiu iho ki a mātou ki te iwi nui tonu e noho nei tēnei rā. No reiru me miha tu rā, ki ako whaia e mau mai rā i ngā whakāhua a o mātou mātua tūpuna. Kia hariata, kia hori, kia rātou katoa. Kia oki mai ki kone ki te te pūnei, ka miha tu rā ki te iwi. I would like to say on behalf of Te Kawerau Āmaki this morning, and indeed those of our relatives who have come here from Ngāti Pātua, I'd like to thank Paura. I can claim him as my nephew. His father was my cousin. So I greet Ngāti Pātua coming here today, Ngāti Manuhiri, Ngāti Pāua. And I would like you to note these tribes that are here to support us. Ngāti Whanaunga. Me te maha o ngā iwi hapu and the many other hapu that are here today. You'll let them know who they all are, right? Good, thank you. Otherwise you'll get the sack. But I would also like to greet those of my old friends from yesteryear who were part of the establishment of this deed, along with my good friend. We used to batter about it all when we first started this, and you've just got a little bit more grey hair than I. But I do want to thank Council for allowing us to come here today, because this is the most important event that has come before us to do with our whenua. Since the time of the deed of settlement with the Crown. But I look back over the years and think about those lands that were given by my ancestors for native schools, native hospitals, that never eventuated. But from owning all of what you could see in West Auckland down to one little island, Taitomo, or the Gap, the west coast there, it was only been through 35 years of mine fighting with the Crown that we were able to get an agreement of principle, deed of settlement, and now look forward to the future for our children, many who are here today. I'm going to end on that note because the time is going and we just want to get there. Thank you, thank you. Kia ora tātou katoa. Ka pai. No song.
Kia ora. We do just want to get there. This has been a long road, especially for all of you sitting on the other side of the table. So just want to acknowledge again everyone here today and everyone you're bringing with you who can't be here in the flesh as well. Is it, Nick, did you want to kick off, or are we going to go to Te Kawerau first with Ed?
Okay, I've been instructed in my job rests on the line, so I'll go first. Yeah, just te tuatai mihi kawana I rungia tātou katoa kua whakarau I ka mai kei raru I te karangatanga o tō tātou taonga te waikatākere no reira tēnei te kaupapa e here here ana I a tātou I te rānei. I'm just acknowledging everyone that's come here in support of our taonga, of all of our taonga being the Waitakere Rangers, and I think that everyone in this room has a real passion for that. Whether you're Māori, Te Kawerau Āmaki, Ngāti Whātua, e rātu, whether you're Pākehā, whether you're an Aucklander or a New Zealander, I think everyone in this room today, you're here because of your passion. So just acknowledging that passion and acknowledging all of the people here today. I also just to acknowledge all of the iwi that have turned up today, and the ones that I've seen. Ngāti Whātua o Rake, Ngāti Whātua o Kaipara are here, Tainui, Waikato Tainui are here. I've seen Ngāti Manuhiri, Ngāti Rehua. It's a who's who of the zoo in Tamaki Makaurau. Taino atu ki te motu katoa. So, Ngāpuhi. Yeah. We can't forget Ngāpuhi, ngā mihi. And if I've missed anyone, then yeah, sincere apologies for that. What I really wanted to do today is just have cast our minds back on the journey we've been through over the last few years on this now, noting of course it has been 17 years since the deed since the bill was passed, and that's a long time. I think member Coney summed that up really well. The patience of Te Kawerau Maki, you know, the backing of the community for this since that time. In 2023, in June, this committee sat and directed us as staff, as officers, to progress the deed of acknowledgement. In 2024, we brought back a paper to this table, as well as to all of the local boards, the FO, Waitakere, and Rodney, all of which supported, agreed in principle to this deed, and the four key elements of this deed, which was a non-statutory strategic plan, work programs that shaped how all of our parties would work together to deliver on that strategic plan, and the measuring and monitoring, which is a legislative requirement anyway, and the involvement of Te Kawerau Maki, and of course a vehicle to deliver those being a joint committee. In March, we went through and have consulted widely with the community through our processes that Council has. We've received some feedback. I won't go into detail myself. I'll hand that over to Michelle. But what I do want to assure this board is that we have taken our time to listen to those concerns. We've fine-tuned a number of the elements of these to listen to and respond to those concerns raised. And we think we've brought back to you something that represents what the community wants. We've also been gracious enough that Te Kawerau Maki have worked with us alongside us and have agreed to these things. So that there is the journey that we've been on that's brought us here before you today. And I'll just pass it over to Michelle. She's going to walk through the details of that paper and just talk through some of the details of, oh, sorry, am I? Is it? Yep. And then I'll hand it over to Ed after that. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'll start with the public engagement. So in March and April this year, for more than one calendar month, we took the key elements that Council agreed in principle, we took them out to the public to see what they thought, and including how the community can have an ongoing role under the proposed deed arrangements. As you've heard today already, the majority of the submissions are in support. We received a total of 2,251 pieces of feedback. I, hand on heart, read every single one of those submissions, and so did our independent research agency. And that support is not just supporting the idea of a deed or that we should have a deed. That's support for the deed to include the things, the specific things that we have proposed. So that support shows that our key elements are on the right track. For example, within the Auckland, within submitters who told us they were from the Auckland region, the support number is 58%. But we also, as Nick said, we listened to the people who raised questions and concerns. So the draft deed and the joint committee terms of reference on the table today is our attempt to balance, addressing those concerns, balance that with, what so many people have supported, a deed that commits to meaningful partnerships and puts actions to words to get things done in our Waitakere ranges. So what does that draft deed look like. You have that with your materials. So the first thing I want to talk about in the deed is clause 2.3 that sets out the geographic scope of this deed. It's clear that the deed, it clearly says the deed will only apply to public land within the heritage area that is managed by Auckland Council and to Crown land managed by DOC. So what this means is the deed will not apply to private lands, won't apply to water, roads managed by AT, lands owned or managed by Watercare, or Crown land managed by anyone other than DOC. Clause 4 of the deed is the Crown and Council acknowledging, Clause 3 of the deed sets out the relationship of Te Kawerau-Maki with the heritage area, and that was drafted by Te Kawerau-Maki and independently reviewed by an external historic expert. Then at Clause 4, Council and Crown acknowledges that relationship. Clause 5 sets out the identified opportunities, for Te Kawerau-Maki to contribute to the management of land in the heritage area, of the public land in the heritage area, in accordance with the Act. And I'll now talk about those 3 opportunities. The first opportunity is a overarching strategic plan for the heritage area. You know, we looked at what strategic planning documents currently apply in the heritage area, and we found a gap. You know, there's currently no single comprehensive and long-term plan that's specific to the entire heritage area. There's bits and pieces of different things applying here, but nothing specific to the heritage area. So what this strategic plan can do is provide that shared long-term vision, set outcomes that everyone wants to achieve, and translate the high-level management objectives in the Heritage Area Act down to what it means for us implementation on the ground day to day. And of course, to develop a strategic plan, there would be further engagement with the community to understand what's important to them, what vision do they want to see, what sort of heritage area do they want to leave for their children, their grandchildren, and the future generations. So that's the strategic plan. The second opportunity in the deed is the joint development of work programs to achieve the strategic plan outcomes. So this could draw on items from our local work programs, regional work programs, DOC, Kawerau, and potentially, council-controlled organisations have it all in one place, everything that is happening in the heritage area. And that'll give us visibility, it'll enable different parts of council to collaborate, reduce duplication, and importantly, it'll allow us to work across silos, which is one of the frustrations that we heard through the public consultation. That work program will also allow us to see, what decisions local boards or governing body committees have got coming up, and for the parties to say, hey, there's something we want to feed into, talk to the community, come up with some advice, and then give that advice to the local boards or the governing body. We can create our own work program activities and recommend them to, local boards or committees for them to adopt and pick up in action. So that is the work program. The third opportunity in the deed is joint monitoring, and that includes joint monitoring of how we're going in achieving the strategic plan outcomes. It can involve, for example, reviewing progress updates, holding organisations accountable for delivery, and advocating for the heritage area's interests, and supporting decision-making about prioritisation or resource allocation. That joint monitoring can also include monitoring the Heritage Area Act itself, supporting the council to produce the 5-yearly State of Environment monitoring reports that is required by the Act. Currently, what happens is, there's lack of sustained political attention, every 5 years, in between those 5-year cycles, and what's identified in the monitoring report doesn't really get picked up. So what the joint committee parties, so what the deed parties can do is, set consistent KPIs to monitor, coordinate data and content contributions from everyone, provide comment to assist in the drafting, and then recommend a draft report to council for final adoption. And the intention is that, with that sustained political attention, with more effective data coming in, we can lead to more informed decision making about how to implement the Act. So that, and then at clause 6, we reiterates all the limitations in the legislation, including that this deed does not affect the lawful rights or interests of any persons, and that includes, for example, all the private landowners and residents that live within the heritage area. So that is the deed that we are seeking your approval for. As a vehicle to implement that deed, we are recommending a joint committee of council under the Local Government Act as agreed in principle in December 2024. That's the vehicle to enable everyone to come together, work together, and do all those opportunities. We did consider alternatives, for example, a liaison coordinator person or an informal group, but we are still recommending a joint committee because we think it is the most effective means to achieve the intentions of the deed. It gets everyone around one table, it's direct, it's open and transparent, with more opportunities for the community to participate. You know, and these are all things that the public submission have said are important to them, rather than, for example, things being done behind closed doors. I'll now talk through some key aspects of the proposed terms of reference, which you also have with you. The name. So even though the legal structure is still going to be a joint committee under the Local Government Act, we're proposing that it be named the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Forum. That we think that the name better reflects the vibe and intention of this forum. We want it to be a place for everyone who loves and cares about the heritage area to come together, work together and discuss issues specific to the heritage area. And there are no legal or governance implications behind that name. It's just a name on the joint committee. The committee's purpose will be to implement the elements of the deed and promote the purpose and objectives of the Act. You know, these are all things we already have a legal obligation to do anyway. And the committee's powers will be, importantly, to provide advice, advocacy, and make recommendations on heritage area matters to council and DOC decision makers. There's lots of reasons why it is advisory, but a key one is because it preserves democratic accountability, you know, by having final decisions being made by elected members. And that was one of the things that we heard really strongly in the public submissions. You know, people want control to remain with the elected members. We heard that, and this is how we're addressing it. And ultimately, just to be clear, decision-making authority is staying where they currently are, with our local boards, with our committees, and with DOC. What this committee will do is it'll make decisions and recommendations to our decision makers about the strategic plan, about the work programs, about the monitoring, and it will promote the interests of the heritage area and raise awareness of its local, regional, national significance, which you've heard about today from the local board. Membership. Who will sit on this joint committee? We've provided 3 options in the paper, and the option that we are recommending in the terms of reference consists of 11 members. That's 5 Te Kawerau Maki working with 6 others. Those 6 others are 3 local board representatives to be agreed between Waitakere Rangers and FO, 2 Auckland Council governing body representatives, and 1 Department of Conservation representative. So this composition is slightly different to the 50-50 that we consulted on. And again, this is another one of the changes that we made based on the public feedback. We think that the slight majority of Auckland Council and DOC together, that better reflects the public ownership and democratic governance of public land. And in the terms of reference, we explicitly preserve the position of Ngāti Whātua to be involved in this joint committee if they want to later down the line. And if they do want to join, then their members will be taken from the 5 members currently allocated to Te Kawerau Maki, so no changes on the council and Crown side. Community involvement is important, and we heard that loud and clear through the public submissions. The way we're going to involve the community in the joint committee's activities, there's multiple ways. For example, the meetings will be open to the public, except as provided in the Local Government Official Information Meetings Act, and those open meetings will set aside time for public input. In the terms of reference, we've specified public input time that is above and beyond the default in our standing orders, because we really want the community to be able to come here and see it as their place to talk about their issues too. So, and also the committee can invite guests to come to the table and participate in the discussions, to just try to make it really open. And given the committee is to have an advisory function, we think it'll be more inclusive and effective for the community to participate directly through these processes. So that's the terms of reference for the joint committee that we're seeking your support today to go to governing body. And the ultimate decision on establishing the committee will sit with the governing body. You've heard from the Waitakere Rangers local board earlier today. Last week, we took these same decisions to the Faux local board and the Waitakere Rangers local board, and both voted in support of the draft deed and the joint committee. So I'll end on next steps. So if this committee agrees to the recommendations on the table today, we will then pass the deed and the terms of reference over to Te Kaurawa Maki and to DOC to make their own decisions. We've worked really closely with both of them in developing these drafts, and they've both indicated their support in principle. If everyone agrees, we'll organise for the chairs to sign, and the mayor to sign the deed, and we'll gazette it, give notice in the gazette, and then seek a decision from governing body to establish a joint committee. Thank you. I'll pass that way.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you. Ed.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. I won't follow up with quite as much detail, but I acknowledge all of your work. I just want to firstly acknowledge it's been 17 years, obviously, since the Act. In that time, a kawerau child has been born and is now finishing high school while we've been waiting. So just putting it in a practical term. Personally, I've been working on this for 12 years, so hopefully my efficacy for getting things done improves greatly, but I've certainly learnt some good lessons along the way. I want to acknowledge our whānau today for coming. It's for them that we're doing this. I also want to thank our friends who are here today and who supported through submissions and who sent us notes of support. Many schools across West Auckland and our environmental and other community groups also who overwhelmingly supported through the feedback. And I want to thank the council team for their extraordinary work in a very pressure cooker situation, and DOC as well. And I want to thank you, Chair, for having the courage to hear my growingly shrill concerns and doing something about it. So I guess I will try to keep mine quite short. 4 things. The first is what this area means to kawerau. We have drafted, obviously, in the deed before you, the draft deed, a statement of association, which outlines essentially that we've always been there and that we will always be there. This is our heartland, but we have had periods in history of a very hard time. And part of the hopeful outcome today is to build on recent successes, starting with Te Wārana's work leading us through our treaty settlement in a brighter, more just future for us. I also want to note we're not here talking about a treaty settlement as such, but our treaty settlement, which bound the entire Crown, including Council, had a promise in it. It had an apology in it and a promise, and that promise was to work with us, to collaborate with us, to have mutual respect, mutual trust. And so that promise in our treaty settlement also binds the Council. And it was a hard-fought and hard-won settlement. This Act, the deed, is promised in the legislation. And I've heard some nonsense about, oh, it's not compelled. Well, you don't put things in legislation if you don't mean to do them.
That's the definition of bad faith. So those people who held those views can take those views and stick them where the sun does not shine. We are pushing and we have asked for what is simply on the tin, and that is a deed of acknowledgement that sets out our association, and then 2, sets out those opportunities for us to contribute, to work together in the spirit of collaboration for the park. It's not for Kawerau, it's for the outcomes of the park. It's our right to be there. We want to be there, and we already are, and are already doing the work. We are a massive advocate every time, and people around this committee, for my time here, know I'm a massive advocate for the West, know I'm a massive advocate for this area, and know that Kawerau is also that. So this has taken a very long time, but I think what we've arrived at today should be celebrated, and all of the effort, all of the debate that's brought us here all of the years, this is the start of bringing everyone together, because there are issues in Waitakere. There is a left hand, right hand, not knowing what the other is doing. And our hope is for us and DOC, who are the administering agency of the Act and have land in there, and importantly Council, our partners at Council, to come together and sort all of that out and get on with it, get on with the job. That's what we're really keen to do, is just get on with the mahi. So I want to thank you all again for getting us to this point, and I look forward to a unanimous yes. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Was it now time to play the video?
Sorry, yes, Chair, if you can indulge us with that.
Just have a video.
Toia tai nui tapatu ki te moana mā wai e tō, mā te whakatau e tō. He tāra wai nuku, he tāra wai rangi pū, nui te hira tīnia mōnua nau mai, nau mai. Nau mai ra e tāne kākau tāu, ahi te awa wai piku piku I whiti ki a mā taki taki na koe titi e te mano nāku koe tiki atu ki te wānui a tāne. Tāne mi ngoi tāne rangahau, tako tuatu ana ki te ara ki te tahi turu turu, haere haere ana te pai o te hiko o mārama e tākina ana mai e tako o muri hau. Ki runga o wai hihi, ki runga o wai ha, ha turuki paneke paneke. Turuki paneke paneke. Hara mai te toki, haumi e hui e, taiki e.
Arā, ko te kāwau māro, te rere whakamua ai, ko ia, ko au, ko te kaitiaki o te wā. Our tribal lands and waters flow through our veins. Te wānui Ātiriwa, rugged, powerful, peaceful, enduring, just like us.
At the moment we are standing on Pukatotra, which is my mountain. And over here behind me is Waiti, which is the awa, or the river. And further on is Te Henga, which is the Papakainga. And that is where the Kauroamaki had their pā and marae.
Te mahi ngā kai o tēnei takiwā, he titi, he mutton bird kia koutou, and ki tērā taho o te moana nei, ka heke heo ki te taho pari, nā ke rira ngā titi. Nā ko te kaitiaki o tēnei mea o te titi, he tuatara.
Tuki tuki, te manawa, rere ana, ngā mahara, e rongo ana, te wairua. I tēnei mea, e kia nei ko te aroha, e te witinga o te rā. Taku marama, I te pō.
The Waitakere Ranges mean so much more to me than what words could describe. The connection between my DNA and my whenua helps me realise where my roots lie.
Kia ora. I am Ursula Tiriana Tawhai. I am the great-grandmoko of Sally Pavituinga Tauma Thompson. The Waitakere Ranges, Te Wānui a Tiriwa, means to me as much as your home means to you.
Hi, my name is Thea. I'm connected to Dakota on Rocky, and I like going to the Waitakere Ranges to see all the plants.
Kia ora, I'm Mila, and I'm connected to Te Kauramaki through my koro Horiwina today. Her name is George, and I like going to the Waitakere Ranges because it's named after my tupu.
Kia ora, my name is Janet Hatch. Koro George Paul is my great-grandfather. The Waitakere Ranges is really important to me and our iwi because it's such a beautiful place, it's such a beautiful piece of land. For me as a physio, it's really important, like tatinana, so being able to get out there, exercise, stretch your legs.
And the Waitakere Ranges is special to me and my family.
Kia ora, I'm Steve. I'm the oldest grandson to Horiwini today. Born and raised out in the west. The Waitakere Ranges is important to me because that's where I've been raised and I spent my whole childhood. And I'm bringing up my children in the on the whenua as well. Kia ora.
Everything has a mauri. Everything has an essence. So if we look after the forest or if we look after our natural resources, then in turn they will look after us.
The Māori people of the forest is very, very sacred. It's not only because in the early days it was where you got your food from, but you also got your medicine from. It was the way we lived in the forest because the forest was very, very important.
We don't do things now to make us feel better. We do things now to ensure the future and to make sure that the resources are available for the generations to come.
You see what I mean? Can you pull it tight, Rob? Yeah, that's supposed to be a tail. Is that a tail of a horse? Hey, there's my horse.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for that and bringing more of the faces into the why here today. So when Ed told me there was going to be a video, I knew it would be pretty emotional watching it. So, and I also acknowledge Papa George and said that he didn't quite make it, but he'll be here with us today, making sure we do the right thing. So kia ora. We will now move to questions. I was going to move it, but I've had a tap on the shoulder from one of my Westie mates, Toe. So Councillor Henderson will move and Member Hennaday will second. Otherwise, he'll block me on Twitter if I...
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate that.
I did add, and just to clarify, I did add a D after some discussion with Councillor Turner. There was potentially potential for an amendment or some other issues coming up. So I just wanted to make it clear on the record again. In practice, this is... so I'll just read it. Note for the avoidance of doubt, the deed does not relate to private land and that the proposed joint committee's functions, including the development of a strategic plan, will not affect the lawful rights and interests of private landowners. That is what it says in the agenda item, but I thought I would prefer this was just, well, anything can happen around this table, but I thought this might prevent some of the whakamā that might come just by making that clear with a D there. So we'll go to the questions first. Kia ora, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair, and want to acknowledge Te Warana. Good to see you. And Ed, great work, Ed. Thank you. And Hugh, good to see your face again here. And I know you've beavered behind this, and Nick and Michelle for the work. And kauro whānau that are here today, acknowledge the big, broad family. So look, mine's probably going to be the boring questions, and it's good to see this, but I just want to check the D. The D is it's a brief description of, I think, paragraph 23, but paragraph 23 actually goes beyond private. It explains that it doesn't cover, Auckland transport, land, etc. But I actually, I know these things get wordsmithed up, but has legal actually looked at the D? Has legal got a view on the D? Because I'm actually concerned about the word interests, that the Joint Committee's functions will not affect the interests. I know the lawful rights are protected, so does legal have a view on all the wording in D, please?
I'd just like to hand that over to Kim, who sits in our legal team, who's been working with us all the way through this entire process.
Oh, kia ora, Councillor Darby, through the chair. Yes, I drafted D, and the wording lawful rights and interests is drawn directly from section 32D of the Act, which is that the deed of acknowledgement does not affect the lawful rights or interests of any person. And the words any person have been changed here to private landowners to address the issue raised by Councillor Turner, as I understand it.
Okay, I just want to check that. So the functions of the Joint Committee, we're talking about the functions of the Joint Committee, that is over the heritage area, right? And that is more than just the public land, right? Correct? So their functions extend beyond the public land. And I'm just testing, because once they're bolted down, they are bolted down. And I'm just testing whether the functions, say the functions of the committee, it might highlight an activity that is occurring on private land which affects, beyond the boundary. Now, that might affect the interests of the private owner, correct? If they express a view on a private activity which is affecting the heritage area.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, in our view, the deed very squarely complies with the Act. The purpose of the Joint Committee, which is obviously not a decision for this committee today, the extent of your involvement in that decision is a recommendation to the governing body, the incoming governing body. The purpose of the Joint Committee is to give effect to the deed, to implement the deed, in order to further the purpose and objectives of the Act. So, we're comfortable that the purpose of the deed involves non-statutory matters. It involves obviously a non-statutory plan and an advocacy role. And in our view, it doesn't run foul or is not contrary to the limitations in the Act, which are simply set out there.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
Or just your mic.
The other decision is the establishment of what's referred to as the forum now, and the makeup of the forum. Are we deciding on the option of that today, or is that being left to others?
No, due to your terms of reference, only governing body can establish a joint committee,
okay.
And so that's why today you are considering the matter, because it's obviously central to the arrangements, but the extent of your consideration is a recommendation to governing body on the establishment of a joint committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And just for clarity, it's our understanding that it will be, as we're at the end of a term, established as part of the overall establishment of, we had advisory panels like the small business advisory panel, lots of things that were established at the beginning of this term. It would be part of the omnibus of appointments and establishments. But our recommendation going forward is that happens. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to acknowledge what we've heard today about the history
getting to where we are today and to warmly welcome the different iwi and hapu that are here to, I guess, celebrate the decision. Through you, Chair, my question's more around the Crown and just trying to understand from, I guess, day one, the establishment of the forum or the joint committee, their power or their, what's the expectations? I guess that this might build over time, but I guess ultimately we were hoping for, I suppose we'd be hoping for some sort of financial resource eventually, but can we just have quite clear about, I mean, it's wonderful the Crown's there, but who from the Crown, how's it going to be best represented? We've obviously got the committee, we've got members on that. Can we just get a feeling at the most kind of senior level that this is going up to in the Crown and their engagement and involvement going forward?
Thank you for your question, Councillor, and through the Chair. Just firstly, there has been an apology from the Department of Conservation who can't make it today. Otherwise, they'd be sitting alongside us and would be able to answer this themselves. A few key points, and I think we've worked through these through the process, but recognising, of course, the local, the regional, and the national significance of this space. The Department of Conservation has a role in that advocacy space around really highlighting the national significance of this, and that's why we thought it was pertinent that they are a part of this conversation and process, despite not having the largest land tenure inside this area. They also bring really significant advice in the form of officers that deliver quite a lot of work. They can provide support in that way. Their staff are available to do work in this space. In terms of who would sit on the proposed joint committee, that is likely to sit with the Director of Department of Conservation Director of Auckland. That is a third tier down from the Director General. And they would likely sit on this. That has been consistent with other forums and other statutory bodies that have been formed, such as the Tupuna Maunga Authority that had a director sitting on it that represented the Crown. And I believe, although I'm a little bit in my old age, just forgetting a little bit, but plays a really strong role in the Hauraki Golf Forum as well. So that's where it would sit, but what they would hold is the full delegation of the Minister in exercising her responsibilities and being able to deliver that, and would bring along, have that, that role of coordinating their staff, that advice and their support.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Deputy Mayor, Desley Simpson.
Kia ora, thank you. A bit of a milestone day, I think. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I actually know the answer. Michelle, I'm going to direct them to you, but I'm going to ask them for public record because I think there is a little bit of potentially misunderstanding for some people who haven't been directly involved in others. So I just want to ask my questions so they are very public, for want of a better word. So my first question is, would this deed affect public access to the ranges?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. No, this deed will not affect public access. Decisions on public access remain with the Auckland Council.
Thank you. And my second question, this deed or this joint committee, it's not a co-governance arrangement, is it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, this is not a co-governance arrangement. What this is an advisory forum with local board, with council representatives, with iwi representatives, with central government representatives that will come together, discuss issues specific to the heritage area, and then make recommendations back to decision makers. So decision making will stay where it currently is.
Kia ora, thank you. Chair, I just wanted to put that on public record because I think there is a whole lot of incorrect information out there. Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, and acknowledging everyone who's here today. Just a couple of questions to whoever's the right person to answer it. In Te Karea's treaty settlement, you've got statutory acknowledgements and deeds of recognition, and I see that they are over the Tihanga Recreational Reserve, the Swanson Conservation Area, the Henderson Valley Scenic Reserve, Watapu Scientific Reserve, Henderson Creek, and I've left a couple of others out because I'm not sure exactly what their geographic location is. How does those acknowledgements fit or stitch together with what is being done today?
Oh, I'll give it a nudge, and if the lawyer balks their eyes at us, then I'll hand it over to them. But through the chair, so again, just noting that this is an advisory committee. This committee will make advice to the decision makers, and then the decision makers then makes a choice as to whether they want to do what this advisory committee may do. Now, with those statutory acknowledgements and those sorts of other settlement mechanisms, that is another thing that a decision maker has to take into regard when making their decision. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean they have to do what is in or what is recommended from the this advisory committee, but it is just another element of which they have to take into regard when they make their decisions.
Thank you. And so that leads me on to my next question. Like the Maori Independent Statutory Board, I know it's a totally different structure, but I on the front page of their website, it says that dealing with that entity does not take away the necessity to deal with all iwi independently. So we're talking about this being an inclusive thing, which is going to take away the silos, but that we will still be required, council, to engage with Te Kaurau separately on another parallel track at the same time as this entity, correct?
Well, in a formal way, yes, but bearing in mind, of course, that if you're following the recommendations of this advisory committee, you can have some certainty that Te Kaurau Maki are behind any of the decisions and recommendations that are made. So, I mean, if Ed would like to answer that, he may.
I can have a crack at it. The short answer is yes, but the better answer, or the longer answer, is I think there'll be efficiency by having kaurau at that table in terms of some of those decisions where they be relevant, or engagement rather, where it be relevant. If it comes through that committee, I would not be expecting that we would have a big other engagement that would look totally different outside of that. But it would probably be case by case. But I would expect efficiencies.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to thank you, Ed, and Te Kaurau Maki for coming to the Parks Committee with a interim tracks plan and offering more track. A plan on opening more tracks, and you were supported by other members of the community, like the track users, etc. You may remember that in that meeting, after you had presented, the General Manager of Parks of Auckland Council told us there was going to be another group advisory panel set up just for tracks. So my fear is, how can we guarantee this brings everything together? Would Te Kaurau be open to this committee structure fitting inside the council, as in the mayor's setting up this committee, the governing body's setting up this committee? We could set this committee up under the governing body, under the planning and policy committee, beside the parks committee, in the same manner. Rather than having it sitting under this strategic plan, delivering the strategic plan structure. What would you say to that?
Do you want me to refer to Rachel just on the track opening plan?
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that's important to clarify here is that the deed and the forum are very much about looking across the heritage area and those lands that directly relate to that. A track reopening plan is a very specific thing that would happen within that area, and the regional park management plan has got a prescribed process to follow in respect of the future development of recreational opportunities, which includes a public consultation and engagement process. It also requires an amendment to the regional park management plan once that's been developed. So it is quite a specific process with quite a specific engagement approach that does require then that regional park management plan to be amended. So I think it's appropriate that they are treated as separate things, but of course the forum may well very much have a view or provide some advice into that process.
Thank you.
Councillor Tuna, I think Ed has a brief comment.
Sorry, I was gonna have a very quick crack at answering that too, and I think the first part is we're open to whatever is efficient. We want to get on and do the job, right? So we're keen on efficiency too. I can give you that assurance. In terms of the strategic plan, I think irrespective of where it sits, there needs to be a plan for the area. In the same way, when you go to the Lakes District in the UK, there's a plan for the Lakes District. It's how are we going to pull all this together and do the job. So I don't know what that plan looks like. Hopefully it has some good efficiencies in it.
Thank you. I'll save my other comments to it. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Henderson.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I wasn't expecting it to come to me so quick, but I've got a few. So you have the support by local board in the report of the consultation. Just as the Waitakere Ward Councillor, can I just get a picture of my ward? How does I've don't know, my maths wasn't too good at school. Could I get a combined level of support for the deed for residents of the Waitakere Ward?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so I have the support numbers from both the Henderson Massey Local Board and the Waitakere Rangers Local Board together, and that is 59% in support, which is above the overall.
Bonza, thank you so much. Look, do you have any comment on how this proposal complies with Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles?
And just recognising, of course, who we have in the room today, and not to, I guess, dilute any of the real passion and thoughts and thinking behind this. But of course, Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principles of the Te Tiriti, as opposed to just the treaty itself, there are a number of principles in there, things like partnership, things like informed decision making, things like reciprocity, righting the wrongs of the past, things like ensuring that both sides act in good faith. Those things ring true throughout the ideals of the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and I believe that we've worked in this way as councillors, staff and officers to try and knit that into the fabric of the work we've done today.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. That's wonderful to hear. Just in terms, I'm going around the houses a bit now, but in terms of the operation of the advisory forum, are you envisaging public forum and public input to be a part of that process? And how will that structure support local democracy and accountability?
Thank you, Councillor. Absolutely, public input is welcome and very much envisioned as part of the intent of this forum. In the terms of reference, we're setting aside time for public input that is above and beyond the default and standing orders. We really want this to be an open place where people can come, talk about issues specific to the heritage area and have around the table basically everyone they need to hear from, local boards, everyone that needs to hear, local boards, councillors, DOC, iwi, and they can, if the joint committee is making significant decisions, we envision there'd be a public consultation submissions process, there'd be education outreach, and partnering with the community to volunteer, deliver programs, do stuff on the ground. I think there is there was so much opportunities and optimism coming through the public submissions, and I'm really excited to get on with that.
That's wonderful to hear, and thanks so much for your hard work on that. My last one's a cheeky one, but as someone that's lived beneath these maunga my whole life, will this deed and forum result in Te Waunui Aotearoa finally getting the attention it deserves from the rest of the city?
You know, if that's a loaded question, Councillor, but if I may,
I'm sorry.
just leaning on some of our examples that we have at council, I look to the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Reserves Board and the work that's been done there to really invest into that site and to put some love and attention into that space. We look at what's happening over in Te Puari o Kaipātaki, where we've seen award-winning playgrounds, and that place is getting a new life into that, and that is based on that idea of collaboration and delivery. I also look at the Tupuna Maunga Authority, and I know that there's been some controversy in there, but there has been more investment into the Maunga in the 10 years of that in its existence than has been done in a very long time prior to that. Of course, this will be a vehicle to highlight some of those big issues and the things that have happened in that space. But ultimately, Councillor, that decision-making will come back to you for you and this table to make those recommendations. So it'll end up back with you, Councillor.
Thank you so much. Thanks for indulging me, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I had two questions. Both were around the avoidance of doubt, and Councillor Simpson has raised the first, and that in recognising the enormous amount of work that has gone into this, and for those who might have concern, this is not co-governance, as it's being put today. This is a committee, a forum. But the second question I had, and it relates to a comment that the Mayor made, the regional significance of this, given that it won't be the Policy and Planning Committee that will make this going forward, we'll be looking at a governance structure for an incoming council. Those council laws, will they be specific to the wards? Or, for instance, if there was a regional parks committee in a future council, would there be flexibility around who those council laws representing the governing body might be? I think I know the answer to this, but I just really would like that to be quite clear as we embark on the stage. And also, and I don't need to speak again, Chair, I think your D is really wise, that again, for the avoidance of doubt, that just makes it abundantly clear. But given it is regionally significant, what will the status of the councillors representing the governing body be? I mean, I have great confidence in our ward councillors, and in this situation, Councillor Turner is also the chair of the Parks Committee, so it's very appropriate. But for incoming councillors, how would that work? Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. The draft terms of reference simply say 2 elected members from the Auckland Council governing body. So it will be a decision of the incoming governing body because of your terms of reference, which don't allow a committee to establish a subcommittee to establish this joint committee, and the appointment of the appointment process will be akin to, as I think was noted by the Chair, all other appointments where there is no narrowing at this point of it being the ward councillors. It will be open to your usual appointment process across all the governing body members. Thank you for that clarification.
And to clarify for the room, I think the assumption is, in my experience with these things, that it normally, in these situations, goes to those who want to be on it the most, but also who are local, but that does not preclude others wanting or changing during the term or whatever. But my assumption would be that Waitakere ward councillors would be the ones who would want it most and be most likely, but that doesn't preclude others if that was the case. But that would be down to discussions with the mayor and whoever the mayor is in the new term as well. But just so people in the room understand how that works.
Chair, just so that you can appreciate, my interest is more for an incoming council, but also the governance structure that covers parks more generally, because we have a parks committee, but it doesn't have any delegations. You know, so I think parks, and we're all wanting a greater and sharper focus on Waitakere. So it's really just to make clear these points at this time, so that an incoming mayor can actually look at what governance structures are going to be required to deliver the expectations of the community.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions? We may have. Oh, Councillor Walker.
Got a few questions. The area concerned is a regional park, that's correct?
Thank you, Councillor. The heritage area includes more than just the regional park.
Sure, but much of it's a regional park. And is it fair to say that is it the largest regional park in the Auckland region?
No, it is not.
But it's pretty big. Okay. And it's got a big water supply area in it that's run by Watercare?
Yes, Councillor, but in the deed we are excluding Watercare owned and Watercare managed land.
Okay. So one of the questions that I've got is just around the committee or the constitution of this body. Why would we not have more Auckland councillors on it? Why was that not an option? Yeah. I mean, we've got three options, but we don't have an option where there are more Auckland councillors.
So, through the chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. I guess we want to make sure there's a balance in between the actual number of people that sit on there, having a ratio of Te Kawerau members and future-proof for Ngāti Whātua members to be on that board. Having insurance that there are people from the local board, and we've heard today about the very significance of that, and the fact that they don't get to make a lot of the decisions of this, but they are answerable to their communities about that, as well as having the Department of Conservation. We didn't want to have a significant size of a council. This is representative of, and similar to other sorts of groups that we have, and therefore we wanted to make sure that that balance is right. A number of councillors also representing the local board's interests, as well as having that balance and that slight majority to elected members, as well as the Department of Conservation.
And the funding is coming exclusively from Auckland Council, isn't it?
We are proposing that, at least for the initial period of this committee, that Auckland Council would, yes, provide the administrative supports, and that is in line with the fact that Auckland Council still owns the land, still manages the land, and you're still the decision makers of the land, so you have responsibilities under that too.
And if I may just add to that, the Department of Conservation will continue to be responsible for their operational costs on their land. So the costs lie with the decision makers. So local board, the costs that they have with regards to the land they administer, that cost sits with them. With the regional park, sits with the governing body, and the Department of Conservation Lands sits with them.
Okay. And just further to this, Mr. Chair, I mean, does the dockland amount to much? Much of it's Auckland Council, isn't it? And what would Auckland Council be in percentage terms?
I understand that the dock land within the heritage area is less than 1% of the public land.
Okay. So the council's providing all the funding, that's correct, probably for some time into the future, perhaps permanently. Where is other funding coming from?
And so just through the chair, if I may, the costs for running the regional the regional park have always sat with Auckland Council to run the regional park. So has the local parks with the local boards and the Department of Conservation Lands with the Department of Conservation Lands. Nothing in this paper or the advisory committee will change that. It just makes recommendations and provides advice as to what each of those boards will do. I think the matter that Michelle was referring to is the administrative costs of this particular forum, and that is to ensure that we have the meetings, the meeting structure, all of those types of things. We have said from the outset that this must come from our current budgets and the current way we work. So, and we intend to stick to that. That does not preclude that the advisory committee may not make recommendations in LTP years or in future budget envelopes for further investment into the Waitakiris, but we're saying that the actual costs at the moment needs to sit squarely within our current financial envelope. We have done some work and looked at what the administrative costs look like for these, and we've provided that in our consultation documents as well. And we're of the opinion that the most of those costs will actually be in staff costs, and we intend to support the board very much up until at least to the LTP to ensure that we can really sort of make sure that we get that work done within our current envelope of funding.
Sure, so my question was, is council providing all the money? And I'm assuming the answer is yes. That was my question.
For the delivery of operations on the regional parks, that is correct. They have always provided that funding and will continue to provide that funding.
And the other question I've got just goes to accountability. So in terms of the members of this board, who are they accountable to? So the councillors, for example, I'm assuming they'll be responsible to the council. The local board members are democratically elected. What about other members, Doc and Te Kauramaki?
Again, this board is an advisory committee and it makes an advice. The decisions sit with the elected members and with the Department of Conservation, and under the Department of Conservation, they are done under delegation. With regards to the advice that it provides and how that operates, they are accountable to the terms of reference, which we've provided to you. They must sit within the bounds of that terms of reference and how they may deliver upon the work that they do.
And who's enforcing the terms of reference?
I may have to ask Kim here, but ultimately it's a committee of council. It's Auckland Council's responsibility to enforce that, or to, if there are any times where it errs away from those terms of reference, and then that would be on Auckland Council.
Okay, so just a question around that. There's a specific clause here that refers to that, and it states, review of these terms of reference. These terms of reference may be reviewed and amended at any time by agreement between the forum member parties. But if the council is a minority, how can it exercise any authority?
So firstly, I don't believe that the council are a minority. They'll have 5 seats on here. There'll be 5 seats of Te Kauramaki, and there'll be 1 seat that is belonging to the Department of Conservation. We have put in that review clause because as a bit of a, I guess, if there is any issues with that, then this council can make those decisions. I would also note that under the Local Government Act, that at any time, if the council wishes to establish or disestablish a committee, then there's powers within the Local Government Act that allows them to do so. And yeah, is it? I'm pretty certain. So yeah.
And just in respect of what the what this body does, this forum does, is it conceivable under the Local Government Act or any other act that it could have further authority delegated to it?
It is conceivable that could happen. It's also conceivable that powers may be taken off it.
As is the case with all our advisory panels, all our forums, all our committees, including many that don't have any council members, they're advisory panels with members of the public on them completely. So,
okay, and the last question I've got is, there's a huge amount of time put into the Waitaki Ranges by groups like Ark in the Park. I was the council's representative to that. Ex-councillor Clow was a representative to that. I mean, thousands of hours. Is there any way that there can be any acknowledgement or involvement of, frankly, what amount to very big stakeholders in terms of keeping the taonga alive?
Through the chairs, also in our consultation document, it points out that a number of organisations, the ones that you've spoken about, those voluntary organisations have put their support to this, overwhelmingly from an organisational perspective as well as in terms of those conservation stuff. So we know that there is, some broad support in that regard. Michelle, in her briefing, described the idea that these forums would have the opportunity for public to come and present to them, and certainly through these conversations that we've been having, everyone is welcoming those opportunities for that engagement and that discussion. I'd also point out that Te Kawerau Amaki and other iwi also put in a lot of voluntary time and effort into the delivery of conservation and kaitiakitanga.
Councillor Lee.
Yes, I'm just a bit concerned going through the document, and there's a lot of information in the reports and indeed the deed itself. Nowhere apart from almost an aside referring to the council, if you like, management, is there any mention whatsoever of the Waitakere Ranges Regional Park in this document? And yet we know, I couldn't give you the percentage, that sort of information, land area should be part of the deed. It's the overwhelming bulk of the public land in the Waitakere Ranges. It has its own particular history, and it's highly valued and always has been since its establishment as the Centennial Memorial Park in 1940. I'm just a bit disappointed and somewhat concerned that the Waitakere Ranges Regional Park has been disappeared, if you like, and that's not helpful. The Waitakere Ranges is a statutory regional park under the Local Government Act 2002. It's confirmed in public ownership in perpetuity.
Councillor Lee, just
by excuse me, I'm talking. The Governor General's.
This is a question. Just
order in council. So my question is, why isn't the Waitakere Ranges Regional Park given appropriate reference in these documents, let alone the deed.
It clearly states land that is administered by Auckland Council. We haven't made any differentiation between what's regional park and local park. That is correct. But it's really talking about the land, and I think that's that. And I just want to, I don't think anyone wants to undermine, that's not been the intention of this, to undermine the significance of the Centennial Park, all of the hard work that everyone has put into that, and also, you know, Auckland Council's efforts to protect that land using the legal mechanisms that it has, but it simply just refers to the land as Auckland Council land.
Well, it's 17,000 hectares and it's virtually been disappeared. Instead, we have the ranges, we have the heritage area, but not the regional park. It's a regional park that the ratepayers are paying for, and that needs to be acknowledged and given importance, because if you disappear it already, it means that we're going to have a problem somewhere down the track on this process.
Kia ora, Graham, did you? Or who are you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to remind people that the Act fully recognises the regional park and its status and protects that. And so the committee is working within the framework of the Act. It's quite clear that it relates to the regional park.
Kia ora, thank you, Graham. Were there any other last questions? I just have one last question before we go for I think we need a break before we move to debate. Just for Ed, from the moment you brought this up on one of our first meetings this term as chair, I was wanting to figure out how to do this, and we've worked pretty closely together. I guess, how does it feel through even just this last couple of years to be here today? You know, what you're not going to get an opportunity to talk because you're not a member of the committee today, but I guess, do you want to just give us a 3 seconds of how you're feeling to finally be at this point? And I just want to acknowledge all our work together on this, and thank you for the advice as well.
Kia ora, Chair Hills. I appreciate the opportunity. I guess I don't know until I understand the decision today, but assuming that the decision is one that we like, then I would say it's been an absolute privilege to represent my iwi, to bring this forward to this table, and I thank yourself in particular, and again, council staff, councillors, and my fellow member tau henare on this committee. I would say over time, I hope my forehead, the fractures in it heal from banging my head against the wall for over a decade. But this is, I'm sure, a really, really good day for us. But I'm really focused on the mahi ahead as well, as I always am. But this was a good day. This will be a good day. So kia ora.
Kia ora. Thanks, Ed. Right, we will just thank everyone. Oh, Nick, did you have?
If I may, through the chair, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that Michelle has put into this over the last year. As well as me, no, just kidding. As well as a number of other staff and teams all around Auckland Council. It's really been truly a team effort, so I just wanted to acknowledge their mahi.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say it in my speaking turn, but Michelle, but all the team behind this, the complexities, also taking my calls on the weekends and even last night at about 7:30. Michelle, just to make sure we had the right advice, the right understanding, and making sure that when we were speaking in public or to media that we had all the right things there. So just want to acknowledge the careful way you've helped all of us get through this process so far. So kia ora. And we're going to just take a 5-minute. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bali.
Oh no, it's okay. I thought you were going to take a longer break, but I was just going to say, can we just get on with it rather than wait?
I was just making sure no one was going to have to leave to go to the bathroom. But if you want to,
who needs to go to the bathroom? Let's go.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Cool. We'll just go. I'll just get our our folks to step back from the table so we don't debate through you. And I know that Councillor Henderson would like to kick off the debate, so hands up if you would like to speak as well. So Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a real honour to kick off this debate as the mover. Just join the chorus of people acknowledging Te Kawerau Maki, and it's so great to see all of you coming in today. Can be a long way from West Auckland, I know that very well, so it's just great to see you all here, and just acknowledge as well that you're carrying your tupuna with you, both physically in terms of portraits, but spiritually as well. And so it's a very special day, and yeah, just like Glenn did as well, I just want to acknowledge all those that have passed. Papa George, who we acknowledged in this chamber a few months ago, beloved kaumātua that cared deeply for his people, spent his life helping them, and acknowledge his daughter Robin here and her whānau who have furthered that legacy as well. And once again, look, ngā mihi to everyone that has come here today. There's a lot of you. It's a historic day for Waitakere, and for me, I'm kind of feeling a bit overwhelmed with the gravitas of it, so I hope I make sense. But look, it's a real honour to be a part of this and this special day. And coming to the item, I want to lead with a whakatauki a friend graciously gave me in advance of this meeting, which is Ngā tō raudo, naku te raudo, ka ora ai te hapori. With your food basket and my food basket, the community will thrive. This process to me is about input from different groups, different people around the table, which is essential for good decision making. We cannot say, West Aucklanders cannot say that the current governance structure of the Waitakere Ranges works well for people. Anyone on the street would tell you that. Most Westies would agree. The Waitakere Ranges local board do a fantastic job, and they get all the information that they need to make some key decisions for the ranges, but they don't have the power to do that because it's a regional asset, right? And on the flip side, be a regional asset, we have all the power to do that, but we're governing a city of 1.7 million people, and we don't hear very much about the issues facing the Waitakere Ranges at this table. And it's a frustration for Waitakere ward councillors that know this area needs special attention and deserves that. So we've got to do something else. That's my message to people that support it and people that were sceptical is let's do something else and let's do something that works better for people. We need this advisory committee to give it the proper attention. And also, as I've mentioned, it's a forum for the public to get their needs met. It's a forum for Te Kawerau to meet with local boards and councillors, and it's a forum to make the governance of this area more compliant with Te Tiriti principles and the kaitiakitanga that Te Kawerau hold for that rohe. Through this process, I think we're doing a good thing for ordinary West Aucklanders on the street that want their ranges maintained and nurtured. The forum will be advisory. It's not going to usurp democratic principles. We've heard that, and it's in D as well. But I tell you all, and we've seen evidence of that today, when you get a bunch of West Aucklanders in the room, magic happens, and also that forum is going to demand the attention that this area actually deserves. It could actually be quite a powerful forum to deal with. I'm a little bit intimidated myself. But turning to the feedback, and look, I respect the feedback of everyone that took part in this process. There will be people out there that disagree with my kōrero on my vote today, and I would just encourage them to continue in partnership in enriching the Waitakere environment together, because we all have different knowledge and things that we can contribute there. And this will be a forum for everyone. The process was huge. There's a lot of engagement. I won't hear anything about it being rushed. Look, the Act was passed in 2008, for goodness sake. It went all over this. You couldn't open a Facebook page in my community for months about this. It even went to Wellington, where several central government politicians decided it was their role to interfere in the decision-making of our home in Waitakere. And I would urge my colleagues here to listen to the clear views of West Aucklanders for how we should handle things in our own home. Don't let misinformation from outside influence your view. I do have to point out there was some attempt by opponents from outside the area, I believe, to draw a distinction in the Act between what the words must and will meant in the legislation. The word will, I believe, was deliberately chosen by people drafting that Heritage Area Act back in 2008. And, you know, it's the ordinary meaning, right? If I tell my wife I will pick up the kids, she's expecting me to actually do it. It's not an option, right? So we're going to do it. I don't have to say must, right? So anyway, look, I'm proud to say that West Aucklanders have shared their voice, shared their clear majority for the support for these resolutions today. I voted in their interests all the way through this process, and I'm very proud of that. I intend to support their view today. I want to close with another whakatauki that's very meaningful to me. My wife actually gave me this in preparation for today. Manaki whenua, manaki tangata, haere whakamua. Care for the land, care for the people, move forward. Let's pass this motion and move forward in the Waitakere Ranges. Ngā mihi ki a koutou.
Kia ora, Councillor Henderson. Next up we have Member Wilcox.
The role of Haukura Independent Māori Board is to advise Council and give recommendations on issues of significance to mana whenua and mātāwaka. Mana whenua have turned up today. Our recommendation is that you vote for the decision that is right up there on the board. This is not a 12 years of Ed's life. This is not 17 years of the Bill's life. This is something that's taken over 30 years to come to fruition, provided you vote for it. I think it's really important that you understand that when this Act came into being, and the purpose of this Act was not only about Waitakere and the ranges, it was also about the loss of orchards that was occurring. It was also about the subdivision and fracturing of properties that were occurring in Waitakere. The Waitakere Council was totally in favour of this Act. It really supported it. And so it would be wrong of us not to forget the legacy that was started in Waitakere Council regarding this process. I'd just like to remind you that on the 5th of February in 1840, Hobson was given the hurry up to produce a document for the chiefs that were assembled in Waitangi. He presented that on the 6th of February, and by the end of the day, the treaty had been signed. Kawerau Maki have worked on this for 12 years. They've presented drafts and kaupapa that would ensure that this kaupapa happened for over 12 years, as Ed said. I think they deserve the right to have your answer in the affirmative. And so for that, the advice and recommendation of Haukura IMSB is that you vote for the recommendations that are placed before you. E tautoko ana te Independent Māori Board I te kaupapa nei. They've turned up, it's our right. Council can make as many committees as it likes, but this is the way that Kawerau Maki want to be engaged. E mihi ana ki a tātou, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora, Member Wilcox, and it's nice to see you around this table, so kia ora. Member Henare. Oh yeah.
Okay. Hoi anō, e aku rangatira tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou a koutou haere mai tēnei rā. I te tautoko mō tō kaupapa. Mō te kaupapa i whakakotahi te iwi me te krauni hira i runga i ngā Rangers. Nō reira, ngā mihi nunuri kia koutou. I have a confession, and it's not often that I give a public confession, let alone a private confession. On, I think it was the 12th of March 2008, somebody stood up and said, we don't need this bill. This bill could be looked after by the what was known as the annual plan. Silly man. That man was me. And so I'm using this opportunity to say sorry to those people who brought the bill forward. Lynn Pillay is a name that should be remembered in this kōrero. What is good about it is that I was wrong because the annual plan wouldn't have done what this does. This does. The annual plan on its own wouldn't do it. How people get together and work together for a common view is what counts. And now we have the opportunity that Kaurau Maki, the council, and some parts the Crown can move on. It doesn't affect private property, and it was always a dog whistle politics issue. There are some people in this room continue to trot out. It wasn't about co-governance, which is another dog whistle political issue that people like to trot out and have no understanding of what actually co-governance is all about. 3, this year, and in fact for the last 18 months, Māori have taken 2 steps, 3 steps forward, only to be pushed back 4 or 5 steps. Continually, every week, there's a rear guard action by Māori, whether it be 6 words that appear in a ready reader for our kids, New Zealand's kids, not just my kids, but New Zealand's kids. Who's going to pay for it is another question. What this does is give effect to an agreement between Te Kauraua and the Crown, because there were breaches along the way. That's why we have treaty settlements. Not to make it harder, but to recognise that there was a breach and that this is the way we think we can heal those wounds. I'm glad that the council has a council that I believe will vote yes for this. I'm glad about the council, for God's sake. I tell you what, when I got here with Haukura, IMSB, mate, they needed a whipping. But because of the us, them, the staff, have been able to work towards a common goal. The common goal is us. People who live in Tāmaki. Make it easier. Make it nicer. And this is what this bill is about. I'm not a bill, sorry, I thought I was in another place. This is what this is what it is about. It's about making sure that council and Te Kauraua Maki and Ngāti Whātua and anybody else who wants to put their hand up is a better place to live, and a better place for me, personally, to bring my mokos up. Kia ora.
Kia ora, member Henare, and I I did read your speeches back then as well. So. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I too was someone who fought this Heritage Area Act, and I'm one of the people that Chair Preston speaks about who says it's not all bad now. As I've said before, my whole life exists inside the heritage area, and I have not experienced the dramatically bad things I thought might come from this act. I acknowledge everyone here, and I acknowledge the hard work that everyone's put in, and I acknowledge that Te Kaurau have made some compromises as we've discussed this matter over the last many months, and I thank you for that. I am sitting here representing the other people of Auckland who share the Waitakere Ranges and the heritage area with us all, 21,000 of them approximately. And I think I could speak for every one of them saying that they would all honour you with accepting this deed of acknowledgement, which I will, and I'm proud to do, but I will not accept at this point, Mr. Chair, C. I'm only saying that because I don't believe, and I've had limited time to work through lots and lots of legalities and council speak. I'm just not sure at this point that a committee with the terms of reference as outlaid here is the best thing that we can do for us all. I'm not saying that my mind's closed, I'm saying that it's open, but because this committee, as we've said before, is only saying yes to a deed of acknowledgement, C, which recommends we also establish a joint committee in accordance with the terms of reference that I've got here on the table in front of me. Mr. Chair, I will be asking for the items to be taken separately, and I'll be voting against C, but very pleased to vote for A. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Really, just want to acknowledge everybody, so it's a bit of a thank you. An honour to be in the room with all iwi that are here today. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for your leadership, Chair, and for always listening to Ed nagging and picking up the phone. Ned's relentlessness and his resilience to get this over the line. Thank you for that you made this happen. Otherwise, we could still be wandering around into the next term. So I appreciate that. It is a historic day. And I don't want to, this needs to be really, really positive, but I'm following, just picking up on what Councillor Turner said when he said, I represent the other people. We have a D up there because of the other people. So we're not quite there yet. We're close, but we're not quite there yet. It's being able to vote something through, and it's not going to be unanimous on every point. I will vote for D, although I just think it's a shame. It's a shame that we have to have for the avoidance of doubt. When it's in the deed, it's in the legislation, we don't need to do this. But we will, because we want to get this over the line. Thank you to the local boards, all the local boards that have been working through this. Kia ora tātou for all the work that you've been doing. And really proud to be here today. Feeling like something might have been achieved in my last term at council, but in all my time in local government, this is going to be up the top of one of the best things that has happened. So kia ora to everyone, my colleagues around the table that will be voting for this today. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair, thank you. Councillor Leone.
What was that, Mayor of Auckland? Ai, ngā mihi nui, ngā rangatira o Te Kaurau Maki, me rangatira o mana whenua o Tamaki Makaurau. I just really want to mihi to you all for the last few months, weeks, that I've been watching all of the kōrero that's come through on media and know the struggles and the issues that you've all had to experience through getting the feedback. I know that that's probably been mentioned at other forums. I hope it has been acknowledged that as a city, I hope that we move forward and this becomes normalised in terms of working together with mana whenua, and having joint committees is a good thing for our city. We know that it's worked well already. It's been proven a number of times, all the positive feedback that has occurred across Tamaki Makaurau, and this is long overdue. I just really want to mihi to you all and know that as mana whenua as well here in Tamaki Makaurau, I look forward to actually seeing more of you sitting on this side of the table in the future. And being at the governance levels of all levels in our city, because that's where we should be. And we have all the skills to do that. But just coming back to the kaupapa, you know, I'm sure today this is going to get across the line. Obviously, I'm supporting it wholeheartedly. And I know that in the future, as we go forward, we will look back at this historic day. And I do want to acknowledge the chair and the deputy chair and all the mahi that's gone into this, because I know how difficult it is. To the other members that have been here from day one, and all of the mahi. Obviously, I haven't been here as long. I've only been here for one term. But I know that it's just becoming amazing to see that we can really push forward as a city and move past the rhetoric that we've had to live through for such a long time. So kia ora to you all, kia ora to all of the governance, people in leadership and governance roles across Tamaki Makaurau and West Auckland that have contributed to this, to make this happen today. And it's a historic day for our city. Kia ora.
Councillor Fully.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou, acknowledging all of our mana whenua, all of our local boards and other leaders in the room today. Chair, at the start of this conversation, I jokingly said to Councillor Bartley that I perhaps ought to declare a conflict of interest as well, because, as you know, I'm Samoan, so my connection to mana whenua and Māori in general goes back to ancient times. My ancestors birthed kupe and sailed across the ocean to settle here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and that predates European settlement and title. Anyway, so Chair, I am going to support this wholeheartedly for many reasons, similar to others who've spoken before me. I just can't, you know, as a Samoan, I can't begin to understand and relate to what it must feel like to be separated from your ancestral lands. For us, in the same way as is for Māori, we belong to land. Land is not commodity to be bought and sold. It belongs to those who've come before us, to us today, and those who are yet to be born. And so I feel the trauma and the harm and the hurt that's been expressed today by all of our people who are here in the House today. And Chair, I acknowledge that this deed will go some small way of healing that trauma and of allowing all of us to heal and move forward. But I have to say, this is just a deed of acknowledgement. We're not talking about ownership. We're not talking about title. We're not talking about giving back land. We're not even talking about governance. Councillor Bartley and I were sitting here and we were just shaking our heads and saying, crumbs. We are talking about crumbs. Yeah. And it breaks my heart to see our kaumatua, our whaia, sitting there with photos of their ancestors, arguing and hearing us argue about essentially crumbs. Mm-hmm. But I do acknowledge that this is a way forward. It is a small way to heal that injustice and acknowledge that injustice and I look forward to the good work of the committee, working meaningfully with mana whenua, with us as council, with our staff and with DOC, to build something better for all of us, not just for Māori. The purpose of the Act talks about promoting the area, not just for Māori, but for all of us. And so today is a good day. Today is a historical day, and I'm trying not to get emotional, because when women get emotional, they get labelled in a certain way.
Especially if you're brown.
Especially if you're brown. But today I am an angry brown woman for those reasons, and I feel the weight of this decision on all of us today. So I tautoko, I support wholeheartedly the decision today. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Ferry, online.
Kia ora, and apologies that I can't be there. I'm still at home with my beloved broken leg. So I wasn't going to speak on this, but I do want to, particularly because I'm not there, really acknowledge Te Kawerau Maki, the leadership that's been shown, the incredible patience that's been shown. And I remember when Ed first started raising this at what was then the PEP committee back at the start of the term, and I didn't really know much about it at all, was completely unaware as someone who'd come from local board land, and it was my first term. And I remember our chair, Richard, picking up the wero, and I'm really proud of him today for seeing it through to this point, but acknowledging that it's well overdue, and that there is more to do. I wanted to pick up, though, on a couple of points that some of my colleagues have made. And I guess I'm a little disappointed that someone is considering not voting for C. And I wanted to explain that because the statement that we are elected, or that someone around the table feels that they are elected to represent the other people of Tamaki Makaurau, we don't have Māori wards. So actually we're all here around the table. I'm around a different table, but metaphorically around the table. Sorry, I just realized I didn't have my camera on. We're all metaphorically around this table, elected by all of the people of Auckland, tangata whenua and tangata tiriti. I am not there solely elected by Pākehā or by tangata tiriti. I am there also voted for by tangata whenua. And so I don't see my role as just being to represent the other people of Tamaki Makaurau. I see our role around the table as representing all of the people of Tamaki Makaurau. And we've had a very clear message here from tangata whenua, both mana whenua and mata awaka, from the local boards, from almost all of the groups active in the Waitakere Ranges, that they strongly support the deed and that they want to see the establishment of a joint committee. And the difference between A and C, I think, is worth pointing out. A is buying the car. C is turning the key in the ignition, or pushing the power button if you've got an EV, because you don't turn the key in the ignition generally. So it seems to me odd that we would want to buy the car, but then not drive it anywhere. And so I would encourage all of my colleagues to support all parts of this motion. There's been a lot of work to get to this stage. There's been a lot of discussions amongst us. We've had workshops, we've had drop-ins, we've had public consultation, and we still have one more step after this. We have a governing body vote as well. I'd also note what Councillor Henderson asked, I thought, a really pertinent question, which is this helping us to honour our commitment to te tiriti? Is this toi te tiriti? And the answer clearly was yes. And that is part of our role too, elected by all the people of Auckland, all the people of Tamaki Makaurau, not just tangata tiriti. And I would encourage everyone to vote for all of the clauses today. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak last, if that's okay, but Councillor Filipaina is up next. Councillor Lee, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Thank you, Mr Chair, and kia ora mai tātou, i ngā rangatira, i ngā iwi o Kaurawa Maki. Ko tai mai nei, ki te kaupapa o te rā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mr Chairman, it is a notable day and a notable decision we are going to make, and that is to somewhat belatedly enact the requirement in the Waitakere Ranges Area Heritage Act in terms of a deed of acknowledgement. 17 years on, it's a bit late. However, that being said, the Crown, the key partner when it comes to treaty matters, have done this back in 2014 with the settlement with Kaurawa Amaki, and the Crown acknowledged the long association with Te Kaurau, with the Rangers, with the area, under that settlement arrangement. And so we're just sort of joining in here, which is timely, well, over time, and appropriate. In terms of acknowledging the particular historical, traditional, cultural, and spiritual relationship of Te Kaurau Amaki with the Waitakere Heritage Area, this formalises something that the council and its predecessors, particularly the Auckland Regional Council, has done in practical terms for many, many years. I can recall going back to 1992, focusing on the building and then the rather spectacular opening of the Arataki Visitor Centre, replete with all the wonderful carvings of Te Kaurau ancestors. I think it was attended by the Governor-General and other worthy people, including myself as a newbie in local government, as the Chair of Regional Parks, the Chairman of the ARC, the late Phil Warren, and of course Bob Harvey, Sir Bob as he is now, and Te Warana Taua. And so there's been a practical working relationship ever since that time in terms of the regional park, and I understand with the legacy Waitakere City Council, continuous. And there have been innumerable opportunities to contribute to the work of the council in this area continually, and the records will, including the financial records, will attest to that active, ongoing relationship. So this is just formalising something that is actually, in practical terms, long-standing, long before the Heritage Act, But still, it's appropriate if the legislation requires it, subject to consultation and agreement of the parties, that's important, that we do this, we ratify this. Now, my concern is, and I've already articulated, and here I join with Councillor Ken Turner, whose family have a long relationship with the Waitakere Rangers, and his father-in-law was essentially the founder of the regional park system as we know it. So the Turner family, and like many other Aucklanders, have a long association, cultural association, if you will, with the Waitakere Rangers. Peter Snell and Murray Holberg used to train with their revolutionary Arthur Leggett style long distance training for middle distance, which won them numerous Olympic medals. Those are the sort of associations, and the Waitakere Rangers Regional Park has been the centre of that, and that's why I am disappointed that the regional park was not given the respect of even being named in the deed, or apart from one reference, which was all about the managers, not about the park. Okay, so I am happy to accept and support A and B. I cannot, like Councillor Turner, I cannot support C because I think the arrangements are not equitable and they're not fair. And until they are, I won't be supporting it. There also lack of clarity in what this committee is. We heard a lot of talk, or a lot of discourse about co-governance from supporters and opponents leading up to this, and some expectation, and I'm sure that expectation is very strong about co-governance. That's something for the Crown to work out. However, the arrangements that the people of Auckland, the investment the people of Auckland have put into that regional park is not expressed fairly and equitably in the current arrangements of this it's a formal committee, but at the same time it's referred to as an advisory committee and it's been named as a forum. There's a lack of clarity around that. So for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I'll be supporting A and B, but not C. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Butley.
Okay. Kia ora, talofa lava. I wasn't going to speak, but my eye keeps twitching every time I hear certain people speak around this table. So I'm going to say something. I just want to know, what are you scared of? Nothing is being taken away from anyone by recognising tangata whenua and their ancestral connection to the land. And even then, the recognition here is in a very palatable format for those who are scared, by way of being a joint advisory panel. But this is what we have before us today. If I was going to vote against anything, it would be D, because you don't need it there. That's just kowtowing to the public rhetoric, or some public rhetoric there, which, God, we don't even want to go into. But for Te Kauro Amaki, you have my support and my vote. For the council, please, let's just get it done. Get it done.
Thank you, Councillor. Kia ora, Mayor Brown.
I want to be quick. I feature in there under B, and I'm quite happy to fulfil my role under B and sign this. And while everyone's going back for years and years, this takes me back to when I was last year at school, and I wrote Mum's car off on the terrible road out there coming back from surfing, and she hit me with a pan. I never thought, so many years later I'd be able to do something positive out there to pay it back. So I'm happy to be in B and do my bit.
Good. Cool. Before I close the debate, Councillor Filipani would like to speak now. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I'll kōrero now. E aku rauranga tira mā o ngā iwi o tāmaki mo kaurau. Kuia mā, koro mā, a tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe te rangatira e te wārena kawarawa, te kawarawa maki ngā mihi kia koutou, kia koe. I stand because this is significant. I have been around this table since 2010, and it's been a lonely Māori voice. I whakapapa to ngā puhi and also to Hāmoa. So it's been a lone voice I'm going to sit down because then I just need to say a few more things before I end up saying what I need to say. So I want to mihi to Papa George. I've said what I said at his tangi at Makaurau. So I said what I needed to say, but I just want to acknowledge all our tupuna that are here, that have you brought, and then I bring it back to us, the living. Look, I have been around this table. I want to acknowledge Pippa Coombe, who I've seen earlier. I've acknowledged Sandra Coney, one of the OGs, the original gangsters in 2010. I also want to acknowledge Penny. She was, we referred ourselves as husband and wife at the Coney header. So Penny, I want to acknowledge you for all your work since 2010 and also the inaugural Deputy Mayor of the Coney header. So I mihi to you. This is significant. I've been around this table and seen cone governance come in. I've seen around this table, and interesting enough, I ended up doing a Google because AI apparently is quite good. But the Google was, what other significant events that we have had with Māori? The co-governance agreements that we've had, or maru, the joint management, pūkaki, Māori outcomes, marae infrastructure program. This is the biggest. This is what we need to end up putting through and agreeing with. I want to acknowledge the local board. You were clear and concise. You support this deed. You support the recommendations. I mihi to you. The interesting thing, when I go back to the agenda, there's 4 things. I'm just going to very quickly mention them as to why this is important for us to end up agreeing with. And that's under the agenda number 4. And the key aspects include an in particular statement of the relationship Te Kawarau Amaki have with the heritage area, which has been independently reviewed by an external expert, an acknowledgement by the Council and Crown of that statement of relationship. Identification of the following opportunities for Te Kawarau Amaki to contribute to the management of the public land. That is joint development of a strategic plan for the heritage area, joint development of work programs to achieve the strategic plan outcomes, joint monitoring of strategic plan outcomes and of the heritage area to support the 5-yearly monitoring report required by the Act, a commitment to working together. That is clear and concise. You can't get any clearer. Tu a kai mahi, Michelle, to you, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Well done with the mahi that you have put into this. So I acknowledge you as well. I just heard a comment around that people have had a long association with Waitakere Rangers. I put down here, not as long as mana whenua, and that needs to be acknowledged and respected first and foremost. That's what needs to happen, first and foremost. Even though I've been here since 2010, I acknowledge those who have Māori whakapapa that have been with me on this Auckland Council journey, because this road is a long and lonely road. If you're only hawhakasi, albeit hawhakasi, Richard is hawhakasi, I acknowledge Corinne, Ngāti Paua, even acknowledge the first 2 that ended up on the council, and that was Jamie Lee Ross and Des Morrison. Ever since then, those are the only few people. My last comment, because I do acknowledge the bell. My last comment is this. One of the key things we did in August of 2020, when I chaired the Parks, Arts, Community and Events Committee, was put out there that we were going to review the regional parks management plan. It took us 2 years. As you know, one of the key regional parks in there is the Waitakere Ranges Regional Park, and we ended up putting that through in September of 2022. So I acknowledge it. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Councillor Walker. Kia ora, Councillor
I'll be
Philippine.
brief, Mr Chair. There are two issues today. One is the deed, and I think the deed is the right thing to do, and I acknowledge Te Kauramaki. Having said that, the other element is the panel, and I have a number of issues around that. Fundamentally, my concerns are around accountability, responsibility, authority, and oversight, particularly in the situation where our council is the prime funder. On the part of all the ratepayers and residents in Tamaki Makaurau, I have some concerns. I've raised those. They go to the oversight and my concern around other forums that I've been involved with and have some experience, such as the Hauraki Golf Forum, which has had issues. So on that basis, I'll be voting against C, but in support of the others. Thank you.
Kia ora. Right. I don't think there are any other speakers. Yeah, well, kia ora. Thank you. I think it is a momentous day. I felt quite emotional coming here this morning, and then thankfully Penny Holtz walked through the door and surprised me and, hey, do you want to have a coffee and a chat? So that kind of helped level my head again to have my council, not your council wife, my council mum, here fortuitously on a day like this. So that was helpful, and acknowledge your work in this space for a long time, Penny. When this popped up, and I guess, speaking to Ed, and just want to acknowledge Ed, and I'm sure all of you know the work he does, but I don't know how he does it all, but he does do it all, and what an awesome man he is, speaking for you all and doing the right thing. On the day that this came, on the 1st of June 2023, the monitoring report got voted down, and you can't vote down a monitoring report. It was very much a head-scratching moment. It's a classic council moment, I guess, voting down a monitoring report. But Ed was taking a stand. Tau was taking a stand. Other people, we've been waiting for the deed. We've been waiting for the deed. You're going to get us to pass another monitoring report with no progress on the deed. And, I said to him, and this is a good learning of how to sometimes get things done too, is, well, how do we do that? And I said to staff, how do we do that? Surely we can just get a deed done. 28 days later, we had another meeting, and on that day, we unanimously moved to progress a deed. 28 days later, we came back around this table, passed the monitoring report unanimously, and passed progress on the deed. And within 2 years, I guess, it's still a long time, but this amazing staff working with Te Kauro, making sure that everything was, T's crossed, I's dotted, was here to progress. It's probably not good to look back too much why it wasn't progressed in the 17 years before, but we are here, and I'm glad this last bit was fast, and I'm glad that not all of you had to continue to wait. To everyone who's been involved in that process, I think it's really positive. I only saw it as positive until, sadly, a lot of misinformation started coming out, and we saw those stories that probably made many of you feel whakamā, and explaining it to your kids and trying to understand why someone would be, or certain people would be, so angry at essentially just working together. It's kanohi ke te kanohi. That's all this is that people working together better, more effectively, to understand each other, to sit face to face. I think that is what my understanding of the treaty and understanding of our responsibility is, that we constantly improve things by working together. I am a little bit sad. I did add D after conversations with Councillor Turner yesterday, because he did mention there may be an amendment from himself and Councillor Lee on this. So I thought maybe if we add that D, we'll have this unanimous vote on all clauses. That may not happen today, but that's okay. I think we have a strong majority behind you all I do want to talk what's behind me. The Waitakere Ranges you can't see, but thankfully to the mayor and his team who put these pictures up, you can see Te Waha Nui or Te Rewa sort of behind us on those pictures, but if you can imagine if there were no windows and no buildings, we'd be looking over those Waitakeres today. And that's the important thing, that you have all your tupuna on your shoulders, but we have these amazing physical taonga that sit there and look at us from our building every day. And that's what this is about. Someone else said, this is about tile. This is about the environment. This is about protecting it for everyone and for the future. And when we talk about resources, whose resources going in? Well, of course it's council resources. We own the land. I guess if we were going to give it back, you'd be putting your own resources in. But, you know, that's not the decision here today. But I will say resources, I think if we think of Pūtea, if we think of the Western Way, of course it's mostly council resources. But I see every time I've been into the ranges, every time I've been into the regional park, every time I've been there, I think most recently with Ed and the team, releasing kōkapu, 1,000 kōkapu into the Apahuia reaches there, one of the most amazing experiences of my life that I'll remember forever. There was all kauro there. They might not have been, I guess, I don't know if any Pūtea went in, but you have people investing their time, their whole energy every day to be the kaitiaki of that space. So it's not necessarily always money, budget. It's the time, the energy, the fact you all had to go through the Western process of doing consultation forms, which you probably thought, you know, might have been the wrong thing to do and such an important thing. But, you know, I just want to say today that we're moving forward to a beginning of a new way forward, I guess, and it is about that collaboration. I think hearing Mike talk about 1992, I think I was 5 years old then. I've got a son who's 4, and I hope that this decision today means that he can look back and go, I'm glad they made that decision. The Waitakeres are flourishing, the birds are coming back, the community has more access to it. You can touch the awa and swim in the awa and drink it if you chose. Well, we do, don't we? That's where our water comes from. You know, I just want to thank everyone again. This has been a hard time, but I want to acknowledge the Mayor and the Council, Phil Wilson. I said pretty clearly when the attacks on Māori kept coming through policy, through a lot of things we've seen the last 2 years, where will we stand? Where will we be recognised? The Mayor, councillors, our Chief Executive, Nick, others said we are strong on our Māori outcomes. In fact, we increased the budget through the LTP for Māori outcomes for the first time in a long time. And we've ensured that we keep to our obligations, we remain proud, we move forward on important pieces of legislation like this, important deeds together. And I'm really excited. I thought I'd be far more emotional, so I'm glad, because there'll be a few eye rolling if I started crying. But you know, it's so important to me, but I have no idea how important this is to all of you and the feelings that you'll be feeling if you walk away from here, and we support you today. So I just had one more whakatauki. Toitu te marae a tāne mahuta. Toitu te marae a Tangaroa. Toitu te tangata. If the land is well and the sea is well, the people will thrive. Toitu te tiriti. Kia ora everyone, and thank you, and I hope we all support this deed in the next 3 seconds. Kia ora.
Division Chair.
Councillor Henderson might want a slight right of reply.
Yeah, just a quick run of reply. I really hate to follow that beautiful kōrero. I'm really sorry about that, Chair. I just want to note calling a division on C because, look, we're very hungry, so I won't speak long, but I simply don't understand the opposition to it when it strengthens not just our treaty partnership, but also democratic engagement for ordinary West Aucklanders. I do not know why you would oppose that, but we'll find out when we put it to the vote, Chair. So I'll put a division on C, please.
Okay, so we'll move all in. Okay. How do you want to do it?
We're doing it in parts, so we'll do A first.
Okay. Okay. All those in favour of A?
Aye. Aye.
Could I say that's unanimous? Anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Kia ora. The deed is agreed. So we're just getting the system working. B. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No, so carried unanimously. And C, we're going to do through a division. That means you'll hear all of our voices. Kia ora.
Thank you, members. You're voting on clause C separately. C. Chair Hulls.
Aye.
Hokora member Wilcox. Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Deputy Chair Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Fooley.
Aye.
Hokora member Henare. Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
Aye.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Okay, so that's carried.
That was carried 17 votes to 5. And all those in favour of D?
For.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Kia ora. Thank you. Unanimous as well. Right. I think. Would anyone is? Oh, hang on a second. We'll just turn the. We'll just turn the mics on at the back. So.
It's a pity you don't have any knee surgeons here. Engari, ko tāku, on behalf of the Kawerau Maki, I wish to thank you, most of you, all, for your vote, and it's been a very, 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 very long time. So thank you very much. We're going to sing a song to thank you. We were going to sing Ngā Whakamoemiki, but I think there's enough of us here to do Uncle George and Auntie Rama's favourite song. Here too? Right. Come on. Stay here. Don't be shy. Come closer. Here, here. Kia tere, kia tere. Time is important. Some of these are in their 80s. And some of them have been, a number of them have been trustees of the Kawerau Settlement Trust since its inception. And, right, ready? Ngā tai tamariki toru 5. Ngā tai tamariki o te motu e. Haere mai ki ahau e. Nā te hotu e tama o te manawa. Haere mai ki ahau e. Haere mai. Haere mai ia e ngā iwi
So we will break for lunch. Kia ora and thank you for that fantastic haka. And waiata. Good, everyone. And now the room looks very empty compared to the rest of the day. Kia ora, but we have very important items still to go ahead. So we'll just get, I think, Lara and Natasha coming up first. Oh, sorry, we have to do electronic attendance for Councillor Williamson. I'll move. Any seconders? Okay, Councillor Henderson. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Fine, Sage as well. Kia ora. So just to be, or Natasha, do you want to go through, that we're going to do them separately? And, yeah. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Natasha Carpenter. I'm the Head of Coastal Management in Engineering Assets and Technical Advisory, and I'm joined today by Lara Clark, our Principal Coastal Adaptation Specialist, and Sage Vernal, our Senior Coastal Adaptation Specialist. And we're here today seeking your approval of 5 shoreline adaptation plans across 2 separate items, and we'll be starting now with the Aotea Great Barrier and the Outer Hauraki Gulf Islands Shoreline Adaptation Plan. I would like to acknowledge that we do have iwi partners present for the second item, and I'll formally introduce them when we carry over into that, but would like to just thank Shona for her time today and being present with us. So we were here last month, so we will keep our presentation brief. The green reflects the areas of the Auckland region which have now been approved as shoreline adaptation plans across the region. So we are now with you on shoreline adaptation plans 10 to 14 through the 2 items. So a significant portion of the coast has been completed, and in the top right now we are looking at the Aotea Great Barrier Shoreline Adaptation Plan, inclusive of the Little Barrier and the Mokohinau Islands, which are a little bit amiss from that figure there. I apologise. So we are here rapidly completing the Shoreline Adaptation Plan programme, which was our commitment made following the 2023 storm events, and our commitment to move into implementation of the plans. Oops. So the purpose of the plans, just as a very brief recap, is to provide long-term consistent decision-making for council-owned land and assets in response to coastal hazards and climate change. This is as much about the consistent decision-making piece as it is around the response to coastal hazards and climate change. It is complementary to a range of other tools and alignment with other work programmes across the Auckland Council family. So we have our partners in Auckland Emergency Management focusing on the readiness and response piece, Resilient Tāmaki Makaurau, which has a number of work programmes focused on community resilience and social equity, and the Auckland Unitary Plan looking at private land through the Natural Hazards Plan change, where we've got the private property, land use and development pieces. So together these are quite complementary work programmes, and the SAP documents themselves are an important foundation looking at what is happening at our coast, what matters most, and what can we do about it in terms of those high-level strategies that then feeds well as a foundation into the implementation piece. So just to speak to some of the key matters in terms of how these documents are formulated, the scope is as agreed through the governing body post the endorsement of the Coastal Management Framework. In terms of coastal hazards, it's really focused on coastal erosion and coastal instability, coastal inundation, catchment flooding. All of this data that the shoreline adaptation plans are founded upon is our best and most up-to-date available information, which is also publicly available via the GeoMaps portal. And it is supported by a range of technical publications which are also publicly available on Knowledge Auckland and have each been peer-reviewed in terms of both the methodologies and the reports themselves. So there is a level of consistency in terms of how all this information is being applied across each of those work programmes beyond the shoreline adaptation plans and how they're using them in this work. Another key matter in the shoreline adaptation plans is obviously they're applying 4 key adaptation strategies over 3 changing climate scenarios. So we have maintain, protect, no action, and adaptation priority. Maintain is really focused on where we have existing coast protection structures and that commitment to continue to maintain them in good order, but also acknowledge that our coasts are dynamic, so where there are opportunities for localised realignment of structures and to provide for natural defences, it builds that capacity in. Protect is sort of the big brother to the maintain strategy and is really more robust in terms of looking at maintaining that coastline in a fixed location over time, so previously known as hold the line, so more of a provision for hard defence structures to hold the coastline in response to coastal erosion or coastal inundation and sea level rise. No action is really adopted for sections of coast where we have limited or no council-owned land or assets that are exposed to coastal hazards, or where we have a highly naturalised coastline which would actually benefit from us not interfering with it. So that doesn't preclude any actions in terms of ongoing ecological support. It really is founded on no action in response to coastal hazard management. And then finally, we have adaptation priority. This was previously known as managed retreat. The change in terminology here is to better articulate that this is really a signal for the need for ongoing conversations with communities and with iwi and with local boards around what needs to be done here through the longer term management intentions. So when we know that we have an issue there, but we need to spend a bit more time understanding that. So it doesn't predetermine a particular outcome or solution. We have each of those adaptation strategies applied over 3 different climate change scenarios. We did previously use indicative timeframes. We've moved away from that to give a bit more assurance to the readers that this is around how we will respond to the climate change and uncertainty around that. So if we take the moderate climate change scenario there, for example, we're looking at 0.5 metre to up to 1 metre of sea level rise and the realisation of the 50-year coastal erosion line with climate change. So there are a nuance of built-in signals and triggers there in terms of the transition between these adaptation strategies. So the key focus really for us now is on completing all of the plans and moving into implementation across the region. These are foundation documents to support a range of Auckland Council BAU activities, as well as to give us a more robust position for strategic planning going forward. So from now, they will support a range of operational responses where the plans are available. This includes when we have storm responses, some of our operational maintenance of coastal structures. And as we move into completing all of the plans across the region, we will, for the first time for Tamaki Makaurau, have that consistent regional picture. That will enable us to support some of the prioritisation and to identify those future funding needs, particularly when we're looking at the strategies of protect or adaptation priority, where we know we need more support in terms of that engagement, but also in terms of funding to implement these strategies. And just to close out, a couple of examples of what implementation looks like from a capital works perspective. So here we have an example from Snell's Beach. Snell's Beach, the timber retaining wall there was damaged over the successive storm events of 2023. Through some of the foundation work in developing the shoreline adaptation plan for this area, we understood that the reserve area behind was really important for access to and along the coast, but that also the local community here really value the beach and access to the beach to go swimming. So through the renewal program, what we have here is we did rebuild the seawall, but it was locally realigned about 4 metres further landward to continue to protect the assets of value there landward in terms of the walkway, but also to provide more space for that dry high tide beach area. And it's been performing really well since it was constructed. And just to give you one other example, this is Browns Bay, so moving further south down the coast. Again, impacted during the 2023 storm events. We saw beach lowering in the order of over 1.5 metres, which exposed some legacy rock illegal structures along our coastline. Again, through the foundation of the Shoreline Adaptation Plan, we were able to recycle a lot of that rock into the area of the most critical assets. So we've got car parking and access further to the south. So we've rebuilt a properly designed and consented and engineered rock revetment to the south, but also had an opportunity to naturalise, replant a section of the wider section of reserve. So even though we've got a strategy of protect there, I think that just speaks to some of that there is still that ability within those strategies to look at a range of different options and what's most appropriate when we're aligning the values and the hazards for each area alongside that coastal engineering knowledge. Now I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to briefly pass over to Sage, who's just going to give you a very high-level overview of the plan in front of you now, and then we'll be over for questions.
Kia ora. I have the privilege today to speak to the Aotea Great Barrier Island and the Outer Hauraki Gulf Island Shoreline Adaptation Plan. So I'll take the plan as read, but just to quickly touch on the spatial coverage that this plan entails. So when we're thinking about the Aotea Great Barrier Island and Hauraki Gulf Shoreline Adaptation Plans, what we're looking at, as you can see on the screen, is we've got the north and the southern section of Aotea, so all of Great Barrier Island, and then the islands off the respective north and south coast. And as you can see, this also includes Te Hatura Otoi, so Little Barrier Island there, the Pakahuna, so the Makahuna Islands, and also the Broken Islands as well, included within the Shoreline Adaptation Plan. So it's quite a unique and very diverse section of Tamaki Makoto's coastline. It features quite a few different sort of considerations in there, and of course for Great Barrier Island itself, a lot of it is Crown land, so we've been having ongoing conversations with the Department of Conservation. But in terms of developing the Aotea Great Barrier Island Shoreline Adaptation Plan, this has included quite a few events with the community, working closely with our local iwi, so our mana whenua, as you can see on the screen there. So Ngāti Reihua, Ngāti Wai ki Aotea, Ngāti Wai, Ngāti Manihiri, Ngāi Tai ki Tamaki, Ngāti Whanonga, Ngāti Tamatera, and Ngāti Maru, all whakapapa and or have expressed an interest in the Aotea Great Barrier Island Shoreline Adaptation Plan. There's quite a few considerations from the ecological perspective, of course, with Aotea Great Barrier Island sitting within the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park. And we do have the support of the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board as well. So as you can see on the screen there, quite a lot of park and reserve land. We've got one regional park. So we've got the Glenfield Regional Park within the Aotea Great Barrier Island there. Also quite a lot of road infrastructure and wharves, and of course a couple of airfields there as well. So not to go into too much detail, I'll stop talking and jump to the next slide.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the presentations, and sadly always after massive massive items on our agenda, don't get to do the justice of the amount of work that goes into this, including the ones you've got here today. So just want to congratulate you again for this. The first question is from Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Look, I support the work that you're doing for this and the next item. But so I'm going to ask a question that applies to both, more kind of at the high level. And then my question is, how can we absolutely ensure that you will get cross-council department buy-in to do this work? And sort of the supplementary to that is, what mechanisms in place, or how can we get evidence of the progress or the success of the strategies over time? Because we kind of know where we are, right? And I want to be able to prove that the work that we're doing is making a difference, but I also want you to give me confidence that this isn't actually one department, it's multiple agencies, and that we have if the Chief Executive was here, I'd ask him, but I'm asking you, that we have the interdepartmental insert word for authority or, agreement to do that. So can you help me with that?
Kia ora, thank you very much for the question. A very important question it is. So within our department, we are Engineering, Assets and Technical Advisory. We also have the Centre of Excellence for Asset Management. So we'll be working closely with that team to think about how we can acknowledge and reference our shoreline adaptation plans in those very, I guess, straightforward asset management process-driven components that we have across all of our asset managers. It's also, as we found through the development of the shoreline adaptation plans, it's a relationships game. So we're really privileged in our team. We do work really closely with a lot of our key asset managers for our coastal areas. We've built some really developing relationships with Auckland Transport. We've got good relationships with our Parks and Community Facilities team. And through this process, also embedded further relationships with Healthy Waters, Water Care Services, and with all of our other sort of smaller locationally specific asset owners. So it will be a lot of mahi and a lot of continued conversations from our department, Engineering, Assets, Technical Advisory and the Resilience and Infrastructure team, and putting that into play through our work with our infrastructure teams and through our work with Resilient Tamaki Makaurau, thinking about how we can make these processes more effective in the future.
Okay, supplementary if I may, Chair, because I spoke to the Resilience and Infrastructure team this morning, which is why I was late here. I think I'll throw this ball up in the air to whoever Mayor is going to pick it up. We absolutely need, I think, to have some KPIs or some evidence-based reporting back on this work. I absolutely support what you're going to do, but we need to prove that we're making a difference. So I'll just throw that up to a mayoral direction, but more importantly, if you could do it yourselves as part of inside that team and be able to deliver back to us, that would be really great. Thanks.
I feel, I mean, obviously going to nod to the Deputy Mayor and I will too, but I feel like we already do that, but do you mean on the individual coastal assets? Oh, right. I mean, that there is quite a huge amount of work done in that space to give back to us, but are you sort of meaning?
We just want to be able to prove that, I mean, we need these plans, right? I'm totally supportive of what we want to try to do, but actually what we need to say is we put a line in the sand, pardon the pun, put a line in the sand, we know we need to do this work, so how can we tell or communicate to Aucklanders that, look, actually this work is doing, you know, delivering a climate better, preventative way going forward. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, and yeah. No, I guess probably because I'm closer to it, but I agree with you, Deputy Mayor, but it is, it's probably sometimes individual asset based, it might be future asset, it also might be the stuff we don't do. So I've got examples of the shoreline adaptation plan where the local board have agreed, yep, we won't actually replace that asset because it's been beaten up by a storm 3 times in the, yeah, so there's some of, but I think there would be a good way next term to package it, yeah, how we progress as a system rather, but it's so new that I guess it's hard to bring all that, the conclusions back because we've only been doing this for 3 years, but Mayor Brown.
Okay, my question would suit for this item and the one next as well, general things. I want to make sure that you're not in danger of setting precedents and expectations too high, because my understanding is that council will not respond or act on private land, crown land or areas of coast with limited council aspects exposed. So I want to be sure from you that you're not encouraging hopes beyond. We're a great council and a lot of councillors love selling false hopes. That's the first question. You answer that. Next one is, do you ask who benefits? Because we've already had a ludicrously expensive retaining wall at Oria that solely benefited the landowners behind who should have paid for it. And so who benefits and who pays? You've got to tell me that you're doing that. Have we thought of targeted rates? You showed a little town, one little beach there, you know, they're going to do it for a beach that does the people at Snell's Beach or one of these little ones. Snell's Beach. If you're going to fix Snell's Beach, who benefits the people at Snell's Beach? What about a targeted rate on Snell's Beach? Because not everyone's chosen to live on the coast. And so that's the third one. And the last bit, And looking at your pictures here, I can tell you solid defences don't work. I want to see gabions and things like that there that accept the pressure of a wave and displace air. And so, but you can put as many solid defences as you like it, but they all fall down. And if you go to Awhitu out there, we walked along one bit there, and there was an example of every different alternative of seawall, and they all shared one thing in common: they all failed. So there's a few things there, but I want to hear these because this. Don't please tell me you're not setting expectations.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will run through each of your answers to your questions, and Lara may like to embellish. So question one. So no, these plans do not set a precedent for protecting private property. They are very clear that these are purely focused on council-owned land and assets. We have made the decision for the sake of consistency to cover the whole of the Auckland coast, but in sections where there are no Auckland Council-owned land or assets, the strategy is no active intervention, to direct that there isn't an active role for Auckland Council in defending those sections of coastline.
Well, that's good. Do you tell people that?
We have been telling, and it is has been a key point of feedback in terms of the numerous community engagement events that we have had. As I'm sure you would appreciate, not everyone has been receptive to that message, but it is clearly documented in each of the plans.
No one is there for someone who doesn't want to listen, so you've got to...
If I move on to your second comment in terms of who benefits, a lot of the mahi in setting the foundation of the shoreline adaptation plans has been to understand the values of each section of coast, so that we can understand both the direct benefits of the local community, but also the wider benefits to Auckland in ensuring that we pick the right strategies. So it is a balance of not just being receptive to the direct users of one area, but the wider Auckland community, and reflecting those values, whether it be natural character or some form of more suburban use of the coastal areas. In terms of targeted rates, yes, this is something that is front of mind in terms of the future of the Shoreline Adaptation Plan programme and implementation. At the moment, through the examples that you've seen in front of you, those are coastal renewals that have been regionally funded. So they've come out of the regional pot of money, as well as obviously we do have local renewals funding available through parks and community facilities. But I think it is a key part of the conversation that we'll be gearing up to through implementation of the plans, is in areas where there is a more direct benefit for other areas, or it is quite localised, that it should be coming through a targeted rate as opposed to the regional fund where obviously all...
Who makes that decision? Because it's a political decision, that one.
This
the
will
decision
be,
as to that the ratepayers in Otahu have to contribute to fixing a seawall at Snell's Beach seems completely unfair to me.
So through the chair, I anticipate this will be coming back to you in the new term as part of the implementation of the Shoreline Adaptation Plan. So there will be a piece coming to you with completion of all the plans for the regional prioritisation, and how do we identify the sections of the coast to be prioritised. And as part of that, I think the funding and the decisions around the targeted rates will be key.
Most reassuring. The type of defence, coastal defence, because we've seen endless engineers come up with dumb things that don't work. Absolutely, I can agree that through my time in New Zealand, I've seen quite a manner of diversity of coastal structures. So you are correct that there is a need to understand the coastal processes and to select the right coastal engineering solution for the right environment, and that includes how exposed sections of the coast are to wave energy, how seaward facing or how much protection there is of a beach to a coastal structure, and correctly so you've identified that the rock revetments and those types of wave dissipating structures are more effective in areas where we have higher wave exposure. In the example I gave you of Snell's Beach, one of the main reasons that
seawall was set back, the timber revetment that I showed there was set back, was to reduce that exposure to direct wave processes. So in implementing the coastal renewals and the shoreline adaptation plans, we have a team of coastal engineers that work very closely to make sure that we understand the coastal environment and select the right option.
Yeah, well, the last bit of that is that you've got to remember and write down, cliffs grow backwards. So, you know, we cannot reverse natural geological processes, so don't try. Thank you.
And I can promise you, Mayor, that often this team are disappointing people everywhere where the request is, please put in a seawall, and more often than not, this team is, we can provide some plants for you to help build something softer. I'd say the advice is often very clear on the good and the what not to do as well. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. My question is basically, I've been through these plans before, and then when we get to a environment court hearing or something, we have our legal team saying they're just aspirational. So I want to know really how solid are these, or are these just aspirational corridor that, you know, sounds good but goes nowhere?
Kia ora, thank you to the member through the chair. While they are plans that are prepared under no specific statute, they do form part of Auckland Council's policy in terms of a non-statutory plan, so they can be seen as aspirational and setting a direction. I hope that the process that we have implemented and has been consistent across the region in preparing these plans might give some weight to the plans in such a regulatory environment. We've undertaken extensive community engagement. We've worked in the spirit of partnership where we can, and we have had the resourcing to work with us on these plans. I think they form a foundation, and through implementation, I think there will be opportunities for us to reflect their outcomes through our statutory planning methods, such as our reserve management plans, and possibly in the future through resource management plans. So they are a foundation, they are non-statutory, but in my response to the Deputy Mayor's question earlier, if we can continue to grow them and show that that's the direction that we have for our region's coastlines, then we can keep to support that mahi. Kia ora.
Thank you. Member Henare.
Kia ora. A couple of questions. So in the development of the plan, obviously Mātauranga Māori makes an entrance, but what happens over 100 years? Well, let's say 50. I might be still around. Will that be an ongoing use, like a partnership?
Kia ora, member, through the chair. I'd like to think that Mātauranga and the signals or the triggers or the tohu that iwi have observed have been there for hundreds of years and will endure for hundreds of years. Whether or not it's something that we can weave more solidly into our more Western monitoring practices and our metrics and evaluation, I would like to think that the relationships we've developed so far in bringing the plans to this point can mean that we can build on that further, and we can think about how monitoring and how we can utilise Mātauranga in terms of the decisions made, and also how we can think about changes to our coastal environment as well. So it's similar to my response to Member Wilcox's question. It will be the continued opportunities and the continued kōrero with iwi in that space.
So I suppose moving that out a bit, your reply to both myself and Glenn, what are the opportunities for whānau hapu iwi going forward? Are we always going to be there at
at the whim of somebody else, or is it a joint process always going forward?
Through the chair, I'm happy to begin answering that question with Natasha and Lara's support. So I think as Lara sort of set out there, it's really about laying the foundation right at the very beginning in partnership with mana whenua, with the intention that we are setting out in the documents that sort of need for ongoing and early conversations and kōrero. So I think more than anything else, we all see as a team that this is really just the beginning of the journey. There's a lot of work ahead and a lot of commitment from our side to continuing those conversations and ensuring we're empowering iwi to lead in that space. So it's very much building the whanaungatanga, building those relationships up from the beginning, and the shore adaptation plans are that foundational point. And there is that connection there as well. Internally, we're having conversations for some of those other parallel work streams, like Resilient Tamaki Makaurau. They're also doing quite a lot of work with mana whenua across Tamaki Makaurau. So again, there's that commitment there. Lara might like to add to that one.
Kia ora, Sage, through the chair. I have nothing further to add, although I acknowledge that in the second item, item 10, our iwi might wish to speak in response to that question as well, but I will leave that with Shona. Kia ora.
You know, when you develop a plan and you go out and I was going to say negotiate, but work with hapu and iwi, do you ever think that, okay, politically, it might be a no-go area, depends on who's in government. Would it be better to enter into a proper arrangement with hapu and iwi, just in case we get a nut job government? Not saying that we do have, but just in case.
Kia ora. I think in terms of the kaupapa of the shoreline adaptation plans, that's been very focused, I guess, on the coastal edge. There are lots of interrelated outcomes, whether it's for people or te taio or for the moana, where it would be really good to work collaboratively and have a much longer term future view. I think the best we can do with our shoreline adaptation plans and the scope that we have currently for those plans and our role in local government is to identify where we've got really key shared objectives for the future, and perhaps focus on the areas of togetherness in terms of keeping those front and centre, and hopefully documenting those in the plans where we can as that shared outcome. But I think within the scope that we have of the plans, that's going to be an ongoing question and a challenge for adaptation planning, which is going to take many decades to really implement in full as we see changes in the climate or in our coastal areas.
But we'd sorry, just to add on to that, but we would expect that any asset or major change or move, we would go back and work with mana whenua, the relevant iwi, on that asset or that project or that, you know, there's quite a lot of work in that space as well, right? Councillor Fletcher.
The first question I've got is for you, Chair, and I realise my mind is not running as quickly as I want it to go today, but did we workshop this?
The Councillor Fletcher, this is what number of these of the shoreline?
We haven't workshopped it that I can remember.
It's not common practice. I mean, we workshopped at the beginning of the shoreline adaptation plan process, and then I'll let the staff speak for it, but this is a program of, I think, 16, I can't remember the exact number of plans. We don't
Let me ask my questions and then I can come back to that. Firstly, when did we agree that we'd change the language from managed retreat along the lines of the protection that we're talking about now, the adaptation priority areas and so forth? When did we agree to do that?
Through the chair. So in terms of the language used with the program, really the greatest response we had from communities around the term managed retreat was following the 2023 storm events. So what we had, I guess, commenced with the program back in 2021 was the language that's used by the Ministry for the Environment. So that was the mandate set by the governing body at the time in terms of the scope of the program, was to look at that sort of best practice, best available information to use at that national scale. The response that we had from our communities was a lot of concern around that terminology. We looked at really carefully at what we meant by managed retreat, because obviously we have a huge diversity of coastline across the region, and we said really what we're saying here is that there is a risk, and when we look at our hazard extents, a considerable concern for how we manage the risk to council land and assets. And we will need further engagement, we will need further optioneering for multiple different types of assets to consider what we do here. So thinking about language, thinking about putting additional pressure and concern on some of these communities who'd experienced that.
No, I get that. I mean, there's a sensitivity to it.
Yes.
And one is rather more blunt than the other. But, okay, so my next question is, and can I caveat it by saying, the last thing I want to see is council picking up the costs for things that central government should be paying for. So that lens is very much the forefront of my mind in asking you this question. But it strikes me as kind of crazy. If I'm thinking about the Hauraki Gulf, if I'm thinking about Aotea, how can, the oceans don't recognise the jurisdictions of local government or central government or private ownership. You've got, by virtue of the environment and climate and everything else, there does need to be some synergy in the policies that we are going to be looking at and adopting. So are we duplicating work that the Ministry for the Environment should automatically be doing before we then have a scrap over who pays for it? I guess I'm just wanting to ensure that we're doing this once and doing it properly, and not just, well, here's Auckland Council's response, then we get the Ministry for the Environment's response, and then private landowners. That's why I asked the question about workshopping, is how do we get to the point that we don't overreact, but nor do we underreact? But I remember after Cave Creek, for instance, the DOC went around and closed all these wharves quite unnecessarily that were absolute lifelines for island-based communities. So I'm perplexed as to why the lens on this work is very much just council-owned land. And we had a test case of that yesterday in terms of the Fix and Finish Fund within the Puketapapa local board. I mean, there will be parts that just are not worth reinstating. Cliffs grow backwards. I picked up on what Mayor was saying there, and I agree with him. But are we getting ahead of ourselves? Like, why are we doing this in the absence of having DOC and Ministry for the Environment and everybody? And I ask that as a Hauraki Gulf Forum member. How can we look at this rather more comprehensively?
So, I think how we got here is through the coastal adaptation plans that we approved, and then the 2022, I think, climate initiatives, we added funding to do the whole 3,500 kilometres of coast. Then we approved to do this lot of plans in last year's LTP, and I think the change of words have been the last few meetings, because how many have we done now? Sorry.
So through the chair, we have completed 9 shoreline adaptation plans since the programme's inception, and today we have plans 10 to 14 plus the mini shoreline adaptation plan for Te Waimanawa Little Shoal Bay.
Okay, and so maybe
I'm not wanting to be difficult on this, but I'm really
I'm just
concerned.
trying to explain. I'm just trying to give the context for, this hasn't come out of nowhere. This is a long process.
No.
And if Natasha, if you could give maybe some indications of why we're here and how they interrelate with the government work and our feedback.
Yes, absolutely. So through the chair, so this has been a long journey. This was a scope that was originally set by the governing body after the endorsement of the Coastal Management Framework in 2017. And really what was acknowledged at that time was that we still needed clearer direction from central government around the private property who pays piece. As part of doing that, we've taken a proactive view to look at council-owned land and assets in the first region. It aligns with what we currently have in the Ministry for the Environment, Coastal Hazards and Climate Change Guidance for Local Government, which was most recently updated in 2021. And I think it's worthy of acknowledgement that at the moment we are all, as local governments, in a space where everyone is taking this journey in their own slightly unique way. So if you look at Tamaki Makaurau's shoreline adaptation plans in comparison to Christchurch, each is slightly different, and that is really the challenge that we are each faced with at the moment in terms of the scoping and direction. There will be opportunities as these plans progress over time for them to encompass private land more directly, but at the moment we have a really excellent starting block for looking at our own land and assets and setting that precedent before extending it further.
So I understand the importance of leadership in this area. I'm just wanting to make sure that we are not going to end up with duplication. The other concern that I've got is I just really want to make sure within the council's own whānau, like this is our CCOs as well. So if we were, and we're not talking about Maraetai today, but if we were talking about Maraetai and we were talking about coastal inundation and we were talking about the roadway and this would all be part of it for all of the CCOs, all of the areas for which council has jurisdiction or ownership. Yeah. Okay.
And that was an important part of the Maraetai Beachlands Shoreline Adaptation Plan, and that road and the fact you would protect that harder than many other assets. So that's already been approved. But.
Yeah, I don't want to pursue this any further, but just to say I still have a niggle here that we might need some further alignment with other parties, but yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Where am I? Oh, right, thanks, my notes. You answered the Mayor's question, well, first of all, we've got about 3,500 kilometres of coastline, I think you've said. What percentage of that, in loose terms, is council-owned land, the stuff that is in your scope at the moment?
Through the chair, Councillor Turner, I'm afraid I couldn't give you a specific number or a percentage, although I would note that there would be land that immediately adjoins the coast, and we have a lot of either road reserve or esplanade reserve due to the way in which we have planning mechanisms which vest that with council. But we do also have a lot of coastal infrastructure such as roads in close proximity to the coast. So if we look at it from a New Zealand context, Auckland is the most densely populated, and so therefore we probably have the greatest concentration of assets at the coast for many areas across New Zealand, and certainly that's going to be differently spread across the region as well.
So if I thank you, and you made me realise it's more than I thought. So did I also hear you correctly that so that we don't lift the public's, the private landowners' expectations, as the Mayor said, as in delivering stuff for them, we have zoned or we have labelled all that area as no intervention?
So we've looked at it in terms of the concentration, the type of assets and their exposure to those different hazards that Dr. Carpenter spoke to earlier. So where we've got council assets, or we might have interventions like hard defences, or we might undertake beach nourishment or something like that within those areas, we will quite often identify that as maintain, and we will specify in the plans the actions that would be taken to support maintain, or the assets which we would be managing the risk in relation to. Where we have sort of almost no land or assets in some of our more rural areas, in those areas it would certainly be identified as no action. But we may also note in those areas where council may continue to advocate, as Ms Vernell mentioned, around ecological outcomes or cultural outcomes, but noting that there's very low risk to council land or assets in those areas.
Thank you. But to just kind of make that simpler, people who've got riparian private rights are kind of got a blanket cover at the moment, which is no intervention. Is that correct?
If we're looking at areas of the shoreline with private ownership and no council assets present, then it would be no action.
So if those people are prepared to pay themselves and do some intervention and do some stuff, and they go for a resource consent, is the first response they get, your area's a no action area?
So in terms of the status of the shoreline adaptation plans, they can be considered through a consent process as a non-statutory document. However, the first, I guess, port of call for that consenting process should be what sits in those resource management plans.
So the staff will interpret all that fancy planning stuff, but the start point will be you're in a no intervention area, correct?
Through the chair, if you were to consider the shoreline adaptation plans through a consenting pathway, that plan may be identified as an other document, although the purpose of the plans, as Dr. Carpenter's mentioned, is very clear that it's in relation to managing risk to council land and assets. So that doesn't set a policy direction as a resource management plan.
It's no surprise to you my scepticism, I've made that clear. And you also know how many people filled our halls in our area, and this is the base of their concerns. And I had said here before I started, got to this question, which was prompted by Councillor Fletcher, I'd sat here and I'd written down language change. And when you talk about, we no longer call it managed retreat, to reduce their levels of anxiety, is that not disingenuous to actually lower the levels of anxiety by changing the language rather than what we intend to do?
Through the chair, I don't think the intentions of the language change were disingenuous. It was always in the commentary that sat with the managed retreat narrative back in the earlier plans, signalling that need for a further conversation. But I think it was a worthy identification of the team through the community engagement feedback that language was triggering. It became particularly triggering after the 2023 storm events. So it was really just to better reflect what was always the original intention of that.
Would you accept it was particularly triggering way before that in the Huia northern edge of the Manukau Harbour, way before 2023?
Through the chair, I think language around retreat or around anything that is really important to a community will always be distressing. And I think, yes, you're quite right. Whenever we have these conversations, they are difficult conversations. And I think we do need to be really careful with language. And I really take the point around being really clear about expectation setting as well. If I may, I would just add that although we have the shoreline adaptation plans and they speak to the management of risk to council land and assets, we do also have all of our mapped hazard information which continues to be available and I hope doesn't sort of minimise the fact to think about some of the challenges that we have with coastal hazards for both private property and Auckland Council land.
Thank you. Last question. So to support what was said by the Deputy Mayor, you know, do we, you know, we need to go and develop, empirical evidence by going back to the projects we've already done to assess their effectiveness in order to take that to the public and say, look, you know, again, in my little bay, which I keep harping on about, but we know how successful managed advance has been in Huia domain, and maybe if we had a look at that and brought that into the picture of recording what's taking place, it might change the angle, the tangent that we're on, just minutely even. Would you think?
Through the chair, absolutely monitoring is going to be a huge part of the implementation of both the effectiveness of the strategies and how we change between strategies over time. We do have the coastal monitoring portal, which is supporting that public education piece around how we do and have for a number of years monitored our coast. And Councillor Turner, I hope you'll be pleased to know that Huia is one of the beaches which is monitored as part of that coastal monitoring program as a condition of consent to demonstrate the effectiveness and the retention of the sediment in front of the groins at Huia Bay.
But just remember, it went forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
So we're doing 20 of these. How many of these committee already signed off on?
9 plus the mini shoreline adaptation plan.
Good, thank you.
Cool, thank you. That's all the questions on this one. So,
Just in response to Baker there, can you just confirm that we started on this prior to the anniversary weekend floods, prior to the cyclone that followed? Do you think the world changed a bit for Auckland as a result of those two events? Was it time for some reconsideration about the way in which, or do you see it as wanting to fast track this work because of those events?
Through the chair, thank you. I think I do recall that question being asked in a number of forums and with our local communities. I think it certainly brought home to many Aucklanders the need to think about this and the need to have a plan when we do have damage and we do have storm damage at the coast. We'd had previous storm events which had been more damaging for our coastal areas some years before, and that really reinforces the utility of having a plan and having that clear guidance already available when we're looking at undertaking emergency works or responding to those hazard events.
So I agree, it's highlighted the need for a plan, but has it, as a result of those two events, highlighted the need for central and local government to work together more effectively?
In a word, yes, certainly.
yeah, and I've spoken to Select Committee twice since the floods on adaptation and the fact we have no national direction and that we need support, but we're not going to stop our work. And most of the shoreline adaptation plans have been approved post the storms, and you know, very delicately, I've been to many of those events. The staff have done an amazing job trying to bring people along because it's been so triggering for people post the events, definitely. And I think the change of language has been approved in the last few, even last month. We've approved a number. Right, we'll just get you to... Oh, sorry, question, Councillor Walker.
So I've got a few questions, and the particular case that I'm drawing on is Ariwa Beach. So my first question...
Councillor, that's not this one. That's the next shoreline. Yeah.
Right, okay. The next one, okay.
Cool, thank you. So I'll just move this one through a seconder, Councillor Dalton. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this item? Councillor Baker.
I just want to acknowledge the staff and say we've been through this in Franklin. We were first cabs off the rank, and I think, and we've got probably one of the biggest coastlines in Auckland. And I want to acknowledge the work you do with the community, the work you do with the local boards who then represent the communities and give their political feedback, which is their role. And it's sort of, I just hope every time we do one of these that we don't see the same questions on general stuff that we've talked about 9 times. And so if every time that we have these shoreline adaptation plans come before us and we have to answer the same questions potentially that we've asked before that are general in nature. I just hope we don't do that from a timekeeping thing. But it's a huge amount of work what you're doing, and the consultation in a tricky space is really good. So thank you for what you do.
Kia ora, Councillor. Last speaker, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Well, on the back of Councillor Baker, I understand too how much work you do as well, and the consultation you've gone through, but that doesn't mean the public have been convinced of what's taking place or that they agree with you. And I will be extending every opportunity I can to remind you of that every time you come in front of us. I voted against all of these, I think. I'm not going to spoil my record this time. Thank you. Bye.
Right. All those in favour? Are there any opposed? Councillor Turner would like his name recorded. Thank you. Right, we'll move to item 10. Thank Clara and Natasha. Cool. Oh, we've got the...
Hello again. Okay, so second round, we are now seeking your approval of 4 shoreline adaptation plans simultaneously. Please be patient with us. This is the first time that we have taken quite so many plans in one series to you for approval. So today we are looking at the Kaipara Moana, the Pakri to Matheson Bay, the T Point to Sandspit, and the Snells Beach to Orewa and Hibiscus Coast shoreline adaptation plans. And I would just like to extend a warm welcome through the chair to Shona Oliver, who is representing Ngā Monga Whakahi o Kaipara. And it's a pleasure to have you with us today. If you would like to speak at all to these items, I know you're here in support of the Kaipara Moana SAP.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Shona Oliver, toko ingoa, hei kaimahi ahau mō Ngā Monga Whakahi o Kaipara in the Taritaiao space. So thank you for this opportunity. I have just returned recently to Ngā Monga Whakahi o Kaipara, so I really come today in support of this. I would like to just pick up something, Mr. Chair, before in the other kōrero. So many of these places that are vested with Auckland Council are there because they're very important to iwi. So that coordination and cooperation is key as part of that. So yeah, ngā mihi.
Kia ora, Shona, and welcome, and thank you for your work.
And just to very briefly, just to highlight the areas that we are now moving to. So you can see here in blue that we are covering off predominantly the Rodney coastline from the Kaipara Moana up and over and back down again through to Orewa in the Hibiscus and Bays area. And I will pass over to Lara, who is going to give you a very brief overview of each of these plans.
Kia ora. I promise to be brief. So in terms of our northern plans, we undertook our engagement for these plans both with iwi and with communities somewhat more rapidly following our 2023 storm events. We also acknowledge within these northern areas that many of our communities utilise coastal spaces on both the east and the west coast, and a lot of these rural and coastal settlements, therefore, when we're engaging with those communities, they might wish to speak to multiple areas. So just very quickly on the screen in front of us now, we're looking at the Kaipara Moana and the Pakari to Matheson's Bay, Te Kuaroa area. Across these plans, we had 16 engagement events. We engaged with a number of iwi partners and sought feedback from them, and we also engaged and had workshops with the Rodney Local Board who have provided their endorsement for these 2 plan areas. We have two regional land park holdings in both of the shoreline adaptation plan areas on the screen in front of you. We have drainage districts which have a different management structure. We have co-governed reserve areas in the Parakai area, and we have some pretty incredible coastal landscapes both on our east coast and within a very large harbour of the Kaipara. For the next two plan areas, as we move south along the east coast, we have the area south of Matheson Bay around T Point. We come through our coastal communities around Whangatiao, Point Wells, Omaha. We have another regional park here. We have a lot of sheltered harbours along this coastline. We have the Whangatiao Harbour, we have the Puhoi Inlet, we have the Waiwera Inlet and the Orewa Inlet. Ooh, it's doing things of its own. Aroha mai for that. We have again around about 6 regional parks within this area of our coastline and a number of very coastal iwi, so we have a lot of sites and landscapes and locations of high significance, and we have a lot of coastal communities in many cases throughout all of our northern plan areas, connected by some really key Auckland Transport and New Zealand Transport Agency Waka Kotahi roading links, so some really key crucial roading links throughout this area, and we have a number of other council-owned facilities, buildings, historic closed landfills that we manage as well. So a lot of coastline to cover, and with our Snell's Beach to Orewa Hibiscus Coast Shoreline Adaptation Plan, we also come into the northern area of the Hibiscus and Bays local board area, and we have had extensive discussion with that board specifically around the Orewa, Hatfields Beach and Waiwera areas, and we have the endorsement from both the Rodney and the Hibiscus and Bay local boards for these two areas. So that's my incredibly brief overview, and I will hand over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much, and great to have the local board and mana whenua support as well. Councillor Walker.
Questions? I think just addressing a point that the Mayor raised about the Orewa seawall. The reason that that seawall came about was because Parks decided to have a walkway and cycleway along the beachfront, and that necessitated protecting it. And that's a moot point. But that was the reason used, and it was defended in the courts. So my questions go like this. First of all, and this is relevant to Orewa, in a situation where there are substantial public assets, and in this instance, the reference point is a very large area of parking, hundreds of parks, trees, playground, volleyball area, enjoyed by thousands of people. Do you actually put a value on that through this process? Do you quantify it in terms of its economic value, its value to the shopkeepers, for example, retail activity and the like? Is that part of the process?
Kia ora through the chair. We don't assign any specific sort of economic or monetary values to specific areas. What we do is, I guess, seek more of a qualitative understanding of how those areas are valued. For the Orewa area, we did have a few community engagement events in that area, and we've also collaborated with colleagues in Parks and Community Facilities with some of the specific discussions around the Orewa Reserve and different community views, and that includes the business association around those areas. The area at Orewa for the Southern Reserve is one of our few areas where we identify adaptation priority under the low climate change scenario, or today, and so that's essentially reflecting that we do have these very live discussions occurring, and there will be a range of different viewpoints and a range of different values expressed for those areas, whether it's beach space or whether it's reserve space. And so the strategy that we have in the Shoreline Adaptation Plan is really supporting and enabling those further conversations to occur.
Thank you. 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 other question I would have is around consistency. If we look at Orewa, to the north there's a rock revetment. In the middle there's currently a very expensive seawall being completed. And then we have what amounts to managed retreat, which could be quite substantial in that area. So why is there an absence of consistency? So entirely different approaches are being taken for different parts of the beach. I wouldn't have thought there was much difference between the north and the south in terms of the applicability of a rock revetment to retain what is an asset that is probably worth many tens of millions of dollars. So my question is around consistency.
Through the chair, so Orewa is a complex coastal environment which has had a range of human modification over time. What we recognise with the southern end of Orewa is that we do have a wider reserve space that's available there, and that is part of what is the very live discussion around the Orewa Reserve future. We also know that sediment has a tendency to drift towards the southern end, where we have the Waitemata groin, and we have a more healthy dune system available at that space. So while, yes, I completely understand your point around the consistency and ensuring that we have a holistic view to coastal management across Orewa Beach, there are some site-specific nuances in terms of the coastal processes there. And again, not predetermining the outcome of what may eventuate through the Orewa Reserve future, but there is the capacity there certainly to explore some alternative options as opposed to fortifying the entire beach with rock revetment.
The other question I've got is around the information provided, especially as it goes to Orewa Beach South. And this point was covered off in the evidence to the Environment Court by a very talented engineer who happens to live on the beachfront, backed up by, a long history. And that is the fact that since the estuary was realigned, an enormous amount of sand, probably well in excess of 500,000 cubic metres, has moved up the estuary, is locked up, because the outgoing current no longer maintains dynamic equilibrium within a closed system, because there is no sand coming to Orewa from outside or being lost outside. And there are people that hold that this is the major cause of Orewa beach erosion, because erosion is in part a response to the amount of sand that's protecting the beach. But this is not mentioned at all. And there's a strong school of thought that that is one of the primary problems that will cause ongoing erosion at Orewa Beach. The amount of sand that's shifted through the replenishment might be of the order of less than 20,000 cubic metres, so it's tiny in comparison. So why is that not here? Because it could and should be informing people.
Through the chair. So in terms of the level of information or the specific detail that we're able to include in these plans, because we're covering such an extensive area from, well, essentially all of our coastline, but in this particular plan from Snell's Beach all the way down to Orewa, we've tried to identify some of the key, elements and programs like the Orewa South work that's been led through Parks and Community Facilities, and acknowledge through reference to the website and all of the information that sits there that there is more locationally specific detail, and all of that will most certainly be relevant in those different insights, opinions, advice from different technical specialists when we're looking under that adaptation priority strategy at what are the options, what are the costs, what are the benefits, and what is the best possible solution for that area. So it's by no means discounting any of that work, it's really just looking at that equity across the region of that first pass.
In a situation where this is a fundamentally important piece of information, arguably the most significant thing affecting dynamic equilibrium within this area, is it not possible to add this? Is this a dynamic piece of work, or is this set in concrete? because I would make the request that we add this sort of information so people understand it. Otherwise, we continue to not address the issue, which is what we're doing. We're literally burying our head in the sand.
Through the chair, we would be happy to include some additional commentary on the estuary and the sediment retention within the estuary as part of the approval of the final plan.
Okay. And the last question I've got, Mr. Chair, goes to sand mining, which is prevalent in parts of the coast. In Rodney, I was a Rodney District Councillor for many years. Is that something that you're factoring into this approach? And are you looking to eliminate sand mining in areas where it could well be contributing to coastal erosion?
Through the chair, in terms of these 4 northern areas for the shoreline adaptation plans, sand mining is certainly something that's been identified by our coastal specialists, also by iwi and also by our communities in relation to the Kaipara Harbour and also in the northern areas from Te Aare and Pakari. So in terms of how that's reflected, it would be around acknowledging ongoing monitoring associated with any of those consents, and certainly identifying that is a key issue and a key concern held by iwi and communities. And so there's certainly opportunity through implementation to look further at those, activities and how that's impacting on the sediment availability or the sand availability for those coasts.
So my question is there any mention of sand mining and its effects in this? Is it acknowledged anywhere?
Through the chair, without specifically referencing the report, I know that it was raised in community feedback, and I am 99% sure it will be included as a matter raised in those plans.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And last question. We'll go to Member Wilcox and then Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you. First of all, can you tell me why Muriwai Beach or Unioni Rangatira is not included in this?
Kia ora through the chair. So Muriwai and the coast up to, or the open west coast is included in a separate plan. So that is from Whatipu all the way up and around the head of Te Korowai or Te Taonga or South Head Peninsula. And that is really down to when the plan areas were first identified, looking at the major coastal processes. And so that was really looking at that open west coast in terms of the wave climate and the open coast environment. It would be really worth noting that some of the areas and the boundaries between the different shoreline adaptation plan areas are based on those coastal processes, and they don't represent or align with rohe boundaries or local board boundaries. It is very much based on that process.
Okay. And secondly, Chair, so let's hypothetically say I'm a private landowner with land that's on the coast in the Kaipara Harbour. Would this affect me building my house?
Kia ora through the chair. I guess a similar response to my response to Councillor Turner earlier. In terms of a resource consent process, it would be a focus on those resource management plans. However, if you had council land between yourself and the coast, and there was a need to identify that in the shoreline adaptation plans, then that may be a relevant matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. Just a very quick question and hopefully a pragmatic one. Up our coastline, we've seen a lot of use of this rock revetment walls, and they're quite different from the old just dump them down and watch you don't fall over. I think they're almost placed. I think it's stonemasons that have done some of the work. They're very cost effective. They seem to work. Or they certainly at least, well, they do work because where they're put, there's no erosion. So the simple question is, that technique, conceivably along with others, would seem to offer a kind of, if not universal, a widespread solution to a number of these areas that are under threat. So the simple question is, why wouldn't we do more of that?
Thank you. Through the chair, so we consider a range of different coast protection options. When we're looking at hard protection structures such as rock revetments, there's a few trade-offs that we need to think about there. So a rock revetment needs a slope, and that tends to occupy some beach space so that it can dissipate the wave energy. If we look at a more robust masonry rock wall structure, that can increase some of the wave reflection on the beach, which can lower your beach levels and impact over time that area of dry high tide beach you have available. So when considering sort of the most appropriate coastal defence options for a given area, some of the key considerations there are those, along with whether there is an opportunity for a more dynamic and resilient natural system such as dune planting, and then of course the cost of both the upfront capital costs of those programs and the ongoing maintenance costs. So a range of factors to consider in there.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just from my understanding of the shoreline adaptation effect, because I know this isn't, we just mentioned the Warapū North area. So Keri Warapū, but Keri as well, but Keri in particular right now, because of sand accretion, it's blocked the creek, which is building up the water behind there. It's now in the last few weeks blocked off access to the new Surf Lifesaving Club, blocked the bridge that someone actually tried to pass. They got out, when they got back they lost the vehicle. That was council involvement, not a council vehicle. It's blocked all the accesses, all the access to the beginning of the Zion track, the Amananui track, walking down the top of the Warapū beach. In the past, many years ago, the Parks Department actually had big loaders parked up at their depots and used to clear that out. Does the adaptation plan, does that have to be taken into consideration when the community or Parks Department decides they want to, modify the stream exit to stop the inland effects of the shoreline adaptation, natural adaptation?
Through the chair. So in terms of the Whatupu to South Head Shoreline Adaptation Plan, we're still in the processes of taking that through our local board with the Waitakere Rangers local board, and having some of those specific conversations with them. In terms of the accretion at Whatupu and some of the southern areas of that west coast, it is very unique, and yes, it does, influence the location and the ability for some of those catchments to discharge to the coast or to flow to the coast. Where we're looking at our adaptation strategies, in many cases with that west coast environment, maintain and acknowledging those activities that can be undertaken under that strategy is the best way that the shoreline adaptation plans can convey the ability to manage those dynamic environments. However, there are some challenges in continuing to think about intervention in those areas where we do have really dynamic coasts and a lot of accretion of sand, which is quite unique.
So it's all right. I can hear Andy Baker telling me to shut up, so I'll say nothing.
Cool, thank you. There are no more questions. I'll get you to step back from the table. Kia ora. Are there any comments on this one? Just want to thank the team and just acknowledge that this is significant scientific engineering-based work that I think some of it is blooming incredible, and I have seen these decisions come out, sometimes hard infrastructure, sometimes disappointing people, and sometimes bringing people along for the ride on other softer pieces of infrastructure, or discussing about how the coast will change and people understanding that. And sadly, as many have mentioned, in 2023 people saw that happen rather quickly, far quicker than expected. So I think we've got some understanding of that now. All those in, there's no mover. I'll move. Member Wilcox would like to second. Would you like to speak, Member Wilcox? No. All those in favour? Any opposed? Councillor Turner would like to vote against again. Thank you. Right, we'll move to item number 11. Oh, we need to do an extension of time. I'll move. Deputy Chair second. All those in favour? Any opposed? hopefully that wasn't a majority of yeses. Auckland Water Strategy. Thank you. Kia ora, Dave. Tess and Georgie.
The figure with the hammer is me.
Seriously.
I won't be doing it.
Don't let that get out, mate.
Oh, does Councillor Watson, you've got your mic on there.
Oh, sorry.
You're all good.
Just as well I didn't hear what I said.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou I tēnei ahiahi, or good afternoon. My name is Tess Langworthy. I am the Program Manager Natural Environment. Alongside me is Georgina Hart, Principal Analyst, and Dave Allen, Manager Natural Environment Strategy within the Policy Department. This item presents the Auckland Water Strategy Annual Progress Report covering financial year 2024-25. Many staff contribute to the progress report, and we would like to take this moment to thank them for their contributions. The agenda report recommendations are for you to note the findings and approve the annual progress report. Just having some technical difficulties by the looks of it. We got it?
Yeah.
Pointed at Sandra.
Okay, we've got it. Cool, thank you. The Auckland Water Strategy sets a vision for Auckland's waters and provides direction for investment and action across the council group out to 2050. It was adopted in 2022. The strategy was developed recognising that many of the council group's current approaches will need to change to achieve meaningful improvement to the health of water across the region. The strategy identifies 8 strategic shifts that you can see on the slide. Each strategic shift has a long-term aim that represents a change in the council group's approach to water management. Shorter-term actions the council group can take to move us towards each aim are also identified, and where applicable, targets are set. This annual progress report covers the 3rd year of implementation of the strategy, but as with previous progress reports, we do emphasise that we are in the early years of establishing long-term changes across the council group, some of which are expected to take decades. The annual progress report provides an update on implementation of the strategy based on achievement of specific targets in the strategy, on progress towards the long-term aims in the strategic shifts, and on delivery of specific actions outlined in the strategy. And we'll cover these briefly in this presentation. The water strategy sets water security targets for 2 measures, water consumption and water collection. These targets aim to increase Auckland's water efficiency when using water from the reticulated network and increase Auckland's supply of non-dam recycled water and rainwater over the next 25 years. Watercare provides reporting against these targets. Starting from the top of the slide, the 2025 water consumption target is 253 litres per person per day. The 2024-2025 daily water consumption was 257 litres per person per day, which is a slight decrease on last year. As the 2025 water consumption target has been exceeded by a small amount, it is marked as orange here and in the annual progress report. However, consumption is tracking downwards each year, and 257 is within the variation allowed around this target. Moving down, the 2030 recycled water collection target is 20 million litres per day. This target has been achieved with 22 million litres per day recycled water for beneficial reuse being collected in 2024-25. An additional step over the last year has been to review the 2050 water consumption target as planned, which resulted in a recommendation to retain the existing target for 2050 at less than 225 litres per person per day. A summary of the review approach and findings is provided in the annual progress report, which is attachment A to the agenda item. This slide provides you with a snapshot of the progress status of all 58 actions in the strategy. What you're looking at are the 8 strategic shifts listed down the left, and then each row are the actions associated with that shift. Each action is identified by its own number. Overall, tangible progress is being made towards the aims set out in the 8 strategic shifts in the water strategy. While tangible, this progress in all areas is incremental, and there is a long way to go to achieve the aims of the strategy. Looking at the specific actions, we assess each action based on 3 criteria, which results in a score. This score translates into the action's progress status, indicated here by one of 5 colours. The key explaining the meaning of each colour is provided to the top right of the slide. Of the 58 actions in the strategy, 6 are complete, or blue. 12 are progressing on time. These are represented by the green squares. 21 are progressing, but are either taking longer than originally anticipated or are experiencing some other kind of challenge. These are amber. 7 are not progressing and are overdue. They are red. And 12 are not planned to start until a later start date, and they are grey. Notable progress is occurring for 8 actions that relate to freshwater management and knowledge. One example is a review of the Council's water allocation framework to ensure that Auckland unitary plan provisions are strong enough to ensure over-allocation of water is prevented. 3 actions relating to building resilience to water-related natural hazards and climate change response have also significantly progressed, like a program of work to develop a tool that evaluates and maps the resilience of the Council's water infrastructure systems. Actions that involve partnership with mana whenua, long-term water security, noting that this relates to work by some council staff and not water care, and setting new targets are all experiencing challenges with implementation. Challenges include that the action is taking longer than originally anticipated and the time frame for delivery needs to be extended, that the action does not have clear responsibility and accountability of a team or teams for its delivery, that the action relies on mana whenua partnership. However, capacity of mana whenua to progress 12 actions at the same time is limited. To identify and address challenges, our dedicated program management team regularly review risks and challenges and identify and implement responses to mitigate or reduce these. I'll outline what we'll be focused on in 2025-26 at the end of this presentation, which are aimed at improving implementation. Detailed progress updates on each action are provided in the report or attachment A. Now, there are many examples of incredible work across the council group and progress being made towards the aims and actions of the strategy. So it is hard for us to choose what to highlight. However, we do want to take the opportunity to focus on 3 specific examples where progress is occurring. The first example is Action 2.8, which is about continual improvement of the council group's resilience building programs. Resilience building remains a focus across the council group, and we've received updates that many of these initiatives are progressing well. One pilot project by the Policy Department is focused on facilitating resilience building in the Papakura community. Community members have participated in introductory climate workshops, a participatory grant scheme, and an ongoing public arts, culture and event series. This pilot is nearing completion. The second example on the screen is Action 5.4, which is about ensuring we are planning for the impacts of climate change on Auckland's water sources. Watercare have completed forecasting on the effects of climate change on its water sources. This information will guide future planning, such as Watercare's Metropolitan Services Strategy that is being developed now. This is a 70-year strategy to ensure safe, reliable and affordable water and wastewater services for Tamaki Makaurau. Meanwhile, the Planning and Resource Consents Department are considering the impacts of climate change on water quantity and quality, and this is work that is still underway at the time of reporting. The third example on the screen is Action 6.6, which is to review, develop and grow the Council's strategic approach to sediment program, led by Dr. Jackie Reid. The program has been reviewed, developed and grown over the last year. Specific reporting on this program was presented to the Policy and Planning Committee in late 2024. One of the many great examples coming out of this program is a pilot to trial real-time sediment monitoring cameras at key stormwater discharge sites. This pilot has now been picked up and operationalised by the Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience Department. The monitoring of building sites, industrial areas and other sites discharging into streams and drains increases the efficiency of the Council's compliance activities and stops sediment pollution early. Over the next year, the water strategy will continue to be implemented as strategies, plans and policies of the Council Group continue to be aligned to the water strategy's direction, as specific actions are progressed by staff across the Council Group, as our program management team plan, track and report on implementation. The establishment of the Group strategic framework is expected to strengthen implementation by providing a clear system for operationalising strategic direction. We expect at least 30 actions will be progressed by approximately 16 teams across our departments and council-controlled organisations. Our program management team will continue our usual activities with a focus on reviewing the actions in the strategy and refreshing the internal work plan for the next 3 years. This will include working with the investment area groups to ensure delivery of actions are identified through investment areas and department delivery plans. We recommend that the committee note the key findings of and approve the Auckland Water Strategy Annual Progress Report 2024-25. Back to the Chair. Thank you.
Kia ora, Tess. Thank you very much. We have 2 questions from the 2 Waynes. First one, Mayor Wayne Brown.
Thank you for that. I've got a few questions. Why are we preparing this and not Watercare? And if we are preparing for it, who pays for it?
So the Auckland Water Strategy basically is a product of a range of concerns with how we manage water across a number of different domains. It's not just drinking water, wastewater, stormwater. It's about some of our natural streams and lakes and wetlands. It's about our groundwater management. It's about some of the other elements that are affecting water outcomes, including our growth approach. So this is trying to provide a holistic approach to the Council's integrated water management approach. And so we had about 7,000 submissions back in 2018-19 to indicate a very strong ratepayer desire to see improvements in water outcomes across Auckland, and it also reflects our receiving environment in terms of the coast. So this is a sort of mountains to sea approach and does take into account a number of elements, and we're reliant on all council departments and CCOs to contribute to the outcomes set out in this water strategy, which had extensive governing body committee workshopping and consideration when it was approved in March 22.
On that basis, then, why haven't we separated out water and wastewater and other waters in that strategy page there? Because you've separated out treaty partnerships and empowered Aucklanders and all stuff like that there, but people think mainly of water supply and wastewater treatment. The other one's pretty small and ancillary. So I'd have thought those 2 big things would have separated out to make it meaningful rather than just a whole lot of nice pictures. So why don't we do that, and then I'll get on to about how you deal with volumes.
Just to be clear, this isn't the plan, Mayor, and we can get that to you. This is just an update of where we are in our plan. So the plan's quite extensive, and we sort of led it and brought Watercare into the fold, I guess, and they ended up agreeing with a lot of our direction after time, some pushing, but now they do work with us on it. But this is just an update. I can go through the
Right, well, that's
strategy.
fair enough, but I'm asking if we've got 8 separate things like that there, which are pretty oddball separates in mine, right, and we haven't separated water and wastewater. That's surprising. And then the next thing, you've listed water security, a target of less than 253, and we're at 257. Places around the country where people supply their own water, like having to gather it, they never reach 180. So is there so lots of New Zealanders live at 180, and we're at 257. Is there thought about a differential pricing? So you have a price up to 180, which is all most New Zealanders need, and a bigger price above that, and see where that moves people, because people usually only move from fear or money. So is there a possibility to do that, or is that too hard? And because if you're going to measure it per person, then it's an interesting way to do that when you can only measure households. So if you don't know how many people in the household, how do you get that right? So I'm just querying these figures because they've got the ability to be wildly wrong if you're not careful.
Maybe the first observation is that since the strategy was approved in March 22, there's been obviously quite a few changes in the regulatory framework, which is what you're alluding to. And I think one of the things that we would look to consider in any review from year 4 onwards is how some of these actions will get attributed to different parties. So that's just in response to your first point, that's an approach we can take to clarify some of the responsibilities and obviously where those responsibilities lie. In terms of the other question about pricing and water security, Georgie, did you want to add anything there?
I don't think we can really comment on Watercare's pricing. I don't think that.
No point in us having a policy if we can't influence Watercare. We might as well just have Watercare have a policy.
But I can comment that it's gross PCC, so gross per person water consumption. So it includes industrial, it includes all the water demand or supply.
Okay, well,
So-
I have owned a water company at one stage, and we had differential pricing, and it wasn't a very big water company, and if dummies like me could work that out, possibly a big one like them could.
So part of that, I mean, maybe I can try and give the helicopter view on this. The figure again is all the water that the city uses divided by the population. So it's not household or base. So it is including commercial, industrial, everything. And we are, I think, half of other cities around the country. So we're doing pretty well. But the other thing is on that note, we have had the future of water come to us from Watercare, and part of that conversation, including citizens' assemblies that Councillor Desley Simpson and Deputy Mayor and I attended, they did talk about differential pricing, and it is something they're looking at about the future of water, whether it's wastewater. Some of that policy will come back to us for feedback, but you're right, Mayor, that we could start feeding back the other way, but they have come to us for that feedback before, and we have given openness as a council to looking at that strategy. And there were lots of other ideas like having your first 100 litres or something free, or free days or different things, but a lot of that feedback was if you had a free day, then everyone uses all the water that day, so there's different ways to do it, but that differential pricing is something that Watercare is considering before we move to wastewater recycling, etc.
All right. In this page here, which is kind of like a whole lot of colours, to give you a bit of a rough idea that there's a mixture of reds, greens and blues. What would that look like for AT? Are we doing a policy on transport at some stage? I imagine it'd be a pretty red page, but I'm not sure.
Talk to Andy about that.
I think there's obviously a number of processes we have in council to gauge performance, and you've got your quarterly reporting updates with your statement of intent as well. So there's a number of ways that we can actually get a feel for how we're going. I'd make the observation that one of the things we want to do with the water strategy even is to get AT involved, because of course there's a lot of discharges going off the road surfaces, as we've just talked about on various occasions. So what that only illustrates is that we're trying to get this integrated approach across all of the different council elements to sort of see how these outcomes can be achieved. But maybe I can take your observation of that chart in a positive way, Mayor, because it basically gives you a very good snapshot of where we are performing well or not, and that's what the intent of that is on an annual basis for this particular strategy.
It's a report card rather than a policy, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's all right. I'm speaking in praise of this, not the opposite. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. 3 more questions. We've got Councillor Walker first.
Sure, got a couple of questions, or a few questions. Are we in a position to make any changes to this document? Does anything happen from this feedback?
We are looking at reviewing the actions at the moment. I think that we wouldn't be coming back to committee. It's not planned for another 2 years, so at the end of year 5 of implementation, a review of the strategy is planned.
So is there any point in me saying anything then?
Councillor Walker, this is question time. You can.
I'm
give
just
feedback.
asking.
Yep, and I'm giving you an answer. You can ask a question now,
so,
and then you can give feedback later, and then we can review it at the review time.
At every reporting that we've had, I've raised the issue of benchmarking, and in particular, membership of water-sensitive cities, which is an international body. I'm very well familiar with it, visited it in Monash University. When are we doing that? It's a very modest cost relative to what we would benefit from.
So we are in a membership, the organisation is in a membership with the C40 cities.
No, I'm not talking about C40 cities, I'm talking about water-sensitive cities.
Georgie was trying to, she wasn't finished answering a question.
And I think we have responded to your question being raised each reporting period, so I think the last 2 years, and it was looked at, and we haven't taken up membership at this time, and I don't think that is being looked at again in the near term.
Okay, I would simply ask, I wouldn't mind getting some feedback on why not.
Yeah.
A huge number of international cities do join, do get benefit. The cost is very modest. We've had reporting, we've had benchmarking some years ago that showed us up, and there was some sensitivity around that, but that's not a reason to join. The other question I've got is, at this point, we don't have any guidance for water care around minimising leakage. In some parts of Auckland, the amount of leakage could be as high as 25%. This is in some of the older areas of Auckland, so we're talking about massive quantities of water.
So
Is there a time now for us to be more directive in terms of meeting a target and incorporating it? Because the purpose of this, through you, Mr. Chair, and I'm directing this to the Mayor, is that this document actually guides water care.
Yep, and we have a really good process on leakage, and they are smashing out those targets more than ever before, because many of us, including yourself, including Councillor Darby, have given that. So there might be a bit more feedback, but water care have a massive program.
I'm sure they have a massive program.
Because of working with us on this, so maybe...
I'd just like to see us being more directive, and
we
I'm
are
asking
directive.
Why not. My question was directed to the officers, Mr. Chair.
I know, but I'm trying to
yourself.
speed things up. Did you want to...
Is that right? The officers can speed it up.
Thank you.
I can just confirm that we take opportunities to raise these issues with water care, and leakage is an issue that obviously is considered. So we do that a number of ways, including through raising it through statement of intent vehicles as well. So,
okay, and the last thing is, I have raised the issue before about encouraging industry best practice. So we have industry best practice in one isolated example, and that is the outdoor cleaning industry. And I work with them to bring that about, but that's as far as it's gone. When are we going to be encouraging best practice for users of water? This goes to reducing pollution, it goes to reducing consumption, and this can amount to substantial savings because we're not just talking about residences, we're talking about high users of water. So are we going to be directive around that and looking at that?
again, I think there is actually elements of this in the work program and an understanding with water care as to some of the actions they could be taking to further that outcome. And we'll probably go away and just check as to how that's going and just make sure we've covered that off in the commentary, just to make sure that's covered off.
I'd like some feedback, thank you.
Just to provide some supplementary commentary to that, we do have an action in the strategy as well, which directs the council and Watercare to develop regulations and targeted information to support Aucklanders to increase water efficiency and water capture for reuse as well. So that does include businesses as well as homes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one observation. There is nothing in the contract that a water user has with Watercare to prevent a huge amount of wastage. Nothing. That sort of contractual obligation often exists in other cities, but we don't have it. So you can have an industry that can be immensely wasteful, and there's not a thing we can do about it. So I just raised that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, just on the leakage target is in now the SOI with Watercare too. I think it's about 13%. The national average is about 22%. I think Wellington at some point last year was at 40%. But we are benchmarked against other cities around the world. Now.
Through you, Mr.
Wilcox,
Chair.
thank you.
My question around that was actually breaking it up, because you can look at it across the region and it might look fine, but when you look at particular areas, it's huge. And that's where we should be focusing, not just a regional average.
Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I don't want to extend this discussion any longer, but it concerns us about that the 7 mana whenua things are an issue moving forward. Could I ask through you, Chair, that you contact directly the Secretariat of the IMSB, and because we'd like to dig in further and get some more detail on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Wilcox. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff. Great work. A lot of the actions that are highlighted red have the note that there's staff capacity issues. Are they, is that there because of budget settings of our making that have now constrained you in your ability to act to implement the water strategy in full? I'd really like just make Dave a really blunt, honest reply. I don't want something that's feathered out, mate.
So I think the simple answer is yes, there are some elements of the water strategy that would certainly be assisted by having additional financial resource. There's also an element of actually asking existing departments whether they're actually focusing in on the actions that were signed off. So it's a bit of a double-edged thing. But I think one of the things that we're trying to do with the group strategic framework is to try and get the attribution of the actions to the departments and the CCOs more clearly set out. But I think there is an option to say if there was a bit more dollars available to help pursue some of these things, we would get more traction. That is certainly a concern.
Just for, then, if that's the case, for future reports, I think it would be really good for you to be blunt. There is an inadequate staff resource budgeted for this action. Just put it really simple. I think that's the most honest response you can give us. And then we will understand why the action cannot be taken. And then it comes back to a future budget consideration. In my view, that's the best way to act, Chair. Just on that, there is one particular action, support central government to set targets for water efficient homes. And the response there, this action requires implementation lead to be identified. Is that another way of saying we don't have the budget, we don't have the person?
Just to be, again, kind of pretty direct, some of these challenges is because we haven't had a clear, or we have multiple departments who have an interest in a topic, but we don't have a clear lead. And I think it's important for the council, even at the committee levels, to actually start to think about some of the strategy outcomes and see how they can encourage different departments who come to the table here to focus on some of these actions. But I do think some of these issues are not necessarily just planning issues or operational issues or policy issues. They potentially are combinations of those parties, but we do need to internally get better executive governance internally to ensure that these actions are given the appropriate prioritisation and ownership. And the ownership question is something we've highlighted in this particular report quite strongly, because I think that is where we're going to get the best level of leverage internally, is that we need some clear ownership at an executive level to push this through into our delivery plans at a departmental level.
So on that note, you're telling us that, and I'm not sure how that gets communicated to all those various parts of the organisation. Is that a challenge that, well, you're actually saying it is a challenge, that your team of skilled people are facing, you know, getting that integration within the council family, getting the thinking caps on and thinking holistically. So that's the problem. So what are your managers saying about that? You know, how are they creating change in that regard?
So there's certainly recognition through the directorate that we're in terms of needing to sort of look at a broader based approach. We're looking at using the group strategic framework to start to get the strategic direction from the governing body through to our executive and through to the delivery plan. So we're using that mechanism, but equally we will need to encourage through Megan Tyler and others how we can encourage some of the executive to get in behind the strategy and get the cross-council buy-in at the highest level. So I think there's still a need to do that.
Okay, look, I don't think it needs a big motion or recommendation up here, but clearly there's an issue, Chair. We could wait another year, or we could, you know, be on the same treadmill here. So I think some work needs to be done there, you know, with the executive, your executive support,
so
to make sure that issue is addressed. Otherwise, we'll be looking at this and going, oh, we have an allocated budget. We don't have staff resource a year after year after year. My further questions are on the per capita water consumption, and it's gone from 257 to 253. But then there's a question about the population that is based on. Is the 253 based on the updated population numbers, or is it on the old?
Yeah, I thought that was a little odd. Through the chair, 253 is the target for 2025, and 257 is the result. And it does have an updated population figure associated with that number. So that has been updated this year, and that means our numbers for the previous year's reporting are being updated as well to reflect that more accurate estimation. But the 253 is the target.
Okay, that's clear. And just in terms of there's not a note there about the smart meter program. There were some problems at Watercare in 24-25, and that related to, I think, the technology itself of those meters. I think there might be two types of smart meter that they have in market. Do you have any update information on the status of that problem? Is it resolved? And then the second part to that is, do we have any information, any data on per capita water consumption before and after smart meters are implemented? Do we see a change in consumption when consumers are aware through the app, oh, my water consumption's gone up yesterday, you know, which kid had a shower for 4 hours? You know?
Yeah. Yes, we've got some information on both of those questions. So in relation to the Smart Meters program, we have quite a brief update from Watercare on that, and we can get you more information on that as well through Watercare. But our understanding is that they paused the program over the reporting period, so the last financial year, because of the issues they uncovered. We don't have clear information on exactly what's happened and the number of meters that were affected, but they've been through a process to assess what was going wrong, to reset the program, and they've made a decision to restart that from the 1st of July this year. So they have a plan in place to continue, and we'll be getting more information from them about sort of exactly what happened and what the issues were. But the meters weren't reporting back to them, so they weren't operating properly. In terms of the second question, which was?
That was about per capita water consumption change and
Yeah,
behaviour
so
before and after.
We reported on this last year, and Watercare had done a study and found at that point, so they'd had the meters installation program going for 1 or 2 years at that stage, that they'd seen a 2% decrease in water consumption where people had the smart meters and the app in place. Yep. So that's sort of the so far what they've been able to measure.
Okay, just on those points, Chair, are you able to alert Watercare to come back in their quarterlies, and maybe give us a bit of an update? Sometimes we don't know how to lead the questions well in advance. We ask them on the day and they're not prepared for it. So it'd be good to understand the smart meter program in a quarterly. If that was something that, Chair, you could work with Dave's team on communicating to Watercare.
Yeah, we can do that, and I'm going to message Ben Halliwell after this on a couple. I know he's watching this as well. The other thing on Megan Tyler, I have discussed this with Megan about our concerns, and she's very supportive of the water strategy and the work that some of the issues are the extreme amounts of government reform and the water reform and the changes with Watercare and the MPS, I chair the MPS freshwater as well, and the amount of work that has been done, and now it's 180 back the other way. There's just a lot of change, so it's hard to move forward when we keep moving backwards and sideways. So Megan's committed to this, and I'll just get some more answers for Councillor Darby after this as well. Right, last question, Councillor Filipina.
Tēnā koe here, mana, and kia ora koutou. Good to see you, Dave, as always. Look, my questions are along and very similar to what Councillor Darby's been talking about, and it's that nice colour chart. I'm okay with well, my first question is, what does it mean when you say functionally complete? That's the first one, because it's either complete or not, but please tell me.
Through the chair. So functionally complete can mean one of two things. So there are actions that have been marked as ongoing, which means that they may have been functionally completed for this financial year or for this reporting period. However, there is intention to continue that work and develop whatever that particular action is directing staff to do. The other reason that we would mark it as functionally complete is if it is in fact complete.
Okay, so you could have functionally incomplete as well.
Through the chair. So it would have achieved the intent of the action. However, there is expected to be additional work, and this is talking very generally, we're not talking about any one specific action, but that there is more work expected to be undertaken to continue developing whatever, but that whatever the intent of that action was has been achieved.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is because I've got concerns around the green and the grey. No, not the green. It's grey and yellow. I have concerns around yellow, red and grey. So at what stage do we get anything back around how that progresses post this meeting? Is that, and Chair, I'm looking at whether it be via memo. I'm not saying that you need to sort of come back, to hey, look, here's a report. I mean, even if it's a memo, because I have concerns around some of them where it's, in particular, Te Tiriti partnership, with the yellow and sort of, the yellow and red. So, I mean, I don't know what mechanism we can utilise to at least get something back to us. Hey, look, this is what's happening in the last 4 or 5 months. But I'll leave that to Dave, you and the chair and deputy chair to sort out around what happens, if that's okay. Yeah.
Yes, that's good. I would make the observation that you get departments coming to you and reporting on pieces of work which will, align to a particular action. So you are getting some of those live updates between our annual report. But I think you've got a valid question there about, like, there's actually a whole bunch of other things that you don't get much information other than in the annual report. And if we're flagging them as red as an oversight role, then yes, you may want to get more in-depth information as to what's going on in those. So we can certainly take that away as a thought for how we progress this in the future.
That's really just a request.
Yeah.
My last question is that I saw an article on TV around the rain that we've had over the last few months and the impact that it has had on our reservoirs and everything else. Has that impacted on this report, or is that going to be in the next report? Because what I saw and what I heard from Watercare was, hey, we're in a very good position, but a lot of things can happen. But I noticed that wasn't one of the key things that I took from that particular article.
One thing I'll note there is that in the water security actions, we do talk about, being prepared for things like droughts. And Watercare have proactively looked to develop or revise their drought management plan before all these big rains came along. And that's an active piece of work for them. So there are things that are still proceeding because the drought management plan does need to be updated. And so, it's just a case of making sure that we actually get that assurance that that's still going to happen and not wait for a drought situation before some of those initiatives are taken. So we are trying to, across the entire program, ensure that a Department X or CCO Y is doing the right sort of bit of work.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and yes, I think the dams are... Okay, don't worry. The dams are at 99.9% still. And we're only using 20%, only 20% of our water supply is coming from Waikato at the moment, so pretty good, but the drought management plan will come back next term. It was going to come back in April when we went into drought preparedness, and then it rained and rained and rained, and we don't need to be prepared for a drought right now, although we have good preparation if we did.
I missed your first part there.
Right. I'll move. Seconded by Councillor Walker.
Sorry, who moved?
I did. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We've already got two, but
Councillor Fule,
yep.
Councillor Leone and Councillor
Councillor Lotu, sorry, I've got first names and last name. I've got Councillor Foley, Councillor Leone and Councillor Walker. That'll count towards quorum, but if you're feeling unwell, Councillor Walker, don't feel you need to be here. All those in favour? Any opposed? So we'll move to item 12. Got Rebecca and Elza. Thank you very much. I know we're going to slightly abbreviate some of the the great work you've been doing.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. We'll just wait for the slides to come up, thank you. But while we're waiting for the slides to come up, I'll introduce myself. So kia ora koutou, ko Bex Greaves toka ingoa. Ilza Gotali and I are co-leading the Auckland Group submission on the Going for Housing Growth proposal put out by the government. So what we're going to talk to you today about briefly, because I'm sure that it's been a long and busy day for everybody around the table, is just to talk about the government's proposed urban development options for the new planning system, and just to highlight that what we're talking about is not about making changes to the current system, the things that we're currently working with, but what's coming next. So for quite some time now, you've had different council officers come and report to you about the government's broader resource management reform program, and everything you can see there on the slide in green is what's already been ticked off by the government in terms of phase 1 and phase 2. And what we're here to talk to you about today is the last action in phase 2. And it's a bit of a segue because it's looking forward to the future in terms of what happens when the government gets to the last part of its resource management reform program, when it looks to repeal the Resource Management Act and introduce new legislation. So the urban development options that are in the paper and discussed in your submission are all about that forward-looking phase. Now, there have been a lot of government announcements since the middle of last year about what Going for Housing Growth is all about, and what's in that discussion document is really just a small portion of that broader program. So it's really looking just at the urban development options. So nothing about financing tools and nothing about the natural environment. So it's really just focusing on Pillar 1. And in a minute, we'll talk about some baselines or principles that are included in that discussion document. So in the government's discussion paper, they've got about 40 different urban development options as to what the new legislation might look like. And that's a lot of different information, and so to synthesise the material, we've used 6 different themes in the committee report and in this overview to break it down and to really look at what those potential options might mean for the Auckland Council group and for Aucklanders. Now, in your report, in your agenda, and also on these slides, you might see quite a bit of red. We've used a traffic light system to indicate the indicative feedback we've put in the draft submission. And the reason why we've done that is just to highlight, some key messages, but also it's just a discussion document, so there's not a lot of detail. It's not like a bill where you get a regulatory impact statement and a whole lot of extra oomph to better understand exactly what's being proposed. So what we're doing is we're flagging all the potential issues and just making sure that we're across those and we can share with the government our feedback on those options to make them as pragmatic and workable in the future as the government moves through to that new system. And in particular, we've made a real focus on suggesting alternatives and improvements, which aligns with the work that the Auckland Council Group does, but also aligns with the common goals that we have with the government.
And yeah, I just want to, just in case, because I've heard in conversation before, just be very clear, this is not to do with the current plan change that we are working on at the moment. This is over and above, it's in the future, there isn't legislation, this is about building on the next piece of legislation that'll come, and then probably have to do more plan changes. But just be really clear, the stuff we're doing on Plan Change 78 replacement is not this. Anyway, I'll let you continue, Bex, but I could hear a few murmurings.
Oh, that's really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're just going to whip through those 6 key themes and how we've grouped the different options. So the first one is not actually a particular option on which feedback has been sought, but they're important matters that we wanted to highlight for your attention. And because these are underlying principles that will really flow through and shape what the new legislation looks like, it's worth, I think, to consider what they mean. So what the paper does is it sets out these principles for the future planning system, and it says in the future the planning system will be a lot narrower, that there won't be such a broad consideration of different kinds of effects, and that effects will only be considered once they're at a higher threshold or a higher level. And there's also going to be a focus just on externalities only. Another key idea is that there's going to be greater centralisation. So we've already seen a little bit of that in terms of national planning standards, but it's really going to be a much more centralised and centrally driven system with less autonomy for local councils in devising their own policies and plans, and a lot of greater standardisation. So not just saying, here are your zoning rules, but also directing where we might apply them and where we might apply particular zones. So a lot of stuff coming from the centre and not a lot of autonomy for local councils. So those baselines could create some efficiencies with having streamlining across the motu, but we are concerned that there could be unintended consequences and outcomes, because with that degree of centralisation and standardisation, there's no, or likely to be little ability to have place-based responses. And Auckland is quite a different place to, say, Gore or Hokitika, or even of some other larger cities around the country. But this system has to work for Auckland. And I just wanted to highlight one more thing. I know I meant to be going a bit quickly, but I think it's a really key point. So I just want to say that we're concerned that there is inadequate provision for Māori in the new system. So in the discussion paper, there's no acknowledgement of the role of Māori in terms of setting up the new system or how Māori might participate within that system. So that's a key weakness, and clearly the government needs to do a lot more work in that regard.
Thanks. So the second theme is around spatial planning and infrastructure. So a key part of the new system is a requirement for councils to develop a regional spatial plan that is forward-looking for at least 30 years. And the intention is the spatial plan will replace the future development strategy. We strongly support the requirement for a spatial plan and its integration within the resource management system so that there's a clear link between the spatial plan and the regulatory plan, i.e. the unitary plan. To be effective, we'd really like to ensure that the spatial plans allow for the integration of land use and infrastructure planning, the ability to sequence in time the release of land, and the ability to signal potentially no development areas, particularly if there's a prohibition on the use of a rural-urban boundary, and we'll talk to that in a minute. A key question in this area for us is the scope of the plan, whether it's a very narrow scope focused on urban development and infrastructure, or whether there'll be the ability to address the wider scope of community outcomes, i.e. those that we have identified in the Auckland plan.
Sorry, you can keep going.
Yeah, okay, great. The third theme is housing growth and development capacity. Now here the main proposal is to incorporate the use of housing growth targets. Now under the NPSUD existing, we are a Tier 1 council and we are already subject to housing targets. So the two key points that we'd like to draw out in the proposal is one, the government is proposing that councils are required to use high growth population forecasts plus a 20% contingency. Now, we currently use a medium growth forecast, and there's also some proposed changes in the methodology for calculating development capacity. So we obviously recommend accepting housing growth targets as we already have them, but we do recommend opposing the mandatory use of high growth projections, and instead recommend that councils have the ability to use the growth forecast scenario that is most likely for that council. We also have some concerns about the implications for infrastructure planning and the potential two-track forecast system, and some questions about the methodology, and we've set these out in our submission.
Thank you, Ilza. Now, the government considers that removing planning barriers will assist with the land supply and also with housing affordability. And we're just going to talk quickly about the RUB, or the rural-urban boundary. And our recommended position in the submission is that the RUB isn't a genuine planning barrier, and we should be able to retain it or something like it in the new system. So although it's a key tool for signalling whether council intends to provide infrastructure and also for signalling where development is intended, it does other things as well, which are also really important. So as well as working in conjunction with zoning to send signals to the market about where development is a great idea, it does other things too, like I said. So it highlights those significant constraint areas, like say at Okura, like above the marine reserve and the Waitakere Ranges, for example. And the other thing it does is identify those places that are subject to significant natural hazards. So we don't want to see the ability to have such a tool removed. Another idea is to remove planning rules to enable a greater mix of different land use activities, and we agree with this. We already do this somewhat in the Auckland Unitary Plan, and there's definitely the ability to do a little more. It's just around having the right mix of activities and at the right scale. So, for example, having small-scale commercial activities is great, providing for supermarkets and the effects and nuisance it would have on residential communities is another thing altogether. And the other thing is that we want to protect our significant investment in public transport and the support of centres, so we don't want to see widespread commercial activity that completely undermine the functioning of centres and where agglomeration benefits can best be accrued. So it's about being proportionate and having a sensible response overall. Moving to intensification, and thank you for your comments before, Mr. Chairman, that these intensification requirements are not about changing the national policy statement on urban development now. Originally, that was the government's idea, but they've pulled back from that and they're saying, no, these are all ideas for the future system. And they would be additional to what we're already doing under Plan Change 78 and what we must continue doing there. So there's a lot of red on this slide, which might be a little bit alarming, but what we're suggesting is that we oppose these options in their current form, but you'll see with all the ticks, we have suggested a whole lot of alternatives and improvements to help achieve the government's goals, but also to align with the work that the council has already done and our existing strategic documents. So our one idea is around having intensification along corridors, and we agree with that. It's a good idea. We already have that in our regional policy statement. We already provide for intensification along certain corridors under the Auckland Unitary Plan, but what we're suggesting is how they do it and the methods that they've proposed are not great and that they cause a whole lot of problems. And this idea has come from the fact that only Auckland and Wellington have a rapid transit network, and so they're trying to increase intensification in those other cities. But the discussion paper doesn't talk about, well, what happens in Auckland and Wellington where we already do provide intensification around the busways and stations and our heavy rail stations.
And the last theme is around responsiveness. Now, a key focus of the government's proposals is really to create a planning regime that is more responsive to the market. And there are two aspects to this. First, the government is proposing to provide what they've termed an agile land release mechanism. And the premise here is that rather than having to go through a plan change process to release land, or the idea is that having to go through a plan change process is a barrier to a competitive land market. So one of the ideas that's been floated around is that a land could be zoned as indicative urban with an infrastructure trigger. And once that infrastructure has been delivered, there would be some form of administrative process to essentially activate the zoning. And this approach is used in some jurisdictions and has merit. However, it is difficult to see how it would work effectively in a very complex urban environment such as Auckland. Unfortunately, the discussion document doesn't give enough information for us to really comment more, but we have in our submission made a set of recommendations to see how it could be potentially work better in practice. The second element to that is the government wants councils to be more responsive to unanticipated and out-of-sequence growth. And of course, we are concerned that this undermines a well-planned urban form that integrates growth and infrastructure development. And we are recommending that council impose additional requirements for councils to adopt their proposals for land development that are over and above the 30-year supply, as it makes it impossible to plan for growth. And finally, last point on this is the discussion paper does recognize that infrastructure is a limitation and that growth needs to pay for growth. New funding and financing tools are being developed separately. For example, replacing development contributions with development levies. Here we do strongly support and recommend that they are clear, these new funding tools are clearly integrated and linked with the new resource management system in order to enable managing growth.
Thank you. So I'm just going to quickly talk about the local board feedback that we've received so far. So we've had a really strong level of support and interest from local boards, with 18 of the 21 making comments on the draft proposals in the discussion document. And they've largely been very consistent. And you can see there on the slide what some of those themes were. And also available to you in Nexus is a compilation of feedback from all the boards, all 18 of them. And they're generally very, very consistent. So in terms of other final steps, the draft submission has been written and it's with you in the agenda. We're making some final changes and tweaks to reflect some of that local board feedback, but it's otherwise near complete. We're looking to finalise the submission and it must be lodged by midnight on Sunday, although I hope not to be working on it right until that time. And following on from that, the government will receive, the officials will receive feedback from Auckland Council and other interested parties, and we're hopeful that useful feedback like ours will help shape and refine those options. And legislation will be introduced, draft legislation will be introduced to the House towards the end of the year, and the government's goal is to enact all of this by the middle of next year. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our quick overview, and so we're in your hands in terms of questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think probably because I didn't get heap of time before this meeting to really look at the presentation and stuff, just, you know, the reds look scary, but the reds are actually, here's our idea. This isn't legislation, it's not locked in. We're trying to give our feedback that Auckland is different. This is also going to be on top of the 2 million odd capacity we're putting through in the new plan change. This is also kind of not in line with our future development strategy, the RUB, the infrastructure. We still don't know how we're going to fund the infrastructure. We don't know if infrastructure levies are coming. So this is why we're in this kind of awkward space of giving quite broad feedback of what the legislation might look like, to try and give some context, because I know that everyone's a little bit confused on where we are, where we have been, where we're going. Anyway, Mayor Wayne Brown.
Okay, I get kind of where you're going, but I think that the use of colour in here is unhelpful to the extent that these are discoverable, and it looks really a lot more negative than what you're saying. And so, for instance, I look at 4 and 5. 5, you've got everything red, and yet a lot of those things we kind of agree in. So I would have put that as orange, because you're just pissing them off. We are in a situation where we're having to do a negotiation with the government, a government who are quite happy to just stand on our hands and just say this is what we're going to do. So a red thing with a little few ticks, and that means that when you run red, which is really red because you're pissed off, you've used it up for things which aren't. Like if you come back to prevent rural urban boundaries in a plan, well, I think we are a bit annoyed about that. We don't want them to tell us we're not going to decide how far we're going to go. So I would have left that at red. And for instance, enable greater mix of land uses and zones is something I thought we would have been absolutely green about, because we're encouraging people to put a mixture in. We're saying to developers, if you're going to develop somewhere a little bit further away, put a third of it aside for jobs creating things. So and so I think that I would like you to reconsider this, burn these and go down with something or other which has got a few more oranges.
Yeah, to be clear, and I've spoken to me.
I admit that it's not going with you in this thing, and you're doing a whole lot of written stuff, but things arrive on people's pages, and these guys have got a lot to read, and not everybody in this room reads everything, and I'm pretty sure that they find it hard to read everything. And so this will show up and they'll say, bloody hell, look at this, they expose everything. We try and talk to them and look at that. We will talk about all this.
Just to clarify, Mayor, and I have spoken to Megan about this too, that is not, the attachment A and B, all the little areas, it looks far friendlier. It's the submission.
I get that.
Yeah.
But once you publish it.
We're not sending that. That is for us.
I know. But I think we should actually redo that again in a more present way, and so that when it's accidentally discovered, because they won't read all that stuff. All this stuff is very cleverly done. It's all being centred around the country on Saturday night. Do you seriously think the minister's going to read all of that by next week? No. He will look at these things. And so I get what you're saying, but I think this is dangerous and needs to be reset, because this is how, in real life, how things happen. People just see what they can see and they make decisions quickly. And so I just want you to think about that. Please think about that. Okay, that's my bit. But I do get what you're trying to do. But
I think
the minister's the minister. He's a human being.
to be fair on staff, I think because it is so complex, they were trying to make it easy for us to present it at committee, because they probably knew we were going to be end of a long day. And if they'd just presented the extremely complex submission, we would have gone, well, are we for or against it? And so, yeah, so we're stuck in a bit of a bind. That's not going anywhere. Obviously, it's now public.
Well, let's do an orange one and make it go somewhere.
I know,
Okay.
but I will work with you guys and work with Megan to get, I don't know how we'll get it, but before this Sunday, right? So tomorrow, Mayor, I will sit down, we will sit down together and make sure it looks friendlier. If you read the actual attachments, it is very clear. It goes through. We're not opposed to this. We're doing this already, but here's some ideas on how to make it better. Here's some ideas on how Auckland's different, etc. But I think we've got caught up on the presentation, which is not the submission. Yeah. Right, Councillor Dalton.
Actually, it was a comment, so I'll wait.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Darby.
It's a long day. I was going to say maybe we should issue the staff with some Faber-Castell coloured pencils, 48 in the pack, and you go to it. But I'll come back to being serious now. Okay, sorry. Just in terms of the, now I've lost the page. I'm just going to find it. Bear with me. The high growth scenario that is being recommended, plus a 20% contingency. What is that based on? Where else in government do they model that way? Is that something that's come out of Treasury? Would government use high growth plus 20% when it's planning for health or planning for education? Is there any evidence of that?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I think this is framed as trying to, in the minister's words, flood the market with land, and so it's trying to encourage increased capacity. So it is high growth plus 20%. Rather than, I guess you can go under and overs, and they're concerned that we're under allocating or under enabling land supply, so they would like to push the envelope to the other side. So I think that's to the other extreme. So I think that's the motivation. But they have acknowledged that infrastructure could be planned to a different projection, and that's where we have a little bit of concern that it could result in sort of a dual track of using one set of numbers for land enablement and one set of numbers for infrastructure planning.
So they're basically saying create greater opportunity to this extent, but then they're saying when you come to infrastructure, you can undercook it, right? And so we would expect that they'd be undercooking their infrastructure as well, be it education, health, and there's no evidence, there's no evidence to date that we do not have enough capacity. Is that correct?
I think the challenges that we're trying to also articulate is the limitation really does start to come down to infrastructure. So it is plan enabled. I think we do very well, and we've had lots of those conversations throughout the other plan changes. It is really where you start to limit it by how much infrastructure we have, and that's where the rubber hits the road. So In terms of plan-enabled, yes, we do.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, we're all losing our minds. Now, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I confess it's a really difficult time of day to be undecided about a vote, but that's where I am, and I'm struggling in my limited mental capacity to try and figure this all out and figure out what I think about it. Where's the question? Right, so the high growth population projection, I'm a bit confused as to why we have a concern about that given Auckland's history. We always beat projections. So what's the deal with that?
Our position is we are requesting that it's not mandatory to use it. We're saying council should be able to use the projection that makes most sense for them. So it doesn't say that we won't use the high growth if that is appropriate for us, but we're concerned about it being mandatory.
I've been around here long enough to know how council use those things when we have the option to. Around height enablement along key transport corridors, that's read in the presentation. Could you just explain a little bit more detail around why would we have a problem with what they're proposing? And I've seen reference in the submission to 200 metres. That seems pretty small, doesn't it?
Thank you for your question. Through you, Mr. Chairman. As I was mentioning during the presentation, doing intensification along key corridors is a great idea, and it's one that we are already fully behind. It's in our regional policy statement and in the Auckland Unitary Plan. The government's proposition is that the national policy statement on urban development is not great in terms of requiring walkable catchments because they only apply to Auckland and Wellington, and that there are other places that are well serviced by public transport, by buses, and that's the idea of the corridors, is that in all places where thresholds are met, and that they're proposing that they're to be met through use of a New Zealand NZTA document to define how you identify the corridors. And they're saying do intensification in those places, and they're being quite prescriptive as to what that intensification response should be. So our response as staff is that we're recommending that, yes, intensification is a good idea, but again, be proportionate and be deliberate around what it is that you are proposing to do so that it works well as a system. So what they're proposing is 6-storey heights along particular corridors. That would mean 6-storey heights along nearly every bus route in Auckland if you apply the NZTA document to us. And what our advice is, yes, 6-storey height is a great idea in the right locations, but along a bus route, in some places you'll have little neighbourhood centres and local centres and town centres, but for a lot of the time you're just going to have bus stops and hopefully some medium density housing. But you're not going to have the same opportunities for economic activity and agglomeration like you do in centres. And the centres are the places where we most want intensification because of all the benefits that flow from them. So we're saying yes to intensification along corridors, just we don't like how you framed it up. And we suggest that we put our effort into centres and the areas around centres and some other locations too, but not in the way that the government is proposing in their options. Because a string of bus stops along a road mostly with houses in between is not operating in the same way as a centre where you've got so many more opportunities for growth and intensification and the benefits of people. Our investment in public transport that allow people to get to centres, do multi-purpose trips, you can go to the dentist and do your shopping and a whole lot of other things while you're there. You're not going to get that from going to stand at a bus stop.
I do appreciate that. Thanks for that answer. The bit that I'm not understanding there, are we talking about rapid transit bus stops, or are we talking about bus stops, like all bus stops?
Just a pole on the side of the road. And so that's our concern also, is that buses may well get caught up in general traffic. And so the idea about let's respond to this opportunity because there'll be so much more intensification and we'll get all these benefits, it's not true like it is for rapid transit, which operates on a dedicated network. It's highly reliable, it's highly frequent. And so that's why there's such good places around which we should be intensifying in what we are doing. Whereas if you've got a bus and it doesn't have a dedicated bus lane and it's getting caught up in traffic, then that's responding to an opportunity that's not actually genuine. And so that degree of response should be proportionate to that level of opportunity. So 6 stories in response to a pole on the side of the road where you can wait in the rain and your bus might be stuck behind a whole lot of other traffic is just not the same kind of opportunity as intensifying in centres and around the rapid transit stops on busways and heavy rail stations.
Sorry, maybe I'm not expressing myself properly. It's been a long day, but I don't care about the makeup of the stop physically itself, whether it's a pole or not, right? But are they defining it as rapid transit, and what do they define as rapid transit? A frequency of bus route, is that part of it?
So they're using the document that NZTA did for a different purpose, and that the document talks about having spine bus routes, and there's a collector bus route category as well, a secondary category. So the reason why I keep going on about the pole is I think it's a nice mental image because there's nothing else there. So it's just the side of the road. It's not like in a centre. So they're just suburban bus routes. It's just like a road. It's just a road with ordinary activities happening nearby.
But are they 10 minutes or less bus routes? That's what I'm talking.
I beg your pardon?
Are they? I mean, is there a distinction between bus services that go 10 minutes or less and therefore rapid versus a bus that would go to Codylands every half an hour or every 45 minutes? That's the distinction I'm trying to drive at, if that makes sense?
No, thank you for your elaboration. The way that the NZTA document has been written is it would capture basically every bus route in Auckland, because the threshold is so low. So it's not rapid transit and it's not even frequent transit. It's just if a bus happens to go.
So our feedback is we agree with this, just not in every. We agree all our frequent, all our rapid. We're already doing 800 metres around bus stations, and we're already looking to corridors that have frequent buses. But we're saying the bus that comes every 2 hours, it shouldn't be that one.
We can help make it work.
Yeah, so we're saying we'll show you how, and we'll have way more corridors than other cities, but yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think you guys are saying the same thing, but the opposite way around, I think. This is why submission by committee is always very fun. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana. Tēnā kōrua, ladies. This item, it's here to allow us to build more homes. Am I correct in saying that?
That's the government's broader goal. The Going for Housing Growth is a big program, but that is one of the key goals about increasing land supply for more housing and increasing housing affordability. And they've got a whole raft of different options. Whether option A will lead to those outcomes remains to be seen, and so that's why we've suggested a range of different amendments to try and, for example, with the planning barriers question, to say, we think these are the actual barriers, and here are some ideas to address those and to help get the outcomes that you want. Because they're concerned, why aren't there enough 4 to 6 story buildings being constructed? And we've said it's for a whole range of things, because we need to make changes to the building code and for having acceptable solutions for 4 to 6 to unlock capacity in the construction sector, and because we think that there are problems with land assembly. Lots of our sites are really small, and so it's hard to build to that height because you need to be able to buy more pieces of land to have enough yield possible.
So it's enabling submission. That's what you're saying? Allowing us as council to enable us around the homes, everything else, land. Am I on the right track or I'm way off?
I think that you are broadly on the right track. What we're doing is we're saying thank you to the government for showing us the legislation that you're planning on writing soon and for sharing with us these different ideas to get to the goals that you want to get to about housing affordability and more housing supply. And we're providing feedback on the merits of those ideas.
Got it. And look, I just have to grab the opportunity, Chair, just to say that with your theme one under system design, I'm glad your second bullet point is focused on externalities. So, you know, that's really good. And I think that also, if I go to number 4 as well, theme 4, planning barriers, and again, you know, limit planning rules to externalities only, example, no rules for balcony. So I think we're on the right track there. So I just wanted to sort of say that. Kia ora, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And whenever the legislation comes out, we will then submit on that too, because we will actually know and we can say, yeah, we support or we don't. But this is kind of us, you know, we always say they come at us too quickly, and now we're kind of grumpy they've come to us too early. Councillor Baker. Okay, cool.
Oh, sorry, I meant...
Any other? Oh, Member Wilcox. Thank you.
Yeah, look, firstly, just about the rapid transit thing. I was involved in the extension of the railway to Mandurah from Perth, and they did hubs around certain places, but that was before they actually put the infrastructure in, before the housing began. Has there been any corridor from the government regarding that, about extending the railway and then putting hubs in, or did NZTA just say we're just going to put houses here, there and everywhere?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, there hasn't been any signal about doing extra investment of state infrastructure, but what you're raising is a really good point, and it's something that the local board's commented on as well, and that's with the structure planning that will have to happen in the new system, is that we need really good implementation levers. It's not just the council or the council group infrastructure that we plan and sequence and deliver that's really important, that our communities need. It's the infrastructure that is also provided by the state. So, you know, upgrades to rail, as you've just mentioned, but also upgrades to state highways and the provisions of schools. So it's not just about on the council to, you know, help the planning system in the future, but also what levers exist to get good outcomes by the state too.
So my second question is in the kaupapa, in the response to the questions, impacts of proposals on Māori on page 42. And I know Tau did this, so I'm not going to step on toes. But having said that, I think we shortchange ourselves. Auckland is the largest Maori city in the world. And I think that's a point of difference that we need to kind of make. And so it's the only Māori city that's worth talking about. 20% of the people that sit around this table have Māori whakapapa. So I think it's important that we make that point of difference, and that it doesn't just impact, it impacts everybody, but it also impacts Māori. And I mean, none of us are going to be out with our hands out for working for families. But unfortunately, Māori seem to be, especially in the largest city in New Zealand, Māori seem to be the ones that are affected mostly in the lower income streams and everything else. Secondly, MOE are going around doing a roadshow regarding housing for Maori land, and I think the question that I have is, I know this is a response to the housing strategy from the Crown or from the government. Did MOE talk about their process for dealing with Maori land, of which we have Maori land in Auckland, but unfortunately with the numbers it's not worth even talking about, as opposed to say somewhere like Far North District Council where there's quite a bit of Maori land, or East Coast, you know, in Gisborne. So I'm just wondering about those two questions.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your questions. In terms of Māori land and looking at future urban development options, that has been covered to a small degree in terms of the work the government's already started under Phase 2 RMA reforms. And so the committee members may remember the submission work done on the proposed national environmental standard for papakainga housing and looking to enable papakainga on Māori land. But you're right that the amount of Māori land in Tamaki Makaurau is very small. In terms of these urban development proposals for the new system, it's completely silent about those kinds of opportunities. What officials have signalled is that the work that's been happening recently, like that proposed national environmental standard, is that the government intends to pick up all of that recent policy work and transfer it across and drop it into the new system. So we can expect that those ideas will flow across. But again, like this, we don't know what the detail will be. And to go to your first point, certainly we would be happy to make changes to the front part of the submission to reflect the what you mentioned at the start. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions, and I'm not going to jinx it by asking anyone else if they want one, so you better run. Thank you so much. Right, I think we had a mover in a second. Shane doesn't want to now. I hope to second. Oh, Andy Baker. Right. Right. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this? Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try and be brief, but look, I'm feeling quite conflicted. I think I can find a way to support this because we're early in the process. We get down to legislation where the rubber meets the road, then I'll probably have a lot more to say about it. I think there are some elements of our submission that I don't agree with, frankly, and I think the words of the Mayor were really good on that front as well. 200 metres seems too small for me. I take on board the point around bus routes, and I think we've got to work hard with the government in terms of classifying those routes. Well, that was a really good point because we don't necessarily want to encourage huge intensification where there's sort of semi-rural areas that just happens to get a bus every hour or so. That seems perverse. But I don't want to be a part of a council, that restricts planning and restricts housing that is much needed, especially in the central suburbs and the isthmus areas where the housing is so needed in a housing crisis. We've got to encourage that as much as we can. And if people can live near bus routes and train stops and things like that, then it doesn't actually matter what amenities necessarily in terms of shops or whatever that they have around that house. That bit's not a concern for me. You can jump straight on the bus. Get to work, get to where you need to go quite quickly. A lot of us came here on the bus or on the train, so that for me is something that I would like us to really sharpen our pencil on and maybe look at, see if we can be a bit more bold about it. I want to shout out to the local boards provide some great feedback in here, and I think the Waitakere Rangers local board really, that really resonated with me when they talked about things like the Donut City that I'm always talking about here, but how we've restricted development in places like Ponsonby and Herne Bay, St Mary's Bay, all these kind of places that are so close to jobs, so close to everything people need, and yet we don't let people build houses and we distort the market as a council on that. I want us to stop that, and I think the Waitakere Rangers local board had fantastic points around that. I think there are two, I want to stay positive because I think there's two things that we really get right in this. Opposition to the removal of the rub. I think that's an excellent point. We should be strong on that. And again, Waitakere Rangers pointed all this out as well. There's a risk here that if you remove the rural-urban boundary, nothing else matters, right? Because you've seen how the development market operate, is that they will go out and out and out and out and out. They'll find the cheapest land possible, and then they'll externalise those costs onto councils, onto ratepayers. You guys will pay for the pipes and the roads and whatever. Nothing to do with us. We'll just chuck our housing in the middle of nowhere and see how it goes and take our money. We can't allow that. So the rural-urban boundary, I think, is a bulwark against that kind of behaviour as much as possible. But just on that note, the other thing that I think we get really right is out-of-sequence developments. We should not be in a situation where we're trying to crystal ball this stuff. You know, at what point a developer's going to rock in and say, we're going to chuck in a couple of thousand houses in rural areas, out of sequence, council, we're just going to have to deal with it. And apparently that's what the government want us to do, and I don't think that's right. People in the public have an expectation that the people that run the city hold the pen around the planning of that city. And already we have a bit of a debacle in this situation. People need to understand we actually have a very limited ability to stop anything at all here. We've had situations in the past of saying, well, I don't think this is a good idea to do that in rural areas. We should be focusing on central areas in terms of housing. And developers will say, well, I'll see you in court. And then it goes to the Environment Court, they win, there go the houses. What do? We're a democratically elected body, right? And the public expect us to have more power in this, not less. So it's a bit contradictory, my view, to be honest, because I worry here, as I always have, about how we have used the power that we do have to restrict housing. But at the same time, I believe in democracy, and I think the public do too. So I don't know if there were any salient points in that rant, but look, I think I'll support it here, and I'll come back to it when it comes to legislation and kick the tyres a lot harder. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure that we have a so-called housing crisis and understand what that means. We certainly do not have a house planning enablement crisis. You know, that the evidence is well firm on that we have provision. We certainly have a house building crisis. You won't get anybody to live in a house plan enablement document. No one will reside there. It'll be pretty cold and heartless. But we certainly have, in terms of a housing infrastructure crisis, that's still live. That's something that the government and ourselves, we're focusing on that, but that's something the government could really focus on. They could really focus on the industry and skilling the industry, training the industry, putting all the things in place that actually construct houses for people to actually live in. This area of work appears like it's going to be some magic bullet, but it will not be. It will not be. You've got hundreds of apartments in the Auckland City area here that are on the market at the moment. Their prices have dropped in value. That goes for many parts of Auckland, actually. Rents have dropped marginally, not as much as the capital, you know, the values or the market values. But I think we should, you know, be pretty blunt and honest to ourselves here that we do not have a planning crisis. We do not have a house planning crisis. We have a house building crisis, if at all. And those responsibilities are not this council's, but they should be the responsibility of a government that should be stimulating the construction sector. And I don't believe it is. That is the problem. And so this notion of housing crisis, I think we've got to be really careful rattling that little phrase off without understanding it. It is not relevant to the work that is being discussed here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Well, I just think I agree with the two speakers before me. It's complicated, and when I work through and try to listen to what's happening, you seem to get this conflict in the discussion where you say, yeah, this is right, and then all of a sudden this is contrary to what
what you've just thought is trying to be achieved. I agree. I think Councillor Darby said it better more eloquent than I could, but I agree with him. And then I find myself sitting here only a couple of weeks later, and it's all changed. You only have to wait 10 minutes, and it's all changed. So I just want to make sure that, like Councillor Henderson, if I say yes to this, that's just to allow some sort of progress to a point of some further input and understanding. It doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with this. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Well, thank you. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the next one. Sorry. Where am I? Item 13. Robert's gonna underneath. Kia ora to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll take my report as read and we'll move through the presentation. So here today to discuss the Council's submission on the Local Government System Improvements Amendment Bill. In the presentation, we have outlined the amendments proposed under each area of reform in the bill and then presenting comments and recommendations of staff to be considered for inclusion in the submission. So on this slide, you can see the key reform areas that the amendments fall into. So refocusing the purpose of local government, requiring prioritisation of core services and council spending, making changes to measurement and reporting of council performance, introducing new transparency and accountability requirements, and revising certain regulatory requirements on councils. So under those first two areas, the changes to the purpose of local government would remove the four aspects of community wellbeing and introduce a focus on the cost-effective provision of good quality local infrastructure and public services. The changes to then reintroduce the definition of core services section, which would define the core services of local authorities as network infrastructure, public transport services, waste management, civil defence, emergency management, libraries, museums, reserves, and other recreational facilities. So this would effectively reverse the changes made in 2019 and return the purpose statement to the form it had from 2012 to 2019, with the addition of a reference to local economic development. And the core services section would essentially be the same as was in the Act during that period as well, with a couple of updates. One is changing solid waste collection and disposal to waste management, and the other one is changing the avoidance or mitigation of natural hazards to civil defence emergency management. So the staff recommendations, with regard to the proposed changes to the purpose of local government, staff recommend opposing the amendment and submitting in favour of retaining the existing purpose statement. That's consistent with submissions made by Council on that matter in 2012 and 2018, when previous changes were made to the Act. Matters that staff would include in the submission in support of retaining the existing purpose statement would include that the evidence that activities of local government has expanded when the four wellbeings are included in the purpose statement and that has led to higher rates increases is not strong. The regulatory impact statement for the bill acknowledges that the main driver of rates increases has been infrastructure costs, not expansion of council activities outside of core services. And it also notes that 2/3 of council capex spending is on core infrastructure, not including libraries and other community facilities or parks and reserves. The regulatory impact statement concludes that the proposed changes are unlikely to benefit communities more than the status quo. The submission would also include the points that the purpose statement needs to accurately describe the role of local government and its relationship with local communities, and that a narrowing of the purpose statement has the potential to shift local government away from holistic planning and placemaking that recognises connections between physical infrastructure, public services and broader community wellbeing outcomes, and towards being a service provider only. Staff also recommend opposing the proposed list of core services. It is difficult to create a sufficiently comprehensive list of core services, although having the list of core services and the requirement to prioritise them doesn't prevent councils from undertaking activities other than those in the core services, the concern is that if it is paired with a rates capping system in the future, it will restrict the ability of councils to fund non-core activities. Creating a list of core services is also inconsistent with principles of localism, as it restricts the ability of councils to make decisions on what to prioritise, and it lacks flexibility, so future changes to the role of local government would require amendment to the list. We would also propose to include in the submission that if the core services statement does go ahead, that it includes an expansion of the definition of waste management to include waste minimisation functions, that council's regulatory functions should be included, and that the definitions of reserves and recreational facilities should be expanded to ensure that non-reserve council open spaces and community facilities are also captured. The proposed changes to performance measures and reporting would remove existing provisions from the Act, or some existing performance measure provisions from the Act, and move them into regulations. And the Secretary for Local Government would be given powers to create rules about performance measurement. A new requirement for councils to report on contractor and consultant expenditure would also be introduced. In the transparency and accountability area, the bill would give the Secretary the power to create standard codes of conduct and standing orders that would be binding on all councils. It would introduce a new responsibility for chief executives to facilitate information sharing with elected members, and 2 new principles would be added to the governance principles in the Act. One, to foster free exchange of information and expression of opinions by elected members, and the other to foster responsibility of elected members to work collaboratively to set direction of council. The main staff recommendation with regard to the performance measures and reporting proposal is to oppose the removal and weakening of consultation requirements within that part of the Act. So if the powers, if the performance measurement activity areas are moved into regulations and the Secretary has the power to set them, we want to make sure that the consultation provisions are sufficiently strong that the Secretary consults over any new performance measures. Regarding the requirement to report on contractor and consultant expenditure, the main concern is that there's no clear definition of the terms contractor and consultant included, and that it is not clear why the provision is excluded from being reported on by the Auditor General. Regarding the standardisation of codes of conduct and standing orders, there's no policy rationale stated for making this change, and according to the regulatory impact statement, nor have alternative options been assessed. The staff view is that this change would unnecessarily remove decision-making power from local authorities and remove their ability to tailor their rules to suit local needs. We would suggest that if more standardisation is considered to be needed, that other options are considered, including setting minimum standards with room for local customisation, or having the Secretary approve local codes and assess them for compliance with minimum standards. Staff support the addition of the information sharing responsibility for chief executives, which is consistent with existing Auckland Council policy and common law provisions. We do suggest it could be helpful to define the scope of necessary for performance of duties, which is the standard for provision of information, or to specify any situations where information could reasonably be withheld. We recommend supporting the new governance principles. We consider that they are consistent with fostering an environment of robust debate. However, we do question how councils will be expected to fulfil the requirement to report on how the principles are being implemented. In terms of regulatory changes, the bill proposes to modernise public notice requirements. Councils will be able to meet public notice requirements by publishing notices online in a newspaper or in the New Zealand Gazette, where currently notices must be published both online and in a newspaper. The requirement to undertake 6 yearly service reviews would be repealed. The bill would clarify that acting or interim chief executives can sign certificates of compliance in relation to protected financing transactions, where the law currently states simply that chief executives have that right, making it unclear whether that extends to acting or interim chief executives. The bill would also extend the maximum length that a council can appoint a chief executive for a second term without advertising the vacancy from 2 to 5 years. The bill makes amendments to allow contributions to a project made by a third-party contributions to a project to count towards either or both of the growth share paid by development contributions or the rates share that funds renewals and level of service. Currently, third-party payments are counted against the total costs of the project, which reduces the ability to require development contributions on the project. And third-party contributions do include capital provided by the government through the Housing Acceleration Fund, Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and National Land Transport Fund, for example. So if this change is enacted, third-party funders will be able to specify whether their funding should go to the growth share or the rates share. And if the funding is not going towards the growth share, it won't reduce the level of development contributions that can be charged for the project. Finally, the bill would remove the requirement for councils to consider the relevance of tikanga Māori knowledge when appointing CCO directors. So staff recommend supporting the changes to notice requirements. The requirement to place notices in newspapers is increasingly outdated. But one recommendation we have in relation to that provision is that there are other acts that include notice requirements and which are relevant to local government. There's a fairly long list, in fact, of those acts, and the bill doesn't propose to amend them. There's a suggestion that would be done later through an omnibus bill, but we suggest that we should submit that is done as a part of this bill rather than waiting. Staff recommend opposing the removal of the requirement for 6 yearly service reviews. The concern is that if the requirement to undertake regular reviews is removed, it could result in deferment of the reviews, which could lead to opportunities being missed. Those opportunities could include finding efficiencies and cost savings for ratepayers, or being able to consider alternative service providers, which could include, for example, Māori providers. We recommend supporting both amendments relating to chief executives. The clarification of the ability of acting or interim chief executives to sign certificates of compliance is a recognition of the practical reality that sometimes things will need to be done when the chief executive is not available. And giving the ability to reappoint a chief executive for a longer second term provides more flexibility to councils and allows them to retain a chief executive who has done a good job for a longer period. Staff recommend supporting the changes to the application of third-party contributions to projects where development contributions can be charged. That's a change that has been requested by local authorities in the past and is advantageous for councils. However, staff do feel that the drafting of the amendment can be improved in terms of clarity, and we propose to include some suggestions to that effect in the submission. Finally, staff are recommending opposing the removal of the requirement to consider the relevance of tikanga Māori when appointing CCO directors. Knowledge of tikanga Māori will often be relevant when appointing CCO directors, given the range of matters which CCOs make decisions on, and which are of interest to Māori, and given the treaty partnership obligations of local government. considering that, that knowledge during the appointment process, or the relevance of that knowledge during the appointment process, makes sense as good practice. It should be noted that removal of the provision from the Act won't mean that local authorities can't consider knowledge of tikanga as part of their appointment process, and current Auckland Council policy does include provisions to that effect. Staff are also recommending that the submission includes a recommendation that if the provision is retained, there is a clarification added as to what stage of the appointment process knowledge of tikanga should be considered, as this has been a disputed issue in the past. And so finally, the next steps are to prepare, once we've received the direction of the committee, to prepare the draft submission and circulate it to committee members, finalise the draft submission for the delegated committee members to approve, and just noting submissions close on the 27th of August. And I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to questions. Councillor Baker.
So just in your presentation, you had one with the full well-beings, and I know that's probably one of the most politically charged parts of this whole thing. You talked about the evidence was not clear as to the expansion. I can't find anywhere any reference to that. And so what is the evidence, and what do you base that on? And also, is there any evidence to the contrary that says that any change to the full well-beings is, there's evidence in regards to that? Because yeah.
I'm just finding the studies that are referenced, but yes, there have been several reviews that were carried out that are referred to in the regulatory impact statement during the period of time where the four wellbeings were in place, that found that there wasn't any particular expansion of those powers, of the activities of local government as a result of the introduction of the four wellbeings. Yes.
So it's somewhere there in the report, or is it somewhere else?
It isn't in the report, but we can provide that information to you.
Yeah, because I mean it's used as one of the reasons for saying no. We oppose the changes for the full well-beings, but it's one sentence that the evidence doesn't stack up, and I guess it's such a big thing.
Yes,
I think we should be, and I'm not trying not to do this in a critical way, Robert.
No.
I know it's such a big thing, but I would really, trying to make that decision, I'd love to see, old policeman in me. I like evidence.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And we certainly would obviously cite that in the submission. And I just found here the two that are cited in the regulatory impact statement as the 2006 report of the Central Local Government Funding Project Team and the 2007 Independent Inquiry into Rates.
Mayor Brown.
Okay, I would like to see, and I'll in fact ask why it's not there, but right at the start of any submission on stuff like this there, we need to say that we are a product of the LAGACA, or whatever it's called, the Local Government Auckland Council Act, and we are not like the others. So it should be right at the start of the thing, because this is trying to shoehorn everybody back into the Local Government New Zealand Responsibility Act, where they can go into a room and yell at a few people and think they've done the lot. For instance, a standardised code of conduct. Well, the problems of Gore are not the problems of Auckland Council.
Thank God.
We are different. But so, and the very fact that a government whose standard of behaviour inside their own thing is appalling should have the temerity to tell us about standards of behaviour is a bit rich. And so we don't send people out of the room for poor behaviour, they all bugger off actually, but we need to actually produce our own. And I think we need to be saying that this is a third of New Zealand. We don't really need any of this actually. We'll decide what the well-beings for Aucklanders are. So I think right at the start it says that. There's the other thing, and by and large I'd follow along with what you've come up with mostly. But the whole point is that we are different, and that should be the thing right at the start. And the cheek of them to actually suggest that they're going to do something by the 27th of August about a third of New Zealand without bothering to come and talk to us is a good enough reason for opposing the whole bloody thing. Okay, so that should go right at the start. Where are you? How dare you come to Wellington and post a letter to us and say we've got to behave differently? It's insulting. I'm quite prepared to put in there that we'll form a group here for a code of conduct to improve their behaviour and send it down to them and see how they feel about it. Okay?
Robert will find a way to put that in the submission.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. And certainly we will be making reference to Lagaka and obviously the provisions such as the Auckland Plan provisions, which are in Lagaka, which do refer to the four wellbeings as well. So we will certainly make those points, and thank you for that.
Good, strongly.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, and I agree kind of what everyone said so far, and I found it quite a broad thing. You know, one minute you're talking about the four wellbeings, then you're talking about developer contributions, which is a black art as far as I can see anyway. I think I just want to give the feedback on behalf of the people I represent about the four wellbeings. You know, I talk to people a lot, support, and the ones who don't or question it, the argument really goes that it's about that they're not kind of focusing on the four well-beings, they're focusing on the delivery of the core. And I heard you saying, how do you identify the core? Because you know what they're saying is, how do I feel good when the footpaths all higgledy-piggledy and I'm falling over? I go to the library and the same thing's the problem there. You know, the footpath's knackered. There's water coming down the drain and it's not cleaned properly, or it's not been diverted, or the curb is again in a bad condition and it's all coming down my driveway. So there's that clouded effort, there's that cloud between what's core and what makes you feel good. I just pass that on. If there's any way to sort of feed that in, I leave it up to you. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for that, Councillor Turner. I think one of the points to make is that the Act is attempting to impose a sort of a prioritisation on councils, and therefore implying that councils need to have that imposed on them, that they're not already prioritising those core services. And I think there's things that council already does in terms of our annual plan processes and things like that we can point to show that council already undertakes prioritisation processes. We don't fund things that are outside of what might be considered core services at the expense of the core services.
Good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
On reflection, the answer to my question is probably in Hansard, so I will save it for a comment, please. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Williamson. Kia ora.
Yeah, just look, this is incredibly difficult because a lot of it's very political in terms of where you stand in terms of policy and who should be developing it and what should be the driving forces. I'm not going to spend at 6 o'clock at night, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time debating, because I disagree with a whole lot of this, and a whole lot of this is officials' view of the world and my view. I just want to get it clear. We're only going to get one chance to vote against some of this by just voting against the whole thing, right? We're not going to put up a smorgasbord of the various issues and get whether council laws agree with each one. We're just going to be able to say no to this whole thing because that's what I want to do. If it stays like it is, we're not going to get a chance of saying, well, this is not right. Or, I mean, the four well-beings alone is a half an hour contribution I could make about how all the analysis that I did when I was minister just showed it was beautiful wording and developed nothing of outcomes.
Yeah, it's probably hard for the staff to answer. I think the issue is timing again. So we've got a delegated on topics. I think it is, like you say, going to be too hard to go through every.
Yep,
Vote,
I get that.
Vote yes, no, but I mean, we'll see.
Well, as long as we just have a general vote, because I'm not going to vote for the whole thing, and we'll leave it at that.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, but if you'd like to talk about the things in your contribution that you might support.
I dare not start talking about the things I want, or you'll still be here at midnight.
Okay.
I mean, come on, guys. It's only item 13, and it's 6 o'clock at night. I've been away at an AT board for a big chunk of the day, and I don't know what you've been up to, but to be at item 13 at this time is amazing.
Yeah, we had a very important. The deed took some time and had.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not criticising it. I just want to know that we'll have a chance to record a vote against this at the end of it.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Councillor. Member Wilcox.
Yeah, I suppose it's a little bit on that subject. You know, this seems like a lot of corridor for very little outcome. How long have we had to prepare this submission?
About 2 weeks so far, so it's 4 weeks in total. Yeah.
Yeah, okay then. Number two then is, I think I want to just reiterate what I told the last presenter, is that Auckland, because this has that part there about Māori tikanga, and don't ask me what Māori tikanga is, I don't know what Māori tikanga is, I know what Ngāti Whātua tikanga is, I know what Ngāpuhi tikanga is, I don't know what Ngai Tahu tikanga is, I don't know what Samoan tikanga is, so, you know, this tikanga kaupapa is a bit of a weird and wonderful thing. But I think the issue I have is that actually, you know, like I said, Auckland is New Zealand's largest, it is the largest Māori city, and I think we need to make a point about that because they're talking about removal of Māori tikanga. And so I think, you know, we should make a point about that. Auckland is different, and my last question really comes to, with this kaupapa, does that mean then that the government won't be requiring us to do things like the Dogs Act or the gambling policies, or you know those, or the local alcohol policies, because they're all driven by central government and they all seem to be in those 4 well-beings kaupapa. I'm just asking, you know, does this mean that that's happened? I mean, it's all right to say don't do that, but then they pile it on through some regulation or some act and then say, well, council, you do this. I mean, in all the bylaws I've done, everyone has related to a government act, a central government act. So I'm just trying to understand, is there a quid pro quo in this corridor?
Kia ora, and through the chair, no is the answer to the question. So there's no reduction in those acts that councils are required to administer, but I think you certainly raise a valid point that we can incorporate in the submission as well, which is that another potential effect of the removal of the 4 well-beings is that it can undermine the government's own policy in terms of where they expect local government to deliver things.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. Yeah, I mean, even in the core services, animal management is not mentioned, which seems wild. There are no more questions, so just making sure I get the staff to step back. Thank you. I've moved this, and Councillor Dalton has seconded. Councillor Dalton, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Yes, I would. It really feels like, well, I agree with the Mayor for a start. It feels to me like a whole lot of politicians got in a room and gave their feedback from their particular part of the country, from their council, or probably their ratepayers, actually, not their council, and then came up with this. It's like, it's a one-size-fits-all. And the Mayor's absolutely right. We are different, we are unique, but every council will also feel that way. This is just so far away from localism, it isn't funny. How there is this idea, because we've not had any evidence of it, that the 4 well-beings provide a rate decrease, or at least not a rate increase. I don't know where the evidence comes from. And Member Wilcox has given a really good example around the policies that we create from legislation. Everything is falling into what could be called a well-being. We have never, ever, ever agreed on what the well-beings are as a council, because we all have a different view on it. There seems to be a view that there's some namby-pamby stuff going on and we're all around hugging each other. We're caring for our community in different ways. Even within Auckland Council, every local board will be doing things differently depending on the need of their local board. We have a role to be leaders for our city and for our people. If that means giving a damn, then we will give a damn. Because if we don't, central government won't be there. They're actually proving that at the moment. They are not there for the things that matter for our communities. So it is an important role for councils. And I just want to see the evidence and the data and the analysis that says that the 4 well-beings, whatever they are, once we've all decided on them, is costing us more. And I don't mean an annual rate increase. I mean on every other outcome that might either be picked up by central government once everything's fallen apart, or the unintended consequences that we then have to backfill by not doing what we have been doing. There is so much more to this than we can certainly talk about today, but even if we had the time to go through a thorough submission, we'd be here for ages doing that, to actually determine what it is we stand for our city. So I can't believe some of the things that are in the presentation that Robert just gave us. The fact that we're going back down, tikanga Māori again, is just appalling. So, gosh, I mean, I'd like to vote against it too if it weren't for the fact that we need to have a voice. We have to have a voice. We have to submit something. We might not all agree on that submission. But, yeah, I'd love to throw it back and say, you've got to be kidding. For a government that is right into people being in control of their own destiny, removing regulation and rules, go do it yourself. Look what they're doing to the councils. This is what you will do. And we're going to take this power off you and we're going to do that now. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. So, I don't know, I'll vote for a submission because it's better than being silent. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree. I mean, I dislike the Wellington edict and the standardisation, never like that. But equally, as we talk about that and we talk about I equally don't like the rigidity that is the 4 well-beings, because it seems like they're a sacred cow that we cannot review. And when we look at them, they are so broad in their meanings and so broad, that is where councils, in my view, get themselves unstuck, because we potentially take one of the well-beings and go flying out and saying it's one of the well-beings, it's associated to that. And I actually think we should be looking at the well-beings, but I think council should be able to have the ability to set what is important to them and not be stuck by a standardised set of well-beings that we all have just talked about and questioned about and constantly mentioned, as we don't like being told by Wellington, yet we're happy to have these rigid 4 well-beings. And so I would prefer us to see in our submission something about that we need to be, there needs to be work on well-beings that are relevant to councils individually. I am not a fan of the rigid ones because I think they get us in that much poop, and I could show you the emails that I have with people continually telling us, stick to your core. But we don't know, as you said, Angela, we don't know what our core services are because everyone has a different view, and that comes from the confusion that we have as we apply these well-beings. And so I think underlying, we need to do more work on that, and by just saying, no, we're not going to touch the well-beings, we will never look at them, and we will continue to have these very political, and they are, as Morris said, very, very political discussions. We just need to at some stage put our big boys and girls pants on and have a look at those 4 sacred cows, but in an open way.
Thank you. Just to make it clearer, I don't know if it's going to help or not help, but so we know what we're debating or voting on. I'm not going to put the 4 well-beings, but I think just putting essentially the submission will be in line with the positions in the presentation. Pardon? So is that up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just show you, and then it would be clearer, so then people know you're either voting against the positions the staff presented or for them, I don't know what the alternative, otherwise we've had this conversation before, we just don't put in a submission, but I don't think that's appropriate. So it would just essentially be what B was going to do anyway, delegate us to work on the positions that were presented, which included supporting the retention of the 4 well-being. So I guess that's the issue. Deputy Mayor, and then...
Thanks, Chair. Look, I don't want to muck you around, and it is very late. I was going to suggest a chair's ring, because I think everyone's singing from the same song sheet here. Very nervous about a submission, but don't want to not do a submission because want to do a submission, you know. So I was going to suggest something that says something along the lines of, note in the interests of closer local government relations, Auckland Council would have preferred a discussion with central government prior to receiving the Local Government System Improvements Amendment Bill. You know, if you state that up, that's actually framing what we did say to staff. It's not their fault, but I think the Mayor's right, you know. Would it be nice to have a bit of a discussion because we are so different from the other councils. Councillor Dalton, I know that other councils think they're different as well, but we're really different. We're really different by legislation. So I was kind of just going to front foot that. I think everyone hopefully would agree that we're just making the point, you know, we want to work with the government, whoever they are, but it would have been nice to have a conversation first.
Did you have some words to add? Yeah. Yep.
In the gap, I'm going to talk. I think it's a cheek that we're even having to submit on a local government system improvements amendment bill that doesn't start by recognising this is a third of New Zealand. And so I would suggest that our submission should be we oppose this until you come and talk to us. We are completely different.
That's another option.
And so I just think it's a cheek that this even exists.
I was being a bit more polite.
So I think we might. I think it might be, even though it's 1:00,000, I think it might be a good minute, even though we're in debate, to take 5 minutes, have a look at these, the discussion happening here. I know it's not going to please everyone, but I think if we get a couple of resolutions.
Chair, can I just ask, because I want to find out whether, I know that's your Chair's recommendation. I want to find out what Councillor Simpson has said, whether that's going to be an amendment. I know it hasn't been, from what I'm looking at, been moved and seconded, or has it?
The main resolution is, yeah. I think Councillor Deputy Mayor wanted to add something about our dissatisfaction of no contact pre this.
So if it has been moved and seconded, it's whether Councillor Simpson's suggestion is going to be confirmed by the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, I think.
I just want to know that process and what's going to happen, or if it's an amendment.
When we see the wording, I'm pretty sure Councillor Dalton and I, well, I won't speak for Councillor Dalton, but
well,
I feel
maybe that 5 minutes.
Yeah. So.
Apologies, Councillor, you're right. I didn't follow due process. I was just trying to fast track this and make it right.
That's all, because I only heard what you've said, but I haven't seen the written amendment or inclusion with the okay from the Chair and Deputy Chair. If that's the case, that's fine. But I just wanted to make sure then we can debate on all of the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
But also that let's have a 5-minute break, go for a bathroom.
The mayor that actually cuts straight to the chase and doesn't need all that. Brad. That's slide 2.
So sorry about that. We're back in debate. So after much discussion, the Mayor, Deputy are happy with A and B. It will make it clearer if you support the legislation to vote against the A and B, but obviously you can still vote for C if you want to put in a submission, but you probably won't want to. Okay. Right, so we'll go back. I hope that's okay. We'll go back into debate. Yeah.
We already had a mover and seconder.
We've all got a mover and a seconder. So we're going, sorry, slide down to the, yeah. So Councillor Darby is next, and then I think what looks like Councillor Williamson will be after.
Just a question. We're opposing the bill. That's the recommendation at the moment. I guess in terms of what's in the bill, there's probably 5% of it or less is worth supporting. Public notices and that sort of thing.
Yeah. So B covers that bit. So we'll still put in there we support not having to do newspaper articles and extending CEO. We can headline we oppose the bill, and then we'll put. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, just speaking to this, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Dalton's contribution earlier because she nailed it, and the Mayor's contribution as well. Like how this comes this far without actually having an ear to the international city of Auckland that we are, and is really an absolute insult. If I was to name this bill, I would call it the local government, especially Auckland and its people, neutering bill, because it neuters this council and it neuters participation of our communities. I actually have a different view to my colleague Councillor Baker on the full well-beings, but it's only slight because we're not that far apart. And I actually think that the full well-beings are actually not rigid. They're actually dynamic. They live, they're alive, and they guide me in my decision-making as a governor. They always have, and I think, the reintroduction of the fourth was a bonus. But I think there's a lot in this draft, the bill at the moment, which is really just absolutely kicking mud in the face of not just this council, but the people of Auckland and the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I think representation, is in a dire state in terms of, the connections that councils have with their communities. And I actually think that this just kicks even more mud in the face of those that are the representatives, doing their job in the best possible way. So I think we do need to be strong. And I do invite the Mayor, and he has been today, to be pretty blunt and direct that, this grabbing Auckland by the scruff of the neck and thinking, you need to sort of toe the line or just get yourself together, we're the masters. Mayor, I think Wellington needs to know that we're not playing that game anymore. We're not going to be a participant. If you want to be collaborative on many important things for Auckland, you need to collaborate on everything. None of this Johnny-come-lately bills that are so badly informed. Anyway, that's my bit.
Thanks, Councillor Darby. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, I want to, given I haven't spoken all day, I want to just cover this quite carefully. There are 14 proposals in the paper, each with a view about how we should respond, or at least a recommendation or a comment. If anybody's good at mathematics, you'll know that 14 factorial comes to 870 billion combinations that you could tick off the 14 as yes or no's. And there's only 20 of us. And so I don't know how it can be a proper democracy in terms of us getting our views by having one lump sum for or against. And I would have thought that you're not going to be able to do it now because of time frame, I get it. But on something like this into the future, there is electronic stuff in Microsoft Outlook where you can send out polling tables which has each of the 14 recommendations, and we would be able to tick either yay, nay, or agnostic. And it would be a lot better by coming to this meeting today, because I understand that I may be very much in the minority with my view. But what I don't really like is somehow being railroaded into one big amorphous mass that we have to just say, well, I support it or I don't. Because then you're opening yourself up to, well, you supported number 7, and number 7 is one you've railed against, and say, oh, well, I don't support 7, but you voted for it. So I would hope that we can learn a lesson out of this, that we in future are not going to just bring a big lump back to the council or to this particular committee and say yay or nay, because 14 very disparate items with very different views held. And I'll just say to you that my view on the 4 well-beings is so problematic because they are whatever you want them to be. And some councils have expanded them to say if it's a cultural or environmental well-being, literally driving huge sums of money and expenditure because we have to comply with this. And there'll be other councils that say, no, we actually think well-being is keeping the books right and not running into huge debt and not having debt servicing that's more than most of our spending. And so to have a democracy for 20 people around this table would be way better served if we all got to individually, and those who don't submit, bad luck, you didn't send something back in, and also have a button at the beginning, just a yay or nay general, if you don't want to get into the weeds of it. But I've been in politics a long time, and I've never would ever be comfortable with sitting in supporting something without being able to express views on each of the individual componentry. If we did that with the 20 people at this meeting, 21 with the mayor included, or 23 with IMSB included as well, we'd be here for 3 weeks. So I just want to put it on record. I'm going to definitely, I mean, I don't oppose what the mayor's putting together there as an opening statement, but I'm not going to vote for any of what I think is an official's view. I think it's quite a distorted view. Of course, you'd know that. It may be that 18 of you are quite comfortable with it, but I don't think it's a system that we should ever have where individuals are not canvassed in some way for how we feel on each of those 14 recommendations. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Filipaina.
Kia ora here, mana. And let's all remember why we're here. We're here because the government ended up giving the time frame to get a submission in. That's why we're here. So if there's going to be any pressure applied, it gets applied by the government. I am not going to respond to any of the kōrero that I've heard around the 4 well-beings. I've always given my whakaaro on the 4 well-beings. But I want to acknowledge you, Deputy Chair, in regards to your whakaaro. And even Mr Mayor, in regards to how they treat tāmaki makaurau, you're right. And Councillor Darby actually said it. My what is it, whakaaro is to you, Robert, to you, to Denise. Thank you for those also helped you with this submission because of the time frame. So to you both, ngā mihi kia kōrua. And the best thing is, as Andy, I know Andy said that he's an old police officer. I'm a young police officer. So I just want to say that the evidence that you've based this submission on, and I'm glad it's our staff doing it, because if you had the whole committee trying to put something together, we wouldn't have anything by the end of the year. So I'm glad you've taken on the task to you both, and you've put in front of us something I believe and I'm fully supportive of. So again, to you and those who helped you with that, thank you so much. Kia ora. Oh, sorry. Just wanted to say, just to you, Deputy Mayor, when I saw that up there, just to mihi to you, yeah, I totally agree with what you said, and seeing it up there, fully support. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'm going to abstain on this because I have heard everybody, but I really appreciate what Councillor Baker said. To the staff, I know you're listening in for guidance. I remember in one of our debates about youth voting or something, we came back with a submission, and Councillor Watson pointed out that we'd said that the council was neither for nor against when we'd actually voted against slightly. All I'm asking is, I don't want you to be political. I know you can't, but I really do, on behalf of the community, just bring to the table that they see outcomes as the well-beings. So if we can do something about that. So I'm going to be abstaining to try to send that message. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this, in a way, I understand totally what Councillor Moss Williams has said, because 4 weeks to analyse something as broad as this is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how a small council would do it. Secondly, it takahis the mana on the mana of Tāmaki Makaurau as a council. The part where it takahis the mana on of the tikanga of tikanga Māori. And I think, you know, to me, it's kind of providing a lot of detail that's going to have very little outcome. And I think the other kaupapa that disturbs me about this is that we are given almost a set of questions that are it's almost predetermined how you're going to answer. And to me, it doesn't seem right. It doesn't allow for the free flow of thought or ideas. But, you know, government would be, if they want to sort out housing and all the rest, you know, let's get down to the real things like homelessness, mental health, things like that. I think there's better things that central government can work along than trying to do little amendments and then giving people only seconds to answer. So the Stat Board will be supporting these recommendations because it's of significance to Māori in Tāmaki Makaurau. But having said that, yeah, we need to send a message to government. You can't keep doing this. It's just ridiculous. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Member Wilcox. Deputy Mayor.
I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Chair. I think it's really sad that after 15 years of Auckland Council and the legislation that we have, you can get a bill like this that doesn't have an appendix or an extra for a council that is made up so differently. So I am absolutely supporting A because of that. And I think we make our point nicely. My second point is, I know that the Mayor is meeting Minister Pink tomorrow, and I hope that, Your Worship, that you tell him very clearly what the intent was behind our recommendations today, and just ask that they give it a bit more thought in the future. I'll be supporting the recommendations, but the one I really support is A. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks. I don't want to prolong things either, so I just do want to echo what everyone else has said and say that this is a real overreach from central government. We've said it all term long that we don't want Wellington to be running Auckland, and this is an attempt absolutely to do that. And I just want to say as well, in terms of what is core council business, our people, that's what's core council business. Our communities, that's what's core council business. We heard from submitters earlier on today about that. and what makes up our people, what makes us human. Things like our arts, our culture, music, our events. These are all things, you know, our dogs that we keep at home as pets, family members. These are all things that make us human. Therefore, they are core to what we do. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just want to support what's up there. I think this bill is not about Auckland anyway. It's about the political agenda. And when I read a bit more about it, the intention of government in removing the 4 well-beings is to reduce the pressure on rates. But then that's our job. Like, we have tools there that we can use to help, address financial issues in the council, which we've already used. And the Mayor has already said that the biggest impact on rates is the CRL. And the staff also said it's infrastructure. It's not the 4 well-beings or what we do as a council in that space. And then, like, in terms of what is important for Auckland, I believe they tell us what's important for them when we go out and do the annual plan consultations. And they did tell us what was important when we were going to look at cutting the community and regional services. And we had over 40,000 submissions in 2023 say that they didn't support those cuts. They wanted to, or majority didn't support those cuts. So that's them in a way telling us what is important. And we see it anyway, like when there's a major disaster, like the floods, like COVID, it was our communities that led the way, that were there, not central government, it was our communities. So we need to keep up working with our communities, investing in our communities. And also, we can, it would be a really boring Auckland if we didn't look at our social, our environmental, our cultural, our economic, because that is what makes a city great. And in terms of, like, there's the homelessness, there's alcohol harm, there's safety, those are things that residents, the public, demand us to address because it's happening in our city. And we can't just say, oh, that's a central government issue, because central government's not dealing with it. We are, in partnership with other organisations. In terms of the tikanga, that's really a worry to see it so blatantly expressed by this bill, because we have other things that we ask for when we do CCO appointments, for example, experience working with Pasifika and diverse communities. That hasn't been raised, it's just straight to tikanga, straight there. But we know the importance of having CCO appointments around tikanga because, for instance, water care, we need someone who's got good iwi relations. It's rangatira to rangatira. So that's really blatant how they've got that listed. And again, the same thing, the government, again, trying to tell councils what to do. And again, they should just focus on the country and just leave the city to us. That's what we were elected to do. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Sorry, you can probably hear the sizzling in the background as one of the kids cooks dinner. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points, which was that we did actually have a lengthy process quite recently from 2021 to 2023 that looked in depth at the future of local government. It was called the Future of Local Government Review. And it included looking at the well-beings and doing a lot of work on the on ideas around how to better structure local government. People might remember we had Penny Hulse was in the chair, and she came up and met with us all earlier in the term. They gave their final report in June 2023. And it's really disappointing that this government hasn't picked up that extensive piece of work done by a lot of people with a lot of goodwill brought to those conversations in creating this legislation. I'm also reflecting on the fact that I know that it was more than 4 weeks ago because I was there in person and I haven't been able to leave the house basically for 7 weeks. So I know that it was more than 4 weeks ago that we actually had our ministerial forum with senior ministers, only one in person, but others were online, where we could have discussed this with central government as well, and that opportunity was not taken up by them, knowing, they must have known that they were bringing this forward. So I think it's really important that we do have A in there and that we try and reset this. I do support pretty much, or on balance, enough of what we've heard from the staff in terms of their recommendations to support B. And I feel comfortable delegating authority off the basis of this conversation around C. But I did just also want to talk about, it's not supposed to be a parent-child relationship. It is supposed to be that we acknowledge we have different fields that we're playing on. Not that, and that, yes, some of our power, a lot of our power does come from statute, but it shouldn't be this case where we have this parent coming in over the top all the time, just as it wouldn't be appropriate for us as governing body to be interfering with local boards, coming in over the top all the time, telling them, what to do with a local park that's in their responsibility. So, it's really disappointing for me that, all of that work was done. It's been put in a drawer. And instead we have something that really, I think, isn't just not fit for Auckland, but actually doesn't address some of the bigger challenges that the sector has been identifying for some time. And, I feel a little bit like when we were on Twitter and all we wanted was an edit button, right? You just want to be able to edit your tweets for like 5 minutes afterwards because you had a typo. And we never got the edit button. And what we wanted for this was we wanted a midnight levy tax. We wanted to be able to have some of those levers for Auckland to be able to set some of those things ourselves that the Mayor was talking about, like our own parking fees and stuff like that. And none of this is in here. So please, central government, give us our edit button, give us some power to you're worried about rates. Well, give us some power to raise funds some other ways. But yeah, so I'll be voting for this. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor, and I'll just speak briefly. And Councillor Henderson will now speak up to 5 minutes.
I thought I was on the list the whole time. Yeah, look, no, Carl, everyone else got to go, Mr. Mayor. I was about to say you're 100% on the mark. Anyway, I'm glad to support the resolutions. I'll be brief. The problem with all of this, I'll focus on one problem because I've got so many of them. But look, defining what's a core service, right? Even within this room, we'll get different definitions from different people. I don't think it's actually possible to get an empirical list of core services. You know how you define a core service? You ask the public every 3 years when you put your name on the ballot paper and you say, here's what I'm going to do on the council. And if they don't like that, then they don't vote for you. The council doesn't do that eventually because enough of the people didn't want to do it. So it's democracy in action, right? And so for government to jump in and run roughshod over that through legislation, that's horrible. The other thing is that communities' needs and wants change, right? People that have been through multiple elections have had to change as well. You know that very well. When you lock things in legislation, you don't allow for that flexibility and responsiveness when Aucklanders' views change and they want their council to do different things or stop doing things. And so allowing us to do that through getting the mandate of the public every 3 years, that's the way to do it. So just the other thing I'd briefly add is it's time to get the balance back in favour of local democracy rather than away from it. Councillor Ferry makes a great point about the bed night levy. I'd agree and say, look, residents paying GST on rates to the government, that's a tax on a tax. These are the sort of things that we want to fix, and to do that you've got to have a conversation and you've got to get around the table and have a real meaningful chat rather than a whack and a kick in the media and in legislation. So just support you, Mr. Mayor and Chair and everyone involved. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. And yeah, I've tried my best as Chair to work with the government, work with Chris Bishop, Chris Pink, a number of ministers in conversations through the Mayor, trying my best to work with the government for outcomes for the city. So I do agree that this is not out of left field. We've heard murmurings of it, but to be built, to build a bill like this that affects us so much is just thumbing their nose at us. And it is disappointing to see. And to even see some of the stuff in here around our reporting. Guess what a government doesn't have to do? They do not have to spend 6 months consulting on an annual plan and a budget. They can pass a budget overnight. guess what else we have to do? We have to provide a balanced budget every year. We know how hard it is. We have to cut, pull, rate, do whatever we can to make it balanced. But a government can just have a surplus one year, have a deficit for 9 years, red or blue, they do it, they both do it, and they don't have to prove what we do to audit New Zealand, another government agency. They don't have to have asset management plans, we do under the law. They don't have to depreciate like we do. We do a lot of things. Infrastructure New Zealand have said that councils are exemplary on asset management and governments have not even got a basic Excel spreadsheet of the assets they own. So we are doing the things that they want us to do already. The things about the four well-beings, I mean, if we didn't have the discussions on homelessness in this place, Minister Portaka and Minister Bishop wouldn't be changing their approach, and they've both admitted that it was our figures, our teams doing stuff that is not in the core business of council. I don't think the mayor would have wanted to fund security on the streets out of his own mayoral budget, because that's nothing to do with local government apparently. They don't even have animal management, and we know we had to increase our animal management budget by over 5 million, and we want legislation to help us, which we're not getting, but we'll get legislation like this. We have expectations on us. There's nothing about here about playgrounds, about most of the things that our community wants, nothing about public safety. All our bylaws that we legally have to spend a lot of money and time on are all here, but not in core services. When they talk about rates capping, they're talking about the Australian model. In the Australian model, the state governments put in tens of millions of dollars into services, into planning, into environment, into regulatory related stuff, huge investment into infrastructure that we just don't get from government, red or blue. Talking about footpaths, Councillor Turner, when we turned up to the GPS and the discussion with the funding that came back to us, one of the comments from Auckland Transport said, if we keep our budget like this, it will take us 300 years to renew all our footpaths. So what did we do? The mayor put, we all put, but we proposed $500 million of our own rates funded money to 100% fund a whole lot of projects. I don't remember a time that's happened before, but we are 100% funding, not 50-50 like we normally get, a bunch of projects to help bring things like footpaths and cycleways back. As Councillor Bartley said, we put out a pretty harsh budget, and the mayor will remember it, in 2023 to try and fix a hole. And I think we had the highest number of submissions ever, and 70%, 7-0. And, you know, normally people submit on things when they're grumpy, and they were grumpy that we were cutting back on the things that this bill would say. So we've already asked the community, and they came back to us. 70% of them came back and said, do not cut the CABs, do not cut the environment funding, do not pull back on the targeted rates, do not the grant funding. I mean, the tennis ASB Classic, the tennis centre down there, those are all the types of things we couldn't do. We are choosing to do that because our community is asking us to do that. And it is annoying to hear that what we get told how bad we are. Even in the bill itself, 15% is the average increase. None of that is events or Anzac Days or library books. That is all infrastructure. We have, since I've been here, and since many of us have been here, 2016, we've quadrupled our transport budget. We've, I think, 5 times the budget we're doing on capital for water now, and the inflation costs around steel and concrete are the massive increases. Watercare have said it's not the staff costs, it's the steel and concrete costs that have gone up since 2020 that have been the killers, and our community expect that. So it is disappointing. I'm glad. I didn't want to put up chairs, Rex, and create what has happened in the past. So I'm glad we've come to a compromise here. But I think, you know, governments do need to let us do what we think our communities want. And as Councillor Henderson says, they will vote us out if we do the wrong thing anyway. So I think there's been a good conversation. We just hope that the government can come back to us and look at a different model. So kia ora. All those in favour? Is there any opposed? And I'm happy to take opposed on numbers.
Yes, I want to record my...
Cool, thank you. Councillor Turner and Councillor Fletcher would like to abstain. And Councillor Williamson, is it all 3 clauses?
No, I'm happy to support A, and I want to vote against B and C.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Thank you. Right. We're done. We'll move on to 14. Robert. I think if I think we just take this one as read, if that's all right, Robert.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. It's very straightforward, I would suggest, so we can take the report as read and move straight to questions.
Are there any questions on this? This is about our priority for staff to work on submissions as they come up. Councillor Filipaina, Councillor Darby, no questions. Anyone speaking to this? All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thanks, Robert. Right. This one is a make operative. So poor Aaron's been waiting here all day and he knows we're just going to vote this through. But Aaron, do you have a few words to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, where I'd like to recommend the recommendations A and B not be resolved. What I did here was make an error where I joined two sets of resolutions together, and so the first two are not correct and the remaining four are the correct resolutions that I've recommended for you. To be really brief, this is about removing the requirement for resource consents for filming on sites of significance for mana whenua. That is already managed through Film Auckland and their film permit process. So this is removing a duplicate process, is the very short version. So apologies for the error in A and B.
No, thank you, and appreciate you spotting that, because I hadn't quite at the, this morning. So we will, this is a make operative, so essentially the end of a process.
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Second, Councillor Dalton. Any discussion? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So Member Wilcox would like to, I think it's not a conflict, it's a interest, isn't it? All right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown, sorry.
A lot to read last night, in the last couple of days, so, but just give me the, and I didn't realise we're dropping A and B, and I haven't quite understood what that does or doesn't do. Is this making this easier or harder for people to film here?
Yeah, so we've...
Yes, it's easier or harder. That's not a good answer, is you can have one of those. Does it make it easier or harder?
Yes or no?
I'll start again. Yes, it makes it easier. And the reason it makes it easier is that there was permits required through Film Auckland and the need for a resource consent on top of that. And so a lot of the filming activities that were very short term never actually proceeded because there was just too many steps to go through. Film Auckland are now going to be the single point of permitting, and they've worked with iwi across Auckland to be clear about what the requirements are when filming happens on sites of significance, like the volcanic
So what's
cones.
the problem we're solving here?
We're removing the need for an unnecessary resource consent.
Okay, but we control. I can remember doing an ad on the Birkenhead Wharf, and some AT guard came out and stopped us. We're on a bloody wharf doing a picture of Auckland, for God's sake. What was? I don't get it. Is it just for commercial, or is it people just?
That one's not a site of significance. That might have just been some AT rule about filming,
Okay.
but it should have been only inside so they shouldn't have stopped you on the wharf, Mayor. So we can discuss that with AT.
Yeah, so most of this is filming for advertisements, usually 1 to 2 days. So the requirements are if there's more than 30 days, which usually means a television show, there is a need for a resource consent, but generally they're in and out in a day, and they will close areas if they've got filming happening in some parts.
As long as it makes it easier, I'm in favour of it, because what we had before was, I couldn't understand what the problem was you were fixing really, but we were creating the problem before rather than fixing it.
So now we've removed a need for a resource consent if we just vote this through.
Okay,
So,
right, I'm happy to do that then.
all those in favour?
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Perfect. Now we go on to item 16. Austin, Paul Austin's been sitting here for 19 hours as well. Kia ora.
Kira.
Thank you, Chair.
And if you're going to
You just want to turn off your mic.
abstain with tears or without tears.
Mayor, can you turn off your mic, please? Thanks, Austin.
Thank you, Chair. This is a procedural item just like the last one. This is to make Plan Change 93 in Walker South operative. It's the final step in the process and a procedural one. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Greg is not here, but this is another operative one, end of a process. We do not have much choice at this point. Do you have any questions? Councillor Turner?
This was the big one with the 200 something hectares. The farming area that stretched right back in the back of the field.
No, this is 150, that's up on the map, 159 hectares in Walker South.
Sorry, all right, okay, I remember. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
More houses approved in Walkwith than have been built in the last 100 years.
Councillor Baker moved and... yep, let's hold on, team, we're nearly there. So Member Wilcox would like a question. I think I had a mover, but I'll wait for a second. Second of Councillor Foley, back to the questions.
You've made me stay here till 7 o'clock. I'll make sure you stay here. PC 93, this is the one at the corner there. Does this fit within the structure plan that we did in 2000 and who knows, so long ago now? Does this fit within that structure plan? Thank you.
Yes, it does. It's within the Walker structure plan. The next slide, if we can show that, shows the proposed zoning pattern. And it shows a local centre just off the old State Highway 1, higher density residential around that with lower density further around, and that's in line with the structure plan. This is in general accordance with the structure plan.
Yeah, oh, well, that's fine. I just wanted to check on that one because otherwise we wasted our time doing a structure plan. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Just, I understand we can't back out of this, but the problems that Watercare has got with capacity and all this pollution of the oyster farms and stuff, will this contribute to that?
Not really to any issues with oyster farming, no. Watercare, in the end, through the process, had a neutral position on this, and there are provisions within the proposed precinct to deal with issues of infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, all those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No? Thank you, Austin. Right, Councillor Foley was the second. Pardon, who? Sure, we don't really move them together, but we can pretend they're together. So Deputy Mayor? Deputy Chair? All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. Thank you to our awesome audio-visual team for staying forever. So we will now move into confidential, and so you can go home. And thank you to those who are listening. We'll get the members online to move to the confidential link. Thank you. Confidential. Councillor Dalton second. Oh, Councillor Fletcher second. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. And we're going to take a